Bro, this is crazy. So you mean to tell me that J. Cole does a third interview? This is an interview tour, bro, at this point. Going state to state, tour to tour just to do this shit. But apparently he decided to talk about first person shooter. He decided to address the Schoolboy Q rumor. He talked about Drake supposed to being there at Dreamville Fest when he apologized. I think this is probably the best interview that he's done up until this point. Like he's answering more questions that we wanted to know about. He even asked if he thinks he's the greatest of all time. That is crazy, bro. Like this is probably one of the best interviews that I've seen up to this point. The rest were just some bullshit. But let's get into it, man. I mean, shit. Bro, he literally said, bro, I don't know. I'm sure some of y'all probably seen the clips floating around. I saw some of the clips on Twitter, so I had to watch the whole thing like unfold in real time, bro. I got to see this real interview, bro. Because he is saying a lot of shit that he didn't say the first two times, bro. Big shout out to everybody in the building, man. Big shout out to Laz, Just Dante, Noah King, Q Smooth, the Heartbreak Kid, M Gamble in this bitch, bro. Big shout outs to y'all, man. Big shout outs to y'all. Everybody in this bitch early, bro. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
I have a hard time not being honest. Like if you ask me a question, I'm damn near a dangerous interview because it's like I feel like I gotta answer that shit with what's in my heart.
Because y'all all supposed to be on first person shooter together, right?
Before that beat ever made it to me, I think Drake wanted that to be a him and Dot song.
That is crazy. Hey, Drop. What did he say? Hey, Dot, can I get a drop? Hey, Dot, can I get a drop? Oh my God, bro. And nah.
Peace. Welcome back to 7 p.m. in Brooklyn. I'm Carmelo Anthony here with my co-host.
So excited to be back on the couch, Monica McNutt. It's been a good hoop season. I'm excited to be here.
It sure has. My name is Kazim Famiwide. You can call me Kaz. And this is a Wave original presented by FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Monica is back. Melo's here. We got a great guest, a long-awaited guest.
Yes, we do.
By the way,
this is why we started the show to be, 7 p.m. in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
But this one right here, it is different, man. A lot of people get called great. Only a few really move the culture. Our guest today has been one of the most consistent voices in hip-hop for over a decade, never chased a moment, never chased a noise, and just stayed him. And what I respect the most, whatever the conversation was, he stood tall on it. From Fayetteville to the world, Dreamville, the Fall Off, and the Civic has finally made it to Red Hook. J. Cole, welcome to 7 p.m.
I'm surprised you wanted that feature request. You know we got some shit to address. Bro, he said, fuck you, fuck first person shooter, go and do that shit with someone else. And Drake got fucking J. Cole. That's crazy, bro. So that's why he feels some type of way. That's why he said what he said when he said Muhammad Ali. Who's the best MC? Is it K-Dot Aubrey? Is it me? Right now, I feel like Muhammad Ali. Is it because you knew that Kendrick was supposed to be on there and you're his replacement? Damn, bro. Oh, my God, man.
Welcome.
Thank y'all for having me, man.
Is the Civic outside? Is it rain?
No, that shit raining.
That shit raining. That shit
parked up. It's parked up where it was before. But thank y'all for having me.
Absolutely.
Man, I was saying it off camera, like when we were putting down wish lists for guests, man. You were at the very, very top of the list.
Thank you, bro.
I was bothering Eve for months. I'm like, yo, when he's ready to talk, he coming here, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
Nah, for sure. I never forgot. I seen Mello. I think you hadn't even started it, but you was telling me you was about to start it.
Big shout out to Jay Capone, man.
Word up. Word up. I seen him in like Soho House or something, and he was telling me about it. I told him I would come through, but I was just like, yo, let me just finish this album first. And it just took me mad long. You know what I mean? But it took about 3 years maybe since that conversation, but I never forgot.
Absolutely.
So thank y'all for having me and for being patient.
Of course, man. And we're glad you finished the album first, too, because it's phenomenal body work. Obviously, we're going to get into all of that, but let's start.
Thank you.
Like we do all the episodes with the Connect, man. We just talked about, y'all linking up at Soho House, but let's take it back even further than that, Cole. What do you remember about first meeting Mello from your point of view?
I don't know when I first met Mello. I ain't gonna lie.
That's a fact.
It was probably later than what I would think. Cause I feel like low key. First time it might have been in a little after party or something.
Hold on. We got the trolls in this bitch. Hold on. You sheep at man. Fuck you, bitch. I don't ever want to see you ever shit on my fucking live again, you stupid, dumb, cocksucking bitch. Tell your mom to call me so I could fuck her, bitch. Fuck you, stupid ass, pussy ass hoe. My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all. I ain't playing with the boss today, bro. I'm slapping the fuck out of all of them with the hammer, bro.
It was. Key. It was? Yeah. Okay, in Denver. This was in Denver. Wow. Because in my mind, it's like, yo, Melo, you know, at least back then, I'm sure you was probably outside kicking and hanging out, but you wouldn't be in the industry type of events. You know what I mean? You wouldn't necessarily see Melo there. Not that I was heavy, but the times that I would go, you wouldn't really see Melo. He was more low key than that. But yeah, the memory just came back. We was in that little after party in Denver, some random spot to me. I don't know if it might have been a regular spot for y'all.
Very random.
It was random, right? I remember Melo was in there, and mind you, like I'm a Melo fan. You know what I mean? Off rip. You know what I mean? You legendary. But my man Eve, nah. Eve was like OG Melo fan. Like Melo is his number one. You know what I mean? People got that they ride for and argue for. Eve was on that early.
Shout out to Eve, man.
I mean?
Shout out.
So us being in that party and you being there was a big deal. It's like, oh shit, yo, Melo over there. You know what I mean?
Those old Denver days, man.
Yes, man. Shout out to Denver. And so shout out to Eve. So that's what I remember. It was just in a random spot in Denver, you know what I mean? And we was like, oh shit, there go Melo, you know what I mean?
So then what was the actual first interaction?
Because just a dap up because we in the spot. So
I
it was
to be like, girls are way different.
Yeah, no, I think, it was just a dap up. Because it's a spot. It's music playing. He got his section over there.
Yeah.
We might not even had a section. We was just moving. We were still moving like college kids almost. But it's probably just a dap up.
Yeah.
You tell me if you remember anything more.
No. That's how it happened. I mean, I was more like, fuck is he doing out here?
Right.
We in Denver. I'm like, you know what I mean? You don't see artists. You don't see people
right
in Denver. You see the same artists in Denver a lot of time, which is a lot of West Coast artists. Snoop, Ice-T,
right,
E40s, you know what I mean? Too Shorts and all that. You see all of them out there in Denver. So to see Cole there, I'm like, oh, okay, something is happening. We must be doing something on the court to make Cole want to take a stop in Denver. So that's how it was.
Do you remember why you were in Denver?
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I think it was a show. We probably had a show, which at that time, it's not like my name I was on my way up, you know what I mean? But it wasn't like I was so popping that it would have been the talk of the town. It wasn't at the arena and nothing. So I probably had a show or some club appearance or something.
All right, let's skip that intro.
We about to turn up tomorrow.
You definitely did what you said though, because coming to Denver, they just recognized that they reached out and they recognized it's like, yo, I really got a love of hooping. You know what I mean? I really got a love, no matter how ability or my accomplishments with basketball. Nobody's full. It's like a mastery or an ability, because I never mastered shit, you know what I mean? But I know what it's like to get better than I was yesterday or a week ago or a month ago or a year ago. That's what I love about basketball. It's you know what I mean? And I can't.
We'll save the basketball talk for later, bro. We'll talk about that later.
I was after I had kids, I'm 33.
All right.
End of the week later. I'm doing shit in the open runs where my coach, shout out to coach, the decision of let me go this route.
You working out before the runs and after the runs, and then
and now FanDuel is giving you a way to.
And then they hit us with a fucking ad. Of course they do.
As somebody who always added new moves to his game, we all know
can you get better? Because 10 years ago, I was coming off my highest performing album. I was coming off my highest, most successful tour, a highlight of my life. And I felt myself
they say it starts 25 minutes in. Yeah, we're already about there. We're just about there. You said 25?
China.
So you gotta watch it. Yo, earlier we talked about the first time y'all met, but I don't know if you remember this, and I don't even know if this is the first time, actually, but we got the first time y'all hooped together. We got some footage.
Research team.
Recently. Yeah, right here.
Oh, it's Brickley joint.
Yeah.
Cat. I remember.
Okay.
Hey.
Oh man, look at.
Ooh. Can't do nothing with that.
I think it's the 30-minute mark.
Is the first shocking thing when you're playing pros. It is.
A decline can happen, and the same thing can happen in sports. You know what I mean? Where it's reach a certain level of success, team win a championship, or a player gets a MVP or you just get a certain level of money.
You rest on
next
your
thing you
laurels
know,
a bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You just start
Fall
to
off.
like chill. It's like, yo, you're not going as hard as what you used to go. I could feel that for myself. It wasn't a long time, but I was in tune with myself enough to catch it and be like, oh. And I had a real conversation with myself, which was like, yo, you know, you could just retire if you wanted to right now. You made it further than what you wanted to, you know what I mean? Like, you know, you could
That's
just
30.
retire if you wanted to. And my thought was like, yeah, I know I could, but nah.
Yeah, I think we're there. I think we're already
I got
getting
something
there.
else I want to do. What do you want to do?
Wow.
I want to damn near defy gravity. Like I want to like go against gravity. Gravity is saying as I get older and more successful, my pen's supposed to get less sharp. You know what I mean? I'm supposed to care less.
Mhm.
You this long.
Yeah.
Thank God it took you this long because it birthed all of this other shit that I don't know if I would have been able to put all of that shit out had I not had the bigger mission on my mind.
Indeed. That's hard though. that's when you to follow the plan for one, right? To follow your plan when everybody is probably don't see is against your plan, right? Or don't see your plan, right? Because it's not like he's out there giving his plan up, like he's building the plan behind closed doors. So
right,
that for one, that's a lot of respect when it comes to that to stick with your plan. For two, that you said a message. You had to look at yourself and say, nigga, and identify the.
I heard no boom yet, but I mean, I'm skipping through the interview. I'm trying to find the good part, but boom, boom. You better not do that shit here, bro.
The fall off, right? You like, there's a lot of people who's in that situation in any genre, any lane, any industry, and can understand like this could be a fall off, but still go through with the fall off. To be able to stop it when you acknowledge it, oh shit, this is what it feels like. I can see how niggas can fall off. And then to be like, nah, fuck that. They want me to fall off.
Yeah.
I'm going to defy gravity. I say that because there's a lot of similarities with what I went through, right? And being in Houston after that situation is like, you know what, man? Melo, you done played 16 years in this league. You done did it. But I ain't ready to go yet.
Yeah.
Sure.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now you come back and like, you know what? I'm gonna come back and show everybody and defy what the fuck y'all was talking about that I couldn't do.
Right.
The shit that you said I couldn't do, I'm gonna show you that I can do it.
Right.
So when you talk about the fall off, and it was a situation where I had to think about, nigga, I'm just gonna be complacent with this shit. Like, fuck it. I'm gonna just lay here and I ain't going to the gym. I don't want to work out.
Right.
I'm gonna take some time off. Time off is 3 months, turned into 6 months,
right,
turned into a year, turned into 2 years, right? That shit happened so quickly, man. So I'm sitting here listening to you. I'm like, damn, I can really relate to something taking 10 years to bring a masterpiece project when people wanted this 8 years ago, 7 years ago.
Right.
Like, it's on me to make this project in 10 years. And the fall off is not the fall off, just the concept of what it could be.
Yeah.
So pay attention to yourself is the point I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, we got
Pay
it.
attention to yourself.
That's real.
Bucko, everything you've said, and just sitting here chopping it with, you are one to give yourself your own parameters, goals, right? And I know what the original intention was for this project. Now that it's done, you've given it life. Are you satisfied?
1000%.
Yes.
Yes. Am I satisfied with what?
Like if you were to ride off into the sunset.
Yes.
This was it?
Yeah, was this it?
Yes. No, I'm not saying
if. We just
if.
Yeah, like
would I be good with
because
this?
what
Yes.
as I'm listening to you, every time you achieve something, the goal
Shout out to Crown K. Yeah, I got the timestamps. All right, let's go.
shifted.
Yep.
So this was I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna give it 10 years. I'm gonna give it my heart and soul.
Yep.
Now it's out. We love it. We're enjoying it. You're proud of it. But has it lit another fire, or are you like?
You know what it lit for me? It relit my love. So what I can say is like, it's out, and if 6 years go by and nobody heard another album from me, because it's just like, yo, it didn't come, I'd be cool, because it's like, yo, this exists for me as the last thing that y'all heard. However, what I didn't know what happened was me getting to this point right now. The beautiful thing is like, I'm hella inspired. Like I'm in love with this shit. Like I'm not saying I want to go make an album, you know what I mean? Like, but I'm not on some like, all right, I did it, I'm done, boom, boom. Like, no, I got visions and ideas, not for my own shit, but like really on some production shit. I'm excited about that, about helping. I'm excited about. I spent so long on me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That it's like I haven't had the ability. I've helped along the way. You know what I mean? It's people out there that could give their version of me helping and like diving in, but it was never to the ability that I know I could really help because I was thinking about my own shit.
Right.
And while I'm juggling family life, fatherhood, while juggling the basketball, I'm still trying to stay.
All right, hurry the fuck up.
Right.
You know what I mean? And because I don't have to worry about what's my next thing gonna be. Oh, what's my next project? For so long, even when I was dropping the all season, KOD, 4 Your Eyes Only, Might Delete Later, I had this thing on my mind. Imagine you drop an album and you can't, you really just like, all right, that's out, but I'm still thinking about this other one that I'm working on. You know what I mean? So this is the first time where I don't have anything that I got to worry about finishing.
Shout out Vil Dog Valle. What up? He said, dude talk so much. There's so many videos of him copying please. Nah, bro. He just run. He'd like to run a story, bro. He really do like to run a story. He's a bad liar. I think he's just a bad storyteller, to be honest with you. Talks about the post-battle relationship with Drake and K-Dot. Yeah, let's check that out real quick, shall we? Let's go ahead and check that out real quick. You said, Dan, so you basically saying the interview get good like within an hour of it kicking off. That is fucking wild. Oh, this shit's not even volumed all the way. Type of one if you can hear this, y'all. My apologies.
I would tell you.
The relationship has definitely had to shift, had to be different than it was, 10 years ago, a couple years ago now.
Talking about the relationship?
Yeah, with
on
Drake
my side,
and Kendrick.
no, I actually don't know.
Really?
Like on my side, absolutely not.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like
He's all like boom, boom, and then boom, boom, and then boom, boom, boom. Like instead of telling us the details, he just says boom, 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 boom.
I feel the same way.
Is he, bro?
But I can't. A relationship is two ways, so I actually couldn't sit here and tell you like I don't know how they feel about about me. You know what I mean? I can genuinely tell you that. You know what I mean? But for me, it's the same.
So if there was a olive branch to be reached between all three, you know what I'm saying? Like, would you be the
all
one
three?
To yeah.
Like all ways of the three?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like it's a connective tissue between the two.
I would love that, but
I don't know if Drake and Kendrick ever
that's
find
what I'm
their way,
saying.
but
like
you know what I'm saying? You seem like the person who's kind of like Switzerland in the situation.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would love that. You know what I mean? But I don't
foresee it.
Maybe in time, or something. You know what I mean? Not speaking for myself. I'm just putting myself in their shoes. Just like I don't know.
That's
you know what I mean? I don't know. And maybe they, I don't know.
I mean, listen, we've lived through a lot of great rap beefs over the years, and almost all of them we've eventually saw some sort of reconciliation, some sort of something with it together. We've seen with Jay and Nas,
I would love it, bro. I would love it.
We've seen a lot of people, and you'd love to see it, but again,
I would love to see it. It would be a beautiful day.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean for hip hop, and I think and for the world. If we got to see that moment, you know what I mean? I think, but if I had to put money on it,
don't see it.
Not no time soon.
Yeah.
Maybe not at a time where we all like.
I don't think Drake and Kendrick are ever gonna piece it up, ever. I'll never piece it up. That shit don't sit well with me. Before I say the truth, I'll take them to hell with me. So I don't think that Kendrick is gonna piece it up with anybody anytime soon. But if I had to choose who would he make peace with first, I would probably say J. Cole for sure. I mean, what he said wasn't as bad as what Drake said. But as of right now, I don't think, just like he said, I don't think anybody is trying to be friends right now at all, bro. Big shout out to Holly B. Thanks for keeping it real, JV. Appreciate you. No, for sure. Thank you, Holly B. Holly B in the chat, y'all. I don't ever see them being friends again, bro. And I think it's because... And he's gonna talk about first-person shooter, bro. I have this, bro. I was, it's funny. Hold on, I might as well just show you this to y'all real quick. Hold on, bro. I was gonna do this for the fuck of it, but bro, I got a whole fucking whiteboard in this bitch. Hold on, let me see if I could. Yeah, look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this shit, bro. I've been trying to fucking piece it up together. Establish the timeline, get everything orchestrated. You see, we got J. Cole, we got Drake, we got K-Dot, we got Middle Child, First Person Shooter, 7-minute drill, like that, the fall off. And then we have them all. Look, bro, I've been working on this shit for a minute now. I'm not done with it yet. I was working on it last night. And then he comes and does an interview. And then he fucking says that that he wasn't supposed to be on the song, that Kendrick was supposed to be on the song, that it was never intended to be 3 of them. Nah, bro, it was crazy, bro. It was crazy.
That shit'll heal the world right now.
Yeah, I think
so. You know what I mean? Like that shit'll do a lot right now. Like 5 years from now, I don't know if we gonna love to see it at any time.
Of course.
But right now it's like, yo.
Because every combination of y'all three made incredible music together, no matter when it was, you know?
Not for sure. I mean, yes, I agree with that.
Big shout out to Crown K for the timestamps. W Crown K. Okay, 107. All right. We're about to run into that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cole is in Fayetteville, man. That's basically what he said, man. I'm in the Civic.
It's nothing I can really give you on that.
I'm in the Civic, man.
I mean, even in addition to that, man, just because it's a conversation that, you know, everybody has taught to death for the past 2 years. And, you know, people just pick up breadcrumbs throughout lyrics and throughout songs about just the relationship between the three. I think on Evil Ways, he says something like, you know, Drake is in his devil state or something.
No, I didn't say devil. I said, I don't know the line. Some demon phase.
Demon phase. That's what it was.
Right.
He says demon phase, you understand, and all that type of stuff. And it's like, you know, all three of y'all, man, I don't think there's an era of music in the past 2 decades without the three of y'all. You know what I'm saying? And now, post beef, post Not Like Us, post all this type of stuff, that's dust is sort of settled, you know, and you still don't really see if there's a way that they'll find themselves together. But Ja Rule was on the show a few months ago, and we talked about it, and he was just like, you know, he doesn't think beef is really good for hip hop. He said, like, if we sort of take ourselves away from it and just look at everything that sort of happened since then, he's like, I don't think it's a net positive. What are your thoughts, just as far as like everything?
Ja Rule doesn't think that is good for hip hop. Jay-Z doesn't think that is good for hip hop. It sounds like all the dudes that were in a beef way back when don't like beefs now, don't like battles now. But I guess it's only because they were a part of it and they didn't like the aftermath or the effects of it. I could see what they're saying because they're talking from experience. But you can't just say that battle rap can't be with hip hop. You can't separate the two. You got to get one. You have to get the other.
I feel unqualified to even.
Oh, stop it!
No, I'm not.
You're very
not playing with
qualified.
you. Nah, because it's like, yo, but you talking about the person that in the whole situation apologize. That's my what's gonna go down is my participation in that event.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
If I had my shoes on the other feet of somebody else, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear my opinion on whether I think beef is good or bad for hip hop. It's like, bro, it's like, it don't matter. Honestly, who gives a fuck? Actually, you know what I mean? If we really want to keep it real, but definitely who gives a fuck about my opinion? That's how I feel. It's like I would feel crazy to even sit up here and go, yeah, I think it's great for the culture. Boom, boom, nigga, you apologize. And I would feel crazy to sit up here and go, nah, I think it's a net negative for the culture. Nigga, you apologize. Like it's I'm not interested in hearing. I'm not interested in giving that to the world, and I doubt they interested in hearing it. You know what I mean?
Okay, no, I can respect that.
Such a good answer.
I can respect that. I mean, listen, I feel like as a fan of yours, I think even when it first happened and when you backed out and people were seeing all the crazy stuff being said about each other, a lot of people respected your foresight to just be like, you know what, I'm gonna fall back from this. This doesn't seem like it sits right with my spirit. And even, you know, I saw, you know, you talk on the Deska as well. And you mentioned sort of like the process you went through with your wife and everybody before that apology took place, man. And you know, it's just, I don't know. I feel like you're not giving yourself enough credit. I think people do want to kind of hear where you stand off, and because you had that foresight to be like, this doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah, but that's all I can speak on. I can only speak on how I felt at the time, and it wasn't foresight in the sense of like I knew anything that was happening. I just knew how I felt. It wasn't foresight. It was hindsight, if anything.
Okay.
It was like, oh God, I can just feel how I feel. You know what I mean? On my heart and on my spirit. So it's like, there was no magic ball that I knew. I had no clue how that shit was going to go. Like, to tell you the truth, I actually feel like how I probably thought it would go was a little more regular than even how it went. It outdid anything I could have imagined. You know what I mean? In terms of like how tense that shit got and how entertaining it got to the world. You know what I mean? It's like I couldn't have foresaw none of that shit. Like I just knew how I felt. So that's all I can speak to.
Got you.
Even me earlier speaking to them, whether they get back together or whatever, where they quit, I can't speak to that. Like even me saying I don't think so, it's like that. Even that's silly. It's like, what the fuck do I know? All I can tell you is
you could say no, bro. I don't think that Kendrick and Drake are gonna be cool ever again, bro. I don't think that they're gonna be good at all. Like, nah, it's already too late for both of them. You could say no to that for sure.
How I feel or how I felt and why I did what I did or why I do what I do. I can't speak. And yes, you're right. Does the world probably want to hear that? Maybe. You know what I mean? But I don't want to give it. And all it's going to do is feed the algorithm scavengers that fucking whole existence is predicated off of going through this interview where we saying a lot of real shit and just looking for the thing that's going, that they audience that don't give a fuck about none of us on these couches can grab and have a conversation about. There you go. So it's like, I'm not giving y'all that. Fuck out of here.
That's big. That's
I love that.
I got a different perspective. I said this
foresight
earlier,
again, though.
you know what I mean? Like I said this earlier, like in another episode when that shit was going on, and it was like the apology, right? And he's stamping what I felt at that time because it's like, yo, I'm not. My part, I'm manning up to my.
He said Cole fan said that he foresaw everything though, and said that that's the reason why he backed out. Nah, well, he just said he doesn't. He just said he didn't know how everything was gonna happen. He said right now, I didn't know how everything was gonna play out. I didn't know how everything was gonna take place after I did what I did. He said I ain't got no crystal ball. He apologized because he didn't like how he felt. He didn't like how it felt. He didn't like what he did. His heart wasn't in it. That's why he apologized, not because he saw what was going to happen. He didn't know that he was going to get his back kicked in right after he apologized. I'm sure he didn't know the expense of that
part and what I did. I'm taking ownership as a man. I'm taking ownership as somebody who was trying to. I got other shit in my life that's going on. I got family. I got shit that's going on that I ain't really. He said he didn't know what was going on. I didn't know that shit was going to play out the way it played out. So you know what? I'm going to bow out gracefully. I'm leaving out of here because that shit ain't got nothing to do with me. So because I'm a man and going through this journey, I'm going to say, yo, I apologize for any part that I played in the bullshit that's going on. For me, that's honorable. Like however way some people take this shit is very honorable to just in the heat of the battle like that. Now, the competition part of it is like, nah, Cole shouldn't have fucking apologized. Cole, we want to hear Cole shoot them shots, boom, boom, boom. You can't shoot and then take the bullet back. You get what I'm saying? That was the image, at the message at that point in time, the response.
Nah, Melo knows exactly what he's saying right here. You can't take back what you just did. You can't take the bullet back, which I think goes to what he said in Cameron's interview. I just wanted to hit him in the foot. I just wanted to shoot him in the foot. I wanted it to be enough where it could be survivable. I could drop a diss and I don't have to be disrespected. I don't feel disrespected. I cater to a response and it doesn't, and I could be satisfied with that. He could live with that and we could rock with that. But that's not the case. If you take a shot at him, you can't take that shot back. It's irreversible. It's too late. Even if you delete it, it's already out there on the internet for people to hear. You've already established what you think. You said your piece, and now it's already too late to take any of it back. Yeah, you could apologize, but the damage is already done. You basically expressed your emotions, and that's the thing that I have right here, bro. I gotta find a way to show this to y'all. Maybe I can make the camera like larger. I don't know, but let's say real quick, a 7-minute drill. Hold on, let's put this up real quick because I got the whole fucking timeline right here. In 7-minute drill, J. Cole claims that Kendrick fell off. He disses his catalog. He dissed the Grammys, and that the debate for the Big Three shouldn't rely on the Grammys. He says in the song he was peer pressured to respond. And then the important part right here is that he's always had mixed emotion towards his rap friends. That's a very important thing to establish right here. He's expressing the fact that he's always had mixed emotions towards the people that he's friends with in the rap game. And then he claims that he loves Kendrick, but he felt the urge to reply. That's what I'm saying, bro. There was so many things that he tackled on this song that he felt his whole entire career. He felt like Kendrick was falling off. he didn't like his catalog, and he thought that he was a Grammy darling. Because again, going the first person shooter, I gotta find a way to make this larger. Going the first person shooter, they mentioned the big three topic, and Drake mentions the GOAT topic, and also claims that the Grammy discussion is really nothing. What did Drake say? I'm gonna put the Grammys on my doorstep. I'm gonna use the Grammys as a doorstep. They don't like that Grammy talk. They don't like it at all. They don't like when you start talking Grammys to them, because that is an argument that people will give them. Well, Kendrick got more Grammys than both of y'all, so he has to be the GOAT. They don't like that conversation. To them, in their mind, they think that that's offensive to them because that's the argument that they can't beat. So in 7 Minute Drill, he dismisses the Grammys. In First Person Shooter, Drake dismisses the Grammys. How are you going to dismiss the Grammys when you want to do a song with the guy that got the most Grammys?
Answers that was coming back.
Right.
But when you get through the weeds and all of that shit, I'm my own man at the end of the day.
100%.
If I could stand on what I stand on, if I could see my vision, which I ain't see the 10-year vision for the fall off, but if I know my vision and I know my journey, I'm here to get better. I ain't here to bring the bullshit. I'm alleviate myself out of this. That takes more power and more vulnerability to make that decision in the heat of what the fuck was going on.
And be ready to take what comes with it.
And be ready to stand on it.
Right.
Word up.
The other part of it though too is like, you said it. You didn't realize how entertaining it would be, right? Like for all of us that consume, it's an entertaining, but there's a real person, a real artist. You know what I'm saying? Like that
when I say entertaining to the world.
To the world, correct.
For sure.
I know exactly what you meant when you said that. But there's a real person going through this. And I think when I think of your body work, and I'm gonna tell you this, Cole, I don't do a whole lot of new folks. You one of my artists that I will turn on the new stuff. I don't turn on new stuff too often, but when you drop something, I would check it out. And just listening to you on this couch today, like the body of work makes so much sense because it feels like you have taken us on a journey with you in each of these chapters of your life. Like I feel like I can still, like, I can't listen to all these little young dudes. I just can't.
That's the thing, though. When J. Cole says, my album is a lot better now, I'm satisfied with hearing my album now, that's a slight to them because you had them on the album before you had to take them off, before you had to do all this other shit. Now you're happy about the album. I feel like he's just saying that because he knew that he needed those two guys on his album at first. And now he's more satisfied with it because he had to go back and actually try and actually work on it. Back then, he was just satisfied with having them both on there and knowing that it was going to be something crazy. I hate how he tries to say, I like it better now. Nah, bro, you would have liked it way better then if you had their features. You had to live with it and figure how I can make a better album without them on it.
But if you drop something, like we've grown up together, right? Like it is a story. And to make that decision in that moment was mature.
Absolutely.
That shows growth, right? So I remember when that happened and I was like, what are y'all talking about? Like, that's totally the move.
I appreciate it. And what I will say to that too is like, I appreciate the words that y'all saying. Thank you. But I also feel a little conflict because like, yo, there's no part of me that did it. Y'all could be up here like, Cole, I was disappointed in you and boom, boom. And I'd be like, man, I respect that. I appreciate it. You know what I mean? It wouldn't affect me. I'm not looking for affirmation. I don't want no affirmation or praise. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people that have said that to me. Yo, Cole, I respect what you did. And I do appreciate it. But just know, like, there's no part of me that want like a pat on the back for that. It's cool. Because all I did, and I did Cam interview, you've seen clips, but you ain't
just
seen
the clips.
Me and Cam go all the way. Like, he asked me and I gave him everything. You know, I have a hard time not being honest. Like if you ask me a question, I'm damn near a dangerous interview because it's like, I feel like I got to answer that shit with what's in my heart. And I gave Cam all of that. You know what I mean? So I don't want to say the exact same things that I said on Cam on here because it's there. But and by the time this come out, people would have already seen that. But what I will say, just for perspective of you, because you ain't seen the Cam interview, you know what I mean? And for all of y'all, it's like, yo, I didn't just do that because it was like sitting wrong in my spirit. It didn't feel right. I did that because I was genuinely wrong.
Absolutely.
And this is why I was wrong.
Okay.
I didn't just do it because like, man, y'all, this don't feel right. No, I was in the wrong. And this is why I was in the wrong. One, I was in the wrong because I misrepresented myself and how I feel about this person to the world, period, point blank. That's the first wrong. But the wrong that supersedes that is the reason why I did the wrong. The reason why I did the wrong was the wrongest wrong of all. I did that wrong, misrepresented myself, boom, 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 because I was afraid that if I didn't come out and do something, at least say something, like at least try to make it seem like I'm doing this, then this thing that I've been working on for 8 years at the time, this album that I've been working on and was done at that time, will come out, and they not gonna let me put it out.
The timing, yeah.
They gonna say, nope, we don't want to hear it. Nah, nigga, you still ain't addressed, dude. We don't want to hear that shit. So
that is true. That is true. Cause I get what he's saying, bro. If he didn't respond to Kendrick and then he put the album out with Kendrick on it, it would have made him look like a bitch. It would have made him look soft. But at the same time, bro, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think you should have. If you didn't want to respond, though, you shouldn't have to. If you didn't feel like you wanted to respond, if your heart wasn't in it, even in the song, bro. Again, I don't know why I have to keep bringing this shit up. He said, bro, he literally fucking said he had mixed emotions about his rap friends. He also says he was peer pressured into doing the fucking song. He said that people were gassing him up. They were telling him that he had to respond, and he did. He had no reason to if his heart wasn't in it. He had no reason to. He had no reason to do it. No reason to do it. If your heart's not in it, don't listen to your friends to do it. He said, well, I don't know why he makes the most craziest faces when I pause it, bro. That shit is insane to me. I don't know why his face looked like that. But anyways, I don't think that J. Cole would have dropped the album, right? I don't think he would have dropped the album. But I don't know, man. I don't think he should have cared what people were going to think. That's the whole problem. That's the reason why he's in the position that he is now, is because he was worried about how other people would think. To be honest, he should have never said anything. I think it would have been better if he just either two things. Either he said something, he responded, and then him and Kendrick do go back and forth, and then it doesn't get that serious. Because I still believe what he said on 7 Minute Drill wasn't a big deal. I don't think it was too crazy. I think it wasn't nothing like that Kendrick would have been hurt by, and I think if he thought that Kendrick was going to take it, then so be it. I think Kendrick would have responded accordingly. Maybe Euphoria, maybe we would have gotten the 20-minute version of Euphoria or whatever the case may be. And then we get him on the album. Because they would have accepted that this is a competition. This is me and you going at it. Fuck it. I don't think it would have gone personal like Drake and Kendrick. If J. Cole and Kendrick went at each other, I don't think it would have been as personal as the Drake and Kendrick beef. That's what I'm thinking. And I think he would have still had him on the album. I don't think he would have taken him off. And I think it would have been good after that. But you fucked up entirely by taking it back and regretting it and doing all this other shit. Nah, you folded pretty quick, bro.
Fear of fucking up the public reception of this thing that I've been working so hard on. Like, looking back, I give myself a little grace. Like, I understand why I had the fear. I've been working on it for mad long, and I was also tired and exhausted. And my thought was, oh no, this shit that I've been doing that I'm so proud of, if I put this out without saying something, I did it for nothing, damn near. Right. It's a bad, and that's a bad thought. That's a wrong thought. Because the true clear thought in that moment is, man, who gives a fuck? Like, this shit ain't about that. It's about this. The clear thought would have been, man, whatever they got going on, even if I was more directly involved in that.
Bro, but another thing, and I'm trying to respond to bro over here. He said, remember when Kendrick dropped Control Verse, he called Cole and Drake out, but Cole responded with crickets. Bro, this is exactly what I'm saying. At the end of the day, what was said on Like That wasn't even that serious. This is what I've been trying to establish on this fucking thing, bro. I gotta bring this shit back up again. On Like That, this is what Kendrick did. Kendrick dissed J. Cole. He dissed Drake. Yes, that is true. He dismisses the big three conversation. When he says, fuck the big three, it's just Big Me, there's a reason why he's saying that. It's not because he thinks, well, obviously he thinks that he's his own man and he's a better rapper, but he doesn't like that conversation. Kendrick doesn't like the big three conversation. He doesn't like what they're saying about the big three. Because when you talk about the big three, you're putting me in a framework. You're putting me in a framework. You're putting me in a box. You're putting me, you, and him in a box. I'm not going to stand for your hierarchy. So when he says fuck the big three, he's more likely saying fuck that conversation. Fuck the big three narrative. It's just big me. Basically saying I'm my own man and I do what I want. I don't need to be constricted by this fucking narrative about the big three. I don't give a fuck about the hierarchy. I refuse the hierarchy. That makes more sense now than ever before with all of this shit coming out. Kendrick, when he was saying fuck the big three, he was basically saying fuck the narratives. Fuck that narrative. Fuck the hierarchy. I don't give a fuck about y'all's hierarchy. I don't care about 2 and 3 or 1, 2 or 3. It's just me. I'm better than y'all, period, point blank. I don't give a fuck about where you rank each other or where you want to put each other at or how y'all are having a conversation or hugging on stage. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I refuse to be caught in a box. I refuse to be in this fucking plan where you want us to debate who is the greatest of all time. When I could just tell you, bro, I'm better than both of y'all. How about that? How about that? Let me just poke a hole in your bubble, bro. I'm the best, period. How about that? Because I refuse the hierarchy. I don't want the hierarchy. Again, at the same time, it also undermines him. Because if you were supposed to be on first-person shooter, and then you say no, and then you get J. Cole, and then y'all are saying everything that y'all are saying on the song, now how the fuck am I supposed to feel? Big shout out to Naomi King, man. WW. Crazy face Cole has on a million reasons why he did it, knowing he shouldn't have. So which one is it? Because it all could be damn. Cole, you have no clear thoughts, my boy. I think it's because he's trying to come up with a logical answer that is going to look good on paper instead of just telling us how he really feels. If he just says what it is, then he wouldn't be looking like that. Big shout out to Naomi King, man. W Naomi King in the chat. I don't think Kendrick gave a fuck about the big three conversation. He never did. He didn't give a fuck about that. He didn't like that conversation. He didn't like how they were trying to put us all in the box, how we have a ranking. Now there's a narrative about the hierarchy that we follow. And again, I think J. Cole was content with that big three conversation. That's why he brings it up himself, because he's happy to know, oh, if it's rap, if it's hip hop, then the best people around is me, of course, Drake and Kendrick. Yeah, I could live with that. As to where Kendrick's like, bro, I don't give a fuck about that. That affects me more than anything, because if somebody cares about their art more than they care about their ranking, then every time that people talk about one of us, they're going to talk about the other. They're not going to talk about my music. They're going to talk about us and where we stand. That's why he said, fuck the big three, bro, because I'm not going to feed into the narrative. Now everybody's going to look at us as like a three-headed dragon. Everybody's going to look at us like a three-headed dog. Like they can't think of one without the other. If we do that, they can't think of us separately. They're not going to think about my art. They're just going to compare us nonstop. He might as well just say, fuck all y'all, bro. I'm my own man. I do my own thing.
Even if Kendrick Lamar would have came out of his mouth and been like, fuck J. Cole, boom, boom, boom. Even if that was the case, a clear version of me would have been like, man, let him have that. And he didn't do nothing close to that. And I still let the fear of what the perception would be on this album dictate my next move, which was a dumb move. Because now you got to stand behind this.
Yeah.
Forever, nigga. You got to stand by. You got to go pretend like this really represents you.
Right.
Unless, and I wasn't thinking this until an hour before I went on stage, unless you now come and correct how you feel to the same world that you misrepresented yourself, and to him as well. You know what I mean? Let me let y'all know exactly who I am.
Okay.
Because I fucked up. You know what I mean? I fucked up and folded under pressure. And there's a lot even more into the story where I could tell you the week leading up to that song coming out, and like the conversations that was had and the back and forth I had internally, and ultimately fear won. You know what I mean? That's all I can really tell you in a nutshell. The fear won that day.
Yeah.
But it didn't win 2 days later. You know what I mean? Like the real me won. And then to your point, I got to take everything that come with it. And guess what?
The competitiveness.
That's what I'm getting.
I'm hearing the competitiveness got you to that point of I gotta say something. Because
because he felt some type of way that Kendrick denied first-person shooter. If Kendrick was supposed to be on first-person shooter and he denied Drake, hey, yo, Doc, can I get a drop? And he said, nah, fuck no. Fuck no. And then here comes J. Cole, the rebound guy. And then Drake tells him, oh, no, it was supposed to be me and Kendrick, bro. But you got it. You got it. You're here already. Come on, let's work. Let's do this song. You know he felt some type of way about that. So on top of that, he writes his verse. He says what he says on first-person shooter. Let me bring up the board again. He mentions the fall off. He says, I'll never fall. It's funny how my album's the fall off, even though I never fall off to be or whatever. Who's the best MC? Is it K-Dot, Aubrey, or me? And then he calls himself Muhammad Ali. There's a lot of shit that J. Cole said. Let's pull up the lyrics real quick. Because it's really J. Cole talking his shit, bro. It really is J. Cole talking his shit here. He said, just know if I diss you, I make sure you know that I hit you like I'm on your caller ID. I'm naming the album The Fall Off. It's pretty ironic because it ain't no fall off for me. Still in this bitch getting bigger, they waiting on the kid to come and drop like a father to be. Love when they argue who's the hardest MC. Is it K-Dot, is it Aubrey, or me? We the big three like we started a league, but right now I feel like Muhammad Ali. The one that they call when they shit ain't connecting no more. Feel like I got a job in IT. And then again, reminder, Kendrick is on the fall off. So when he says the one that they call when they shit ain't connected no more, that's like, bro, you're fucking saying that I'm on your album because I need you, you need me. Like like right now he's trying to throw shots, bro. Because at this time we didn't know that Kendrick was going to be on the fall off. So when he says the one that they call when they shit ain't connecting, well, if me and you were connecting together and I'm on your fucking album, what are you trying to say? That I need to work with you to make something happen? Rhyming with me is the biggest mistake. The Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake. It's like we recruited your homies to be demon deacons. We got them attending your wake. The Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake. So now they're saying, oh, me and him are equals. While the other guy is hitting me up so that way we could connect. So that way he can make a hit. Like, bro, I'm telling you, bro, he is literally saying shit and talking shit because he didn't like that he was the rebound guy. He didn't like that he was the rebound guy.
There's no way you can hear that competitively and not want to sharpen my pen too. And like, I have to say something back. I have to respond some way, somehow.
No, I can't say it was competitive. Competitively is different though. Yeah. Competitive is like, I wish I could tell you it was competitiveness. Because competitive is another, like, yo, me competitive is what the fuck I've been doing for the past 10 years. Right. That's me competitive. Me sharpening my pen, me popping up on this song, that song, my own songs and doing what I do. That's competitive to me.
Right.
Like, I wish I could tell you that competitiveness made me do that, put out that song. That wasn't competitive, nigga. That was straight fear. That was a bozo move. Like, because actually, I knew as I'm doing that song and as I'm recording that song and I'm putting it out, man, this is just enough to look like I did something. And that's my man. Like, he gonna probably give me one or two lines. He might give me a little verse, boom, boom. And I was willing to just take that. I just wanted to get past this moment so I could get to the album. So like, that's not competitive. That's far from competitive, nigga. I wish I could tell you it was competitiveness. I'll be a little more proud, you know what I mean, if that was competitiveness, but that wouldn't look like that.
Would you have decided differently if the order was reversed? Like if the album was out and then all this happened, would you let your competitive spirit sort of take over? Or the album was that important to get out first?
It depends though, because like, it's also weird because.
So he's saying him responding wasn't competitiveness. It was anger. It was frustration. He was pissed. But it's because they took that big 3 line. They took that big 3 line and got so offended by it, bro. They weren't understanding what Kendrick was saying when he said that shit. It's a lot more clearer now what the big 3 thing was. Fuck the big 3 is just big me. Fuck the narrative. Fuck the hierarchy. Fuck this ladder that you guys are trying to put me in. Fuck this box that you're trying to put me in. I'ma do me. I'm better than y'all. How about that? If y'all don't like it, if y'all want to put who's the big 3, is it me, Kendrick, or me? Then fuck it, bro. Fuck the big 3. I'm better than both of y'all. Fuck it. How about that? And that was like probably the most aggressive way to say, I don't give a fuck about this ladder. I don't give a fuck about this hierarchy. I'm going to do me. I'm going to do myself. I think I'm better than both of y'all. Y'all can live with that how y'all want to live with it. But it's not like he was trying to come out here and say, fuck J. Cole. It's not like he was out here trying to say, like, you know, in a way where he was trying to be so disrespectful. It's not like it was Meet the Grams, dog. It wasn't like it was Meet the Grams. It was a statement, yeah, but I don't think he was trying to, like, demolish them in that way. At least not at that time.
Because I know how I feel about this man.
Oh, big shout out to Damon West. Damon West, what up, bro? Appreciate you. Cole put himself in the beef when he shouldn't have. He knew it was between them two for years. He knew that the attention would be in them only, not him. So what does that say about Drake, right? If Drake wants Kendrick on first-person shooter and Kendrick tells him no, how does Drake look reaching out to J. Cole and wanting him to be on the song afterwards? And then telling J. Cole that Kendrick was supposed to be here before you, but he said no. How does that make Drake look? That makes Drake look like a snake more than ever to me. Because J. Cole could be his own man, and he could be jealous, and he could be upset that he's the rebound guy for this song. He could be like, damn, you chose Kendrick before me? You came to him before you came to me? But how does Drake look being the one to spark that up? Because Drake could have kept it to himself. Drake could have been like, oh, yeah, can you just do this song? Without telling him about Kendrick supposed to being on there. Without telling him that I chose Dot first. But he told him that information, bro. And I think that is also what, again, bro, people are in his fucking ear and they're telling him shit. And again, J. Cole is his own man. He made the mistake himself. But if Drake is openly telling you, bro, that Kendrick was supposed to be here before you, but he told me no, that has to make J. Cole feel some type of way. But who's the guy telling him that? Drake didn't have to say that, but he said it anyways because he wanted him to attack him. Low key, that's how I feel. That's how I feel. And you're right, he was in the middle of both of them. But he let the sides fucking eat at him, I guess.
You know what I mean? Like, and I know how he feel about me, at least, you know, through our communications and our dealings. It's like, damn, like, you know, I know how we feel about each other. So I know it's not actually a problem there.
For sure.
So what does competitiveness look like when you know you ain't got a problem with somebody? But then you also, at the same time,
everybody in the chat, bro,
are lumped in with somebody that you might actually have a problem with.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I'm not lumped in because you necessarily said, fuck me. But that's a great area in itself. So to your point, you're basically asking like, yo, if the fall off was out,
yeah,
and then that happened, would my competitiveness had like kicked in, or would I have been more willing to like quote unquote compete?
Right.
Well, then it depends on what you call competition. Cause it's like, yo, would I have been willing to take it where they took it?
Yeah.
With him or him? Absolutely not. Like, if that's competitiveness, I for sure would have lost.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? Because I wouldn't have been willing to take it there. And if I was willing to take it there, it only would have been because I was worried about what the world gonna say. So then even if I did take it there and somehow demolish or boom, 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 I still lost.
The fear.
Because my heart would be feeling like, nigga, you did that so that people would say that you better. You know what I mean? Like that's so it depends on what you define as competitive.
So in all this, what's your personal compass? What it feels like on your spirit?
100%, my heart.
Period.
Yeah. It is, I'm either clear enough to listen and be in tune with what's on my heart and to go with that, or I'm in a place where I'm not present enough. Shit is cloudy. I'm stressed.
Big shout out to Naomi King. Fear got you, and you still want folks to think you should be number one of the three. So he admits that he overreacted on a little ish. But if K-Dot were to say fuck Cole and more, you would have let K-Dot get away with it. Again, bro, it's that competitive nature that they're talking about. Big shout out to Naomi King. I don't think that he was going to be number one. And I think J. Cole, if he because J. Cole is the one that brings up this conversation of the big three. He's the one that brought it up in that first person shooter verse. I'll bring out the board again. Hold on. So in this, hold on. Let me see if I could. Okay, let me real quick, right? So in first person shooter, he mentions the big three. Again, we know that. That's already been established. The problem is why is he mentioning the big three? Well, before first person shooter, there's a song called Middle Child. Middle Child, it's a very complex song. It's not really that complex, but the lyrics in there are very important. Let me see if I can pull up. Because there's a thing revolving around Middle Child. Middle Child, he mentions Drake. He claims that the rap game wanted him to diss, and then he claims two legends can coexist, and that peers can coexist with amongst each other. He says he would never beef for nothing. So let's pull up the lyrics. And then we got to break down what middle child syndrome is, because I think that is very important to this conversation, right? We got to break down what middle child syndrome is. Big shout outs to Naomi King. Big shout outs to bro. Big shout outs to Damon West. What up, bro? To me, Cole is lying through his interviews. I feel like some parts he's just trying to save face. You're right. Okay, so let me bring up middle child real quick, bro. This is the first time he's mentioned Drake in a lyric, bro. Well, not the first time, but one in the relevant times during this time of this back and forth. He said, just put Rolly right back on my wrist. This watch came from Drizzy. He gave me a gift. Back when the rap game was praying I diss. They act like two legends cannot coexist. But I never beef with a guy for nothing. I never beef with a guy for nothing. If my heart's not in it, I'm not going to do it. Damn, it's funny that you say that when you go and make a diss record to Kendrick that you never wanted to do in the first place. You never wanted to beef with someone for nothing. You said this in 2019. You praised Drake. You praised him. You said, I got a gift from Drake. They pray that I diss this man. They pray that I diss anybody in this conversation. They act like two legends cannot coexist. These are my peers. I think that we could live. And then again, this song is called Middle Child. Middle Child, right? So let's pull up what Middle Child actually is, bro. Let's pull up and this is why this song is important too. So in 2019, he drops this song. But the one thing that you have to pay attention to is what middle child syndrome is a psychological condition in which middle children sometimes feel neglected by their families due to the attention that their younger and older sibling should receive, or due to the attention that the younger and older siblings receive. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? If we're talking about the big three, and J. Cole is bringing up the big three conversation in first person shooter, it's because he is content with being number two. But at that point, you're leaving the conversation up with who's going to be one and who's going to be three. You see, that's the thing that J. Cole doesn't want to admit, that even back then when he dropped the song Middle Child, this song is basically him being in between generations. But when you talk about middle child syndrome, it's also you feeling neglected because of the first sibling and the third sibling. You're saying that you're stuck in the middle. In a way, this is J. Cole saying that he's number two. And he confirms this when he does first person shooter and then he says the big three conversation. But at that time, he's already upset and he says he's Muhammad Ali, basically saying that he's the greatest. Now, again, bro, I think J. Cole was content with this big three conversation because he knew at least I would be in there. If anything, I got to be number 2. Well, then who's number 1 and who's number 3? Is Drake number 3 or is Drake number 1? Because then when we bring up first-person shooter lyrics, the Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake. When you say that, now you're saying that Kendrick is number 3. You see, and again, bro, I'm telling you, he doesn't want to admit that he went into this song bringing up the big three because he knew what was going to happen. He knew that this conversation is going to put me in that spot. Whether I'm number 1 or number 2, I could live with that. But whoever's number 3 is the person that's not on this song. Whoever's not number 3 is the person that's not on this song.
I'm living in more fear than usual, and I can't tap in with what my heart is actually saying or what my spirit is actually saying. And in that confusion, you liable to do some fugazi shit. You know what I mean? Like so. But my compass is this. Like, yo, how does that feel? And guess what? Emotions are like valid. Like fear is valid, anger is valid. All of these are valid things. But to move off of them and then make a decision off of them, that's when it's like, oh, okay. You enter a territory where you go from feeling like the victim to actually being in the wrong. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like even if the world don't say it, you know in your heart, you ain't have to take it like that. And you have to take it to that level. Not speak about for myself. I'm just talking about on an everyday level. Mm-hmm. People justify the fuck shit they do to somebody else because that person did something to them first. You know what I mean? It's like, and they ain't always going to be, and I'm not no different, but it's like, it's always going to be like, yeah, but they boom, 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 boom. So you justify it.
There we go. We got a boom, boom, boom. We got a boom, boom, boom.
In your mind, but it's like, yo,
now you acting out.
What would Jesus do? You know what I mean? Right, what would God do? What would what's the actual way to move? You know what I mean? Like, so not saying we all perfect because we far from it. We all just trying to figure this thing out.
Well, I think it's clear in this interview, he always thought that he wasn't the best. Like like it's a persona. I think later on in the interview, he says that it's just a persona. He doesn't really think that he's the best. He doesn't really think he's the greatest. He says that any given day, he thinks that Black Thought is better, Lupe is better. If he drops a 60 or a 90 fucking bar verse, he thinks that Drake and Kendrick could come up with some better shit. That's what he says in this interview later on. So yeah, I think he didn't put himself at number 1 because he was never positive of himself. He never believed in himself enough to think that he could actually go for that number 1 spot. And I think that's a reason why he brings up this big three conversation up himself, because he knows, well, if I don't think that I'm number 1, if I think that these guys are better than me, then if this conversation has me in it, I'm content with being number 2. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with me being number 2. Because it's bad enough that I can't get the number 1 spot, but it's good enough that people are talking about me like if I am supposed to be in this conversation.
But I'll be trying to move on some like, yo, what's the real version of me? How would the real version of me that's connected to God, that's forever, and how would he move? Not the version of me that's trapped in my ego right now and I'm like a little boom, boom. How would the real version of me look move?
Mm. So do you think
they have a moral compass, motherfucker? That's what
I mean, just listening to those records though, I feel like there was so many songs where you're just like, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. And correct me if I'm wrong, just listening as a fan, it almost just felt like this was gonna be friendly competition between 3 of the best of an era that we've never seen before, and then it just went super left. Like, there was so many songs where you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's not big three, it's just big me. It's not, you know, I'm the best no matter who it is, you know what I'm saying? And it felt like that for a while. And then when it took that left turn, you know, it just felt like something that just wasn't comfortable to you, or wasn't comfortable to anybody who was a fan of you?
Well, first of all, my apology came before it took that turn. Let's remember that.
Right. And there's also the conspiracies or the theories that, like, you know, people gave you the heads up. I don't know how true it is, but like,
it's not true.
Like,
it's a straight lies. Like, I wish we could do a whole season of 7 p.m. in Brooklyn and just go debunk every J. Cole every lie that was every lie. I'm so glad you said that.
There was the rumor that Drake was supposed to be at Dreamville Fest,
that actually is true. He was supposed to be.
Okay, so Drake was supposed to be there. Drake was supposed to be there. He didn't end up showing up there, apparently.
Okay.
Like that was planned. He was coming. He didn't come.
Okay.
Thank God he didn't come. No disrespect to Drake. I love Drake. But like, had he come, I would have felt more pressure to be on stage representing that energy. Yeah. Way before Kendrick's song dropped, he was supposed to come. I was trying to get Kendrick to come too. Like, that was my plan for Dreamville Fest that year. Mind you, I never got a chance to like, it's crazy because like, you know, around the time I was going to hit Kendrick, like, yo, you want to come through and make this moment? Boom, boom. I told Drake. Drake knew that it was something I wanted to happen when we was on tour. I'm like, yo, it'd be crazy if both of y'all came out of Dreamville Fest. Boom, boom. It's silly now to say, you know what I mean? It's like, nah, nigga. there were other plans in the works. But so
because y'all all supposed to be on first person shooter together, right?
No,
was
not that we were all supposed to. No. So it's I hate that with so many lies. You're actually saying
I gotta ask.
With so many lies, you're actually saying things that are like half truths.
Okay,
you know what I mean? Like Drake's supposed to be coming to Dreamville Fest. Yes, half truth. Okay. He was always going to be coming to Dreamville Fest from when we was on tour together. Right. He had always like agreed to do that. Yeah. It was only this situation that made him like, and he actually told me, he was like, and I appreciate him for doing this. He's like, yo, bro. It was after he didn't show up, but he was like, yo, bro, I didn't want to put you in a situation because he could tell when me and him talked, he could tell my heart wasn't maybe equivalent to his. So he was like, yo, I didn't want to come down there and put you in a situation on that stage and say some shit that you would have to stand behind. You know what I mean? Ultimately, that's why he told me he didn't show up. So, and I'm like, thank you. Thank God that you didn't, because it left.
So Drake had saw that J. Cole was scared and he didn't mean the disses that he put out. Okay. So he's saying that Drake knew that he was pussy. I smell something. Okay, yeah. Now I'm starting to pick up what he was saying, dog. Damn. So even Drake was disappointed in this man, bro. That shit is crazy to me, bro. God damn, bro. God damn, bro. Drake said he was scared, bro. Oh my God. Nah, that is crazy to me. So Drake, hold on, let me run that back one more time. Just to get, because this is what he said while he was at the Dreamville Fest apologizing.
Shame him for doing this. You know what I mean? Like, Drake's supposed to be coming to Dreamville Fest. Yes, half truth. He was always going to be coming to Dreamville Fest.
Right.
From when we was on tour together. Right. He had always like agreed to do that. Yeah. It was only this situation that made him like, and he actually told me, he was like, and I appreciate him for doing this. He's like, yo, bro. It was after he didn't show up, but he was like, yo, bro, I didn't want to put you in a situation because he could tell when me and him talked, he could tell my heart wasn't maybe equivalent to his. So he was like, yo, I didn't want to come down there and put you in a situation on that stage and say some shit that you would have to stand behind. You know what I mean? Ultimately, that's why he told me he didn't show up. So, and I'm like, thank you. Thank God that you didn't, because it left the space for me to receive what I was supposed to do. You know what I mean? But that's one thing you said that was like a half truth. You just said another half.
So Drake was basically saying, if we both were supposed to get on that stage and diss Kendrick, you wouldn't have believed that. You wouldn't have wanted to do that. That's what he's saying. Drake told him, if I showed up, we were going to diss Kendrick. And I'm glad I didn't, because your heart's not in it. He called him scared, bro. Oh my God, man. But he's like, thank you, bro. Thank you. It's like, nah, bro, fuck that. He called you a pussy. He basically, all those words just to say, I don't want to get on stage with your scary ass because you don't want to fucking go all the way with it. Your heart's not in it, bro. The fuck I look like going to Dreamville Fest now. The Schoolboy Q situation was false. He says it was cap. He says that Schoolboy Q never reached out to him.
Truth, which was, what was the other half?
This was all being on first person shooter together.
Oh, so I'm not gonna say we were all supposed to be. How it came to me was before that beat ever made it to me, I think Kendrick wanted that. I mean, I think Drake wanted that to be a him and Dot song.
Okay.
Like I think that's what it was. And I think my interpretation is like maybe when it wasn't moving fast enough or he wasn't getting the response he wanted, maybe he was like, let me hit Cole. Cause I think Boy Wonder was pushing like, bro, you need to hit Cole, boom, boom. Mind you. So I never looked at that song like it was gonna be all of us. I thought it was me and Drake, and I just had the beat.
Okay.
There was nothing on it. And I felt mad pressure because I wanted to come through for him. You know what I mean? I felt like he showed up at Dreamville Fest the year before that. You know what I mean? I wanted to come through for him. I had to write that verse several times.
You know what's funny with him saying that, like feeling the pressure, like Drake's verse on there is fucking ass. Like, let's just be real. Drake's verse on First Person Shooter is horrible. The person doing all the rapping is J. Cole. I mean, I'm just going to be honest, bro. If you look at First Person Shooter, Drake doesn't say shit. Like, he says, like, oh, yeah, who the GOAT, as big as the Super Bowl. Like, you know, he doesn't really say, like, a lot. He doesn't say a lot. He says very little. I mean, in the things that he says, he takes some jabs. He throws some shit out there. Who's the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who to go? And then he says, it's me and Cole. It's me and Cole. But now we know why Drake said that, right? Now we know why Drake was saying that on First Person Shooter, because he was mad that Kendrick didn't want to do the song. So again, as J. Cole is talking about the big three, Drake is saying, who to go? It's me and Cole. You see, this is the manipulative shit because he said he got the song without any of them on it. He said he got the song with just the instrumental. He sends it back to Drake, and Drake is, you know, connecting the dot. He's putting shit together. I don't know, man. I don't like how this is like coming out.
You know what I mean? So that's a half truth, kind of. But there's no part of us making that song where it's like, yo, Kendrick was supposed to be on here. Nah, I just got a beat for Drake. I want to come through for him on his album. The clock was running, you know what I mean, and winding down. Boom, and I came through. But you said something in the beginning. Damn, I want to remember.
There was somebody. I think
no, you said something about me saying. You said something about
getting a heads up.
Schoolboy Q. That's a complete lie.
Okay.
Ask Schoolboy Q. That's just like internet. Like, yo, that's a straight lie. And there's many of those. Many half truths and many way more straight lies. Like the Schoolboy Q shit is a straight lie. Like, of course, shout out to Schoolboy Q. He not gonna come out and just say it on his own. But it's like when you get a chance, ask him. It's a straight up lie. But you said something in the beginning how like on songs like how I say I'm the best on songs. It's like. Ask me in real life, do I think I'm the best rapper alive?
Do you think you're the best rapper alive?
Bro, it's a nigga named Black Thought that exists. It's a nigga named Lupe Fiasco that exists. It's niggas that on any given day, even my peers, a Drake or a Kendrick, where it's like, yo.
God damn, bro. God damn. So, okay, guys. So for anybody who thinks that J. Cole thinks he's the best rapper alive, he just told us right now he doesn't even believe that shit when he says it, bro. Pretty sad, not gonna lie. But I mean, at least he's saying the truth. At least he's saying how he feels. At least he's saying, look, man, I don't really think I'm the greatest. I don't really think I'm the greatest. As long as these guys are around, there's no way that I think that I'm the best. Again, the reason why he brings up the big three conversation is because he was content with being on there. If he was at least on there, he would be content with that because he knew that he wouldn't be the best. He knew that there was already somebody ready to take that spot. That's why he was content with being number 2. But if you're going to chalk it up that way, you're leaving Kendrick to be number 3 because Drake is on the same song saying that both of y'all are the GOATs. Both of y'all are 1 and 2.
I know on any given day I can show up to the studio and give these niggas 80. But I know they can show up on any day in the studio and give me 80. And I might only have 30. Like, so if I'm taking on a rap persona, like when I'm rapping, of course, that's what I like to, that's how I like to rap. And guess what? Sometimes I hit the mark and I say shit and I spit a verse that really might have you believe in that shit. But if you ask me in real life, do I walk around like I'm the best rapper alive? No, nigga. Like I'm the best ever? No. But when I put on that motherfucking cape, like that's how I try to attack shit. And have there been things and moments and verses where I'm writing this shit and I'm like, I know niggas not fucking with this. Absolutely. But in reality, do I walk around this earth like there's no nigga better than me in real life? Like I can't get in this
Big shout out to Matthew Mays, man. Matthew Mays in the chat, day one supporter, bro. Cole knows he messed up and didn't want smoke. That's it. Point blank, period, bro. And I get it, bro. Basketball players, everybody in every type of competition, type of sport, they're going to say that they're the best, even though people don't believe them. Like, I get what J. Cole is trying to say. Yeah, when I put the cape on, when I put the persona on, I'm going to say that I'm the best, even if my heart is not in it. Even if I don't believe it myself, I can't come out here and say that I'm ass. But at the same time, bro, there's some shit that you say where it's like, bro, if you don't believe that you say that shit when you say it, then you might as well not say it at all. Big shout out to Matthew, man.
Studio with Black Thought, and he just give me 90. You know what I mean?
In real life.
And I'm sitting there like, I got 25 for you. You know what I mean? Or any one of these amazing rappers. But I think people hear me.
I think people would respect it more. If that's not how you feel, bro, then you shouldn't just say it at all. I get it, bro. I get it. I really do. But then you start controversy when you start calling people out, or when you start saying certain shit, when you start saying things about you being the greatest, knowing that these guys are actually striving to be the greatest. Like Kendrick is striving to be the greatest of all time. That's the whole reason why he made a song called Man at the Garden. Drake is obsessed with being number one, having the number one hit, having the number one song. Drake is obsessed. They both, one thing that Kendrick and Drake have in common, they want it. They want the number one spot. They are competing for that number one spot. These are actually two people that are real competitors. At least at the end of the day, if you don't like Drake, you could give it up for him to say that he always wants to be number one. That's the problem, and that's the reason why Drake lost. Kendrick is always striving to be that. Remember the Heart Part 1. If J. Cole don't show up, you think I could take his place? Y'all remember the Heart Part 1? J. Cole running late, think I could take his place? Ladies start laughing. No pun intended. I ain't even start. What'd he say? I'm telling you, bro, he's been trying to do that shit.
Say it because they don't know me for real.
Right.
They hear me say it in a verse so much when I have on the cape.
It sounds convincing like a motherfucker.
It sounds convincing because I'm really doing that shit that's going to have a nigga like, man, nigga. No, you think when you hear it, nigga. You just scared that people actually believe that.
Yeah.
But the truth is, nigga, have I done things that are on that caliber? Absolutely. Like, are there people that'll get in there and smack me? Absolutely. Can I get in that same studio on another given day and smack them around? Absolutely. It's no different than basketball.
Mm-hmm.
How many times you done gave a nigga 50 or 40 and then turn around and he done gave you 50 or 40? Like, it's no different. You know what I mean? So like, I think people think that I like walk around with that mentality or something. It's like, bro, that's not even my character.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? To walk around thinking like,
then you shouldn't rap that way. There's no way you should be rapping like that if you don't believe it yourself, bro. If you don't believe it yourself, then you might as well just not rap like that, bro. I don't know. Like, to me, I think it's too much to weigh on you for you to be thinking this way, for you to be talking this way. If you don't believe in it, then don't say it, bro. Don't say what you don't mean, bro. Say what you mean and mean what you say, bro. Just say what you mean, bro. Because if you don't mean it, that's the reason why everything gets interpreted horribly. That's why people don't believe you when you talk, and they don't believe you when you rap. You say one thing as a rapper. This is the conversation that we've been having for a long time. You say one thing as a rapper, and then you say one thing in an interview as the person, not the rapper, J. Cole, but as Jermaine. When you're on these couches, when you're talking, you talk like a humble guy, like a chill guy. And then when you get in the booth, you start saying that you're better than everybody. You start shitting on everybody. You start saying that you're the best. Whole time, you don't even believe it when you say it. You're just saying it because you put the cape on. This is the reason why people always say there's like 3 Jermaines. This is like when we talked to Big Zoe that one time. He was like, I think he got like a split personality disorder. Like, I think he thinks he's 3 people at once. And that makes perfect sense now for what Big Zoe was saying, because you act like a rapper one moment, you act like you're the best, and then you act like you're this humble guy that's at peace with everybody, that you love everybody. And then the next moment, you're just doing something else. Like, it's crazy to think that, like, Big Zoe had caught this out a long time ago. This guy is putting on a persona, and he wants us to believe it. But when he sits on the couch, he diminishes it all.
I hope that I do something when I sit down to write that can be considered at that level. You know what I mean? But I already know it's a lot of niggas out there that, while I'm hoping, they might be doing that shit right beside me. Yeah. And they might give me 60.
Okay, now I need to know, Mello.
Yo.
Did you walk around in real life thinking that you were the best nigga to ever do it?
No, because I felt like once I navigated and understood the landscape, I placed myself where I felt like I deserve to be, right? With the respect of the game and with respect of players, and also stripping everything. It was, for me, I'm an eye test nigga. Like I need eye test. I got to see it to believe it. If I saw you and you was like that and you was nice and then my level for you is, my respect level is at an all-time high. So it's almost like you coming and saying I'm better than MJ or I'm better than, it's like I ain't even do nothing yet. But with that being said, in this realm right here, because I never played against MJ. I never played against any of those, a lot of those guys from back in the day. So I can't say if I'm better than Dr. J, if I'm better than Larry Bird, but what I will tell you, in these 2 decades that I did play, when it's time to lace these up against whoever it was, then I know where I stand at in that realm. Right. So I don't go off of like I'm the greatest nigga, I'm the best basketball player out there. I know where I stand, which is why I'm able to walk the way I walk. Today.
He's at peace with who he is. He's at peace. He knows that he'll never be MJ. Even when he was currently active in the league, it's not like he was saying that he was better than LeBron. It's not like he was saying he was better than Kobe. He knew exactly where he stood. He knew exactly where he was at. I am a high-scoring fucking player. Yeah, I could get the fucking ball in the hoop, but I am not like these guys. I don't even got a ring. Who am I to say that I'm better than these guys when they could pull up receipts and show me that I'm not? This is exactly what I'm saying, bro. Melo is satisfied with how people perceive him because he's accepting the fact that, oh yeah, I won't be like these guys. J. Cole's problem is that I'll get in the studio and lie about how I feel, and then in an interview tell you that I don't feel that way. Well, then you shouldn't be speaking that way at all, bro. You shouldn't be speaking that way at all. I know a lot of J. Cole fans are hurt right now. And hear me out, bro. I like listening to J. Cole. Like during the whole battle, bro, I listened to all these guys, bro. Like, let's just get it understood. I listened to everyone. But the problem is that I didn't realize how soft J. Cole was and how much of a persona he was putting on. And how weird Drake is. Because after I started looking up Drake, I was like, oh yeah, this guy is weird. But anyways, if your heart is not in it, then you have to ask yourself, should I be rapping this way? Should I be talking this way? Is it the right thing for me to do to act like I'm the best when I know in my heart that I'm not? And that's crazy what he said. Sometimes I get people excited. Sometimes I do hit that mark. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That means you're just hoping that people would believe what you say without you even believing in it yourself. And I think J. Cole is a great artist. I think he's a great lyricist. I think he could do what he do. But that's probably the reason why people don't fuck with his music sometimes, because they don't even believe that he believes it either.
Which is why I got the respect, and I give the respect today, because I don't walk around trying to compete with who they consider is the greatest basketball players of all time.
That's right.
He says, so Cole not being authentic. Not at all. 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 Not at all.
We got 8,000 players or some shit, like 6,000, you know what I mean? But like, I'm one of those 75. Right? So I know where I stand at. In any basketball type of conversation that you want to have in any room, when they talk about this game of basketball and skill set and really the art of this shit, then yeah, I could sit at the table. So that's how I feel about it.
Come on, Peace God. Very mature answer.
All right, man. Let's switch up the combo a little bit, Cole. You got some of the best NBA bars, sports bars we've ever heard. You know
I appreciate it.
And you know, it's only right that we go through a couple of those. And Mello, Monica, let's see if we can rank some of these best ones.
Our rankings.
Nah, J. Cole is tripping, bro. J. Cole actually made it a lot worse. I didn't know he could make it a lot worse, but he made it a lot worse. Oh my God. Yeah, nah, this is bad.
Only have 30 on any given day, even my peers, a Drake or a Kendrick, where it's like, yo, I know on any given day I can show up to the studio and give these niggas 80. But I know they can show up on any day in the studio and give me 80. And I might only have 30. Like, so if I'm taking on a rap persona, like when I'm rapping, of course, that's what I like to, that's how I like to rap. And guess what? Sometimes I hit the mark and I say.
Big shout outs to bro, Naomi King. He said, made a great point. He does hate himself for wanting to reach levels everyone else is willing to fight for, and his jealousy rules all. Big shout outs to Naomi King, man. Shout out to Crown K. Now, I get your point. Now, I agree. Because he does want the accolades. He does want the success, and he does want the praise that his peers also get. But I think he would be able to achieve that if he was just being honest with himself. If he was just honest with himself, then he could probably reach those heights. He doesn't have to put on a persona. He doesn't have to act a certain way to get people to like him. He doesn't need to do any of that. But because he does that, this is why people don't fuck with the music that he puts out half the time. Now, that is crazy that he is really going on this run. If anything, to me, bro, I think he should just stop doing the interviews now, because he's just making it worse for himself at this point. I feel like, yeah, nah.
Shit, and I'll spit a verse that really might have you believe in that shit. But if you ask me in real life, do I walk around like I'm the best rapper alive? No, nigga. Like I'm the best ever? No. But when I put on that motherfucking cape, like that's how I try to attack shit. And have there been things and moments and verses where I'm writing this shit and I'm like, I know niggas not fucking with this. Absolutely. But in reality, do I walk around this earth like there's no nigga better than me in real life? Like I can't get in the studio with Black Thought and he just give me 90. You know what I mean? And I'm sitting there like, I got 25 for you. You know what I mean? Or any one of these amazing rappers. But I think people hear me say it because they don't know me for real.
Right.
They hear me say it in a verse so much when I have on the cape.
It sounds convincing like a motherfucker.
It sounds convincing because I'm really doing that shit that's going to have a nigga like, man, nigga, no, you think.
Shout out to Stephanie. He wants the respect and praise that Kendrick gets while at the same time admitting that he only sees it as a character role. Damn, bro. Because you have to believe what you're saying. You could get the praise. If you want the praise, that's fine. Get the praise all day if you fucking want to. But you have to actually say something that you mean. If you're only just writing shit to write shit to please people, there's a people pleaser. You don't really mean it. That's annoying, bro. I hate somebody who's always trying to come around and satisfy people and don't really say how they feel. That means we'll never get to know how you really are. And in the moment of a battle, in the moment of something happening, your heart is not in it. And then we finally see the person behind the mask. We finally see the person who you really are. You're somebody that doesn't want confrontation. You're somebody that doesn't believe that you could handle the situation if it came down to it. You're somebody who is putting on a persona and you don't mean half of the shit that you say, bruh. Bro, this is the shit that I'm talking about. I don't care if J. Cole is miserable or not. That's the funny part. I don't give a fuck if he's happy or not. He is admitting this shit himself. You got to open your fucking ears and hear what the fuck he's saying. He's the one that's saying that his heart's not in it. He is rapping shit that he don't mean. What the fuck you mean that I want him to feel miserable? He feels miserable. He's telling you that he feels miserable. He is saying that himself. I'm not sitting here waiting for him to say, oh, yeah, bro, I don't think that I'm the greatest. I didn't think he was going to say that shit. No one thought that he was just going to openly admit that he's a piece of shit, that he's a piece of shit for doing the song, and that he doesn't believe himself to be great. Ain't nobody say that shit but himself. I don't give a fuck how he feels on a daily basis. You think I give a fuck if J. Cole feels miserable? How the fuck does that look? What the fuck does that mean? Are you fucking stupid? You think that I give a fuck about how J. Cole feels, bro? He's the one that's telling you. I ain't telling him to go on there and fucking make himself feel miserable. He feels that way himself. But it's because he lies. He lies. He lies. He lies. He lies. And the lies are catching up. This persona that he puts on is not real, and it's falling apart right in front of your fucking eyes, bro. Stop being a bitch and stop trying to put it on us. He feels miserable. I don't got to make him feel that way. Nobody has to try to make him feel any type of way. He feels like that himself. Now, if he's going to be honest, bro, fuck it. I respect you for being honest. I respect him for saying something like that, because nobody would have admitted that. But it's like what Carmelo said in the interview. I don't go around boasting myself as the best because I know where I stand. I'm comfortable with me standing here. J. Cole doesn't have that. J. Cole constantly wants to look like the better rapper. He constantly wants to go for the top spot. But in reality, he don't give a fuck because he knows that that's something that he can achieve by himself.
You think when you hear it, nigga, you just scared that people actually believe that.
Yeah.
But the truth is, nigga, have I done things that are on that caliber? Absolutely. Like, are there people that'll get in there and smack me? Absolutely. Can I get in that same studio on another given day and smack them around? Absolutely. It's no different than basketball.
Mm-hmm.
How many times you done gave a nigga 50 or 40
Mm-hmm.
and then turn around and he done gave you 50 or 40? Like, it's no different. You know what I mean? So like, I think people think that I like walk around with that mentality or something. It's like, bro, that's not even my character.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? To walk around thinking like, I hope that I do something when I sit down to write that can be considered at that level. You know what I mean? But I already know it's a lot of niggas out there that while I'm hoping,
Yeah.
they might be doing that shit right beside me.
Yeah.
And they might give me 60.
Okay, now I need to know, Mello,
Yo.
did you walk around in real life thinking that you were the best nigga to ever do it?
No, because I felt like once I navigated and understood the landscape, I placed myself where I felt like I deserve to be, right? With the respect of the game and with respect of players and also stripping everything. It was, for me, I'm an eye test nigga. Like, I need eye test. I got to see it to believe it. If I saw you and you was like that and you was nice and then my level for you is, my respect level is at an all-time high. So it's almost like you coming and saying, I'm better than MJ or I'm better than,
Exactly.
It's like, I ain't even do nothing yet. But with that being said, in this realm right here, because I never played against MJ. I never played against any of those, a lot of those guys from back in the day. So I can't say if I'm better than Dr. J, if I'm better than Larry Bird, if I'm not.
If you don't mean it, bro, then don't say it. If you don't mean it, then you shouldn't say anything that your heart's not in, bro. Just like the diss that he said to Kendrick Lamar. If he didn't mean that shit, he shouldn't have said it. Big shout out to Holly B for becoming a member. Welcome to the Ville. Yeah, I do think he's being honest here. Yeah, I think he is being honest here. But as far as when it comes to rapping, when it comes to him saying shit on the microphone, if he don't believe it, bro, I don't think he should be rapping it, bro. I think that causes a lot of conflict for him at the end of the day. Damn, bruh. Hold on. So it looks like the appeal with UMG and Drake has updated. God damn, what the fuck, bro? What's going on this week? What the fuck is going on this week? There's a lot of shit going on. So Aubrey Drake Graham versus UMG, an appeal from the United States Court District of the Southern District of New York. Oh shit, they updated the fuck out of this hoe. God damn. Okay. God damn, they updated this hoe, bruh. Hold on, I gotta find out if I got the right shit here. Hold on, what does it say? In spring 2024, superstar rap artist Drake and Kendrick Lamar had perhaps the most infamous rap battle in the genre's history. They slung at each other a series of diss tracks, a mainstay of the rap genre in which the artists seek to one-up each other with mockery and verbal disrespect. The vitriolic war of words took on an increasingly heated rhetoric, loaded accusations, and violent imagery. After Drake's tracks accusing Lamar of beating his fiance and not fathering one of his children, and encouraging Lamar to talk about Drake liking young girls, Lamar issued his final track in the series, Not Like Us, hurled profane and hyperbolic insults at Drake about many subjects, including taunting "Say Drake, I hear you like 'em young," and mocking Drake and his crew as certified pedophiles. Not Like Us dealt with metaphorical killing blow. The track became one of the most popular and critical acclaimed rap tracks ever, winning multiple Grammys. After the losing battle, Drake sued UMG and the record company. Damn, bro. So this is legit, bro. So this is the appeal. Oh my god. Damn, we got this shit fresh off the off the presses. God damn. Yeah, it's the appeal. Well, now we got to put that on the fucking title. Hold on. I got to fix the title now. All right, now we got that. Got that out the way. All right, so hold on. Man, this should be crazy, bruh. After losing the battle, Drake sued UMG. That's what that shit said, bro. Hold on. That shit is funny, bro. After losing the battle, Drake sued UMG. That's a funny statement, bro. After losing the battle is crazy, bro. All right, we're gonna check this out, right? We're gonna check this out one more time. Hold on. All right, so I got all this shit right here. Let me just make sure I skim through it right. Make sure there ain't nothing crazy on here. God damn. Oh, this is where he says done and foul. I don't know why he's
There's a line that Kendrick.
I'm gonna play this real quick. Give me a second, y'all.
There's a line that Kendrick said, during.
Hold on. Give me a second.
I want to say during that. like us when he said, did Cole foul? I don't know why you pretending. And I never really understood what that meant.
I honestly don't know either. Like I can't tell you.
Okay.
I don't know. You know what I mean? But shit. I couldn't tell you. If I could tell you, I would tell you.
The relationship has definitely had to be different than it was, 10 years ago, a couple years ago now.
Talking about the relationship?
Yeah, with
on
Drake
my side,
and Kendrick.
no, I actually don't know.
There's a line that Kendrick said, during the
did Cole foul? I don't know why he's still pretending. Yeah, because at the end of the day, I think that Drake really set up the play. I think he really did, man. I think he set up the play. When First Person Shooter had came out, Kendrick was supposed to be on there, didn't get him on there. Kendrick didn't want to do a song with fucking Drake. So he said, fuck that. I don't want you. I don't need you. Drake goes and gets J. Cole, and he sets up this fucking narrative on the song with the help of Drake, because I think it took both of them to really make it look like how it was. If you look at the lyrics from First Person Shooter, what Drake is saying, let's see, we get Drake right here. Yeah, right here. But the difference is just two guys playing shit that they did in the studio. Guys usually send their verses back to me, and they terrible, just like a 2-year-old. I love a dinner with some fine women, and they start debating about who the GOAT. I'm like, go ahead and say it. Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who you bitches really rooting for? Like a kid that act bad from January to November. It's just you and Cole. J. Cole in this interview says that when he did this song, he only heard the instrumental. He sent him back that verse. Now, I think that Drake added these pieces to make it look like they were going against Kendrick. Because if he's talking about the big three in his verse, in J. Cole's verse, and then Drake comes out and talks about the GOAT conversation and then finishes it by saying, it's me and Cole. In that way, I think he's trying to set up a play. It's him and me versus you. This is why I think that Drake lined up J. Cole. I've always said that Drake lined up J. Cole. I think this is one of the explanations. If J. Cole got the beat, no lyrics from Drake are being said on the song. He brings up the big three conversation. Drake brings up the GOAT conversation and says it's only the two of us. It's only the two of us. And then he says the Spider-Man meme, me and Drake looking at each other. Well, where's the other guy at? I think in a way, Kendrick knew, oh, you did him dirty, bro. You fed these narratives in his head, and at the same time, he believed you like if you're a homeboy. Now, again, J. Cole is his own man, and he said what he said, and he did what he did. But when he talks about what Drake was saying afterwards, he said, I don't want you to be on that stage. I don't want to be on that stage with you if your heart's not in it for what I'm going to say or what I'm going to do. So when he says, did Cole foul? I don't know why you're still pretending. I think Kendrick is saying the same thing. You set him up. You didn't want me on the song. I didn't want to be on your song. So you got him and put him on the song after me. You knew how that was going to be. You knew how it was going to look. You knew that either he was going to feel some type of way or you were going to try to spin the narrative in that way.
I want to say during Not Like Us when he said, did Cole foul? I don't know why you pretending. And I never really understood what that meant.
I honestly don't know either. Like I can't.
I don't even think J. Cole understands that he got played by Drake. To this day, I don't even think he thinks that he got played by Drake.
I tell you.
Okay.
I don't know. You know what I mean? But shit. I couldn't tell you. If I could tell you, I would tell you.
The relationship has definitely had those shit.
Nah, bro. I think Drake did line him up. I think he did line him up, set him up this way. And he realized he was pussy and he couldn't do it. Nah, this is bad, bro. This was a bad interview. I mean, it was a good interview in regards to how he feels, yeah, and some of the things that he covered, but it's a bad interview all around. Admits that the rapper persona is just a performance. Damn, bro. Yeah, no, this is bad. It was inconvenient for Cole because K-Dot was already on the fall off. So when he heard like that, it's probably when he realized Drake lined him up. I think so too. I think he felt some type of way after that for sure. Because now you have him on the damn. So you're saying that Drake sabotaged J. Cole's chances of having Kendrick on the fall off, is what you're saying. I thought it came out. It didn't come out. Didn't they do like a live stream? Or was that just like a premiere of Travis Scott? Because I think I saw like that they premiered something. I think Drake wanted J. Cole to go at Kendrick. I think that's another reason why he reached out to him to do first person shooter. Hold on, let me see if I could try to get this thing up here, man. I'm trying to get the shit up here, but I'm unable to. I don't know how to. I only have one camera. Hold on. There's a way that I could. So Kendrick was supposed to be on first person shooter with Drake by himself. Kendrick didn't want to do it, so he got J. Cole to do it. He tells J. Cole because he had to have known. How else does he know this information unless Drake is the one that told him? So so Drake tells J. Cole, "I need you on first person shooter." Kendrick didn't want to do it. It's almost like if he was trying to guide him into dissing Kendrick, right? It's like if Drake was guiding J. Cole to diss Kendrick the whole time. Are you saying that people are rapping like it's performing arts school? Basically, yeah. I think J. Cole knows that, but he doesn't want to believe it. But why, bro? How, is it hard to believe that you got played? I mean, is it really hard to believe that somebody played you, bro? Like, it's not that hard to believe that. I mean, the way that he's saying it, it sounds like it, right? Because if he was supposed to be on first person shooter and then he said, no, I don't want to do it. Well, fine then. I'm going to go and get your homeboy. I'm going to go and get J. Cole. Fuck it. Let me go and get J. Cole on the song. Because again, at this time, Kendrick is doing the fall off with J. Cole. There has to be some conversation between them. They have to be good, bruh. They have to be good. Yes or no? Yes or no? If they are on each other's album, if he's on his album, then that means there had to have been some type of cordial relationship. Everything should have been copacetic. They should have had some type of rapport with each other. It's not like they weren't talking to each other this whole entire time. And then J. Cole says that Drake is on the album also. So he confirmed that Kendrick is on the album and that Drake is on the album. He says that Kendrick was supposed to be on first person shooter before him. The only person that could have told him that was Drake himself. I don't know why J. Cole doesn't see it that way. I don't know how everything that he's saying, he's failing to understand that Drake set him up by doing this. How convenient for Drake that he couldn't get Kendrick on the song, so he gets J. Cole on the song. And then he makes y'all attack each other. He says some slick shit in there also. That pisses Kendrick off and gets him to say what he says. And now both of y'all are off for the races. Yeah, so Cole dropped 7-minute drill even after realizing Drake lined him up because he didn't want to look like a wuss. Then apologized and tried to fix it. And then Drake is the one that goes and says, I don't want to be on stage with you. I don't want to be on stage with you. Because you're not gonna mean what you're saying. Drake didn't want to go to Dreamville Fest because he knew that his heart wasn't in it. I don't want to be on stage if you're just going to apologize. I don't want you to say something that you don't mean. That's probably why he doesn't want to blame Drake, because Drake at the very end, when he was about to apologize, let him apologize. He said, look, bro, you're pussy. You don't want to say what you want to say. You don't want to mean what you want to mean. I'll let you bow out of this. I don't care. But that's already after he started his shit. What if Drake's whole plan was to get Kendrick off the album? I don't know, man.
Be different than it was, 10.
God damn, bro. This is bad.
On stage, Drake was there at Dreamville.
Okay.
Drake had his whole compound because I tried to get some fucking jerk chicken and they was like, we got to feed Drake's compound first.
Gotcha.
Drake was there. Drake was supposed to go on stage. I think something
After
switched
he said
up.
that shit, he said, I ain't going up there.
Well, yeah, no, I like Cole didn't want to make this, which is his thing, about the beef. And of course, I'm sure they wanted to perform still first person shooter, all those things. However,
So Drake canceled his performance.
Drake left 30 minutes before Cole went on stage. Drake was there.
This is even before.
So is Cole lying about Drake actually being there or not? Big shout out to Naomi King, man. Naomi King, W, holding it down, bro. Hugging and kissing on stage. Cole wants Drake to be his friend because he relates more to him than Kendrick. Cole loyalty has always been for Drake. Big shout outs to Naomi King, man. I think it's not really loyalty. It's really just comfortability. Like, who's he more comfortable being around? Because at the end, he said, oh, Drake is the one that gave me grace. He said, if your heart's not in it, then I don't want you to be on stage with me trying to say some shit that you don't mean. This girl is saying that Drake was there. J. Cole said that he was never there, that he was supposed to be there, but that he wasn't there. This girl was there at Dreamville Fest. And she said that Drake's team was all there together. So Drake's team's there without him? How is that going to make any sense?
Well, he said on
So
stage.
he knew what Cole was about to do. And he was like, I'm
yeah,
out.
I think
Okay.
Cole was like, "You're not finna come up here. Let's not do that." Maybe he tried. I don't know because I wasn't. I don't know. All I know is Drake was there all day.
Got you.
Had his compound like he did last year because he headlined last year with Usher.
Right.
And I saw both of them on tour. I'm sure they're still cool. All I know, and again, I don't know either of them personally. I'm just a huge Dreamville supporter stan.
Yeah.
And I know because I was in the artist compound that he was there.
Got you.
He left beforehand. And I don't know. I don't think Cole is scared. I think Cole is very smart. Cole, like you said, we ain't seen Kendrick. We don't know a lot about Cole's personal life. If knowing that it was going to be taken to this low,
mentioning their
To the
kids
flow.
and his wife.
and then
Hell.
let's be very clear. I think that
That would make you scared.
I think that Cole is
take it to hell.
I think Cole is lyrically better than everybody. And
Okay, I'm not going to agree with that. But this woman just said that Drake was there. J. Cole said,
And he actually told me, he was like, and I appreciate him for doing this. He's like, yo, bro, it was after he didn't show up, but he was like, yo, bro, I didn't want to put you in a situation. Cause he could tell when me and him talked, he could tell my heart wasn't maybe equivalent to his. So he was like, yo, I didn't want to come down there and put you in a situation on that stage and say some shit that you would have to stand behind. You know what I mean? Ultimately, that's why he told me he didn't show up. So
did he show up? Was he there or was he not there? Somebody's lying, bro. Somebody's lying. Somebody is not telling the truth. And why was his wife crying, bro? Again, man, I'm having this thought in my head that J. Cole, there's some dirt on J. Cole that they know about that he doesn't want the public to find out about. Because why would your wife cry unless they know something about y'all that they don't want to go public?
I'm like, thank you. Thank God that you didn't, because it left the space for me to receive what I was supposed to do. You know?
Okay, one more time. Hold on.
So he was like, yo, I didn't want to come down there and put you in a situation on that stage and say some shit that you would have to stand behind.
I don't want you to be on stage while I diss Kendrick and you have to stand behind that shit. So in a way, I feel like he doesn't want to blame Drake because Drake gave him an out. Drake allowed him to do this apology. But from what this woman is saying, she's saying that Drake was there. That Drake was there in that moment. Let's see if I can pull this.
Drake was there at Dreamville.
Okay.
Drake had his whole compound, because I tried to get some fucking jerk chicken and they was like, we got to feed Drake's compound first.
Gotcha.
Drake was there. Drake was supposed to go on stage. I think something
After
switched
he said
up.
that shit, he said, I ain't going up there.
Well, yeah, no, I like Cole didn't want to make.
Bro, there's some truth. There's some truth to what she's saying, but I don't want to say that she's telling everything completely how it is.
Make this, which is his thing, about the beef. And of course, you know, I'm sure they wanted to perform still first person shooter, all those things. However,
So Drake canceled his performance.
Drake left 30 minutes before Cole went on stage. Drake was there.
This is even before he said what he said on
So
stage.
he knew what Cole was about to do. And he was like,
yeah,
I'm out.
I think
Okay.
Cole was like, "You not finna come up here. Let's not do that." Maybe he tried. I don't know, because I wasn't. I don't know. All I know is Drake was there all day.
Got you.
Had his compound like he did last year, because he headlined last year with Usher.
Right.
And
so then it could be two things. Either Drake was there, J. Cole told him he was going to apologize, and Drake said, well, I'm not going on stage because I'm not going to say something and then you over here have to back me up on it, even though you don't want to. So that he leaves. Versus J. Cole saying that Drake wasn't there at all, and he told him what he was going to do, and then Drake had gave him the answer that he said. Either way, it's like the same thing. I think it's more embarrassing on J. Cole's part to know that Drake was there, was supposed to be on stage with you. You told him what you were going to do, and he didn't want to be on stage anymore. Nah, bro. That is bad. That is bad. That's a bad look. Big shout out to Rigo in the chat, y'all. That is a bad look. Both stories could be true. They told old girl that Drake had a compound, but he never came through, according to Cole. I think both could be true. I think what really is the lie in the situation is if Drake was there physically. Ate the jerk chicken and dip is crazy. Ate the jerk chicken and dip from the compound is crazy. Not for real. Bro just got there for the free meal and left. I think that both are true. In a way, it's just really if he was there in person or not.
And, I saw both of them on tour. I'm sure they're still cool. All I know, and again, I don't know either of them personally. I'm just a huge Dreamville like supporter stan.
Yeah.
And I know because I was in the artist compound that he was there.
Got you.
He left beforehand. And I don't know. I don't think Cole is scared. I think Cole is very smart. Cole, like you said, we ain't seen Kendrick. We don't know a lot about Cole's personal life. If knowing that it was going to be taken to this low,
mentioning their
To the
kids
flow.
and his wife.
and then let's be very clear. I think that
That would make you scared.
I think that Cole
What's this right here? J. Cole says he didn't foresee how crazy the Drake and Kendrick battle would get after he apologized.
Before that apology took place, man. And you know, it's just, I don't know. I feel like you're not giving yourself enough credit. I think people do want to kind of hear where you stand off, and because you had that foresight to be like, this doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah, but that's all I can speak on. I can only speak on how I felt at the time, and it wasn't foresight in the sense of like I knew anything that was happening. I just knew how I felt. It wasn't foresight. It was hindsight, if anything.
Okay.
It was like, oh God, I can just feel how.
I pulled the plug because I've seen where this was about to go. They wanted blood. They wanted clicks. They wanted clicks to make the pockets grow. Yeah, now I see what they're saying.
How I feel. You know what I mean? On my heart and on my spirit. So,
but again, this is a persona. Again, this is not really how he feels, but he was critiquing the battle at this point. He was trying to act like he had the foresight of seeing what happened in his music. But when you talk to him in the interview, he's like, I didn't know how it was going to turn out. He is not telling the truth, bro. He is lying in this interview. He's lying. He just said, I don't have the foresight. But then in the song, you said, I pulled the plug because I seen where it was about to go.
As well. I don't know. I feel like you're not giving yourself enough credit. I think people do want to kind of hear where you stand off, and because you had that foresight to be like, this doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah, but that's all I can speak on. I can only speak on how I felt at the time, and it wasn't foresight in the sense of like I knew anything that was happening. I just knew how I felt. It wasn't foresight. It was hindsight, if anything.
Okay.
It was like, oh God, I can just feel how I feel. You know what I mean? On my heart and on my spirit. So it's like, there was no magic ball that I knew. I had no clue how that shit was going to go. Like, to tell you the truth.
Nah. I pulled the plug because I've seen where this shit was about to go. He lied, bro. See, this is exactly what I'm saying. The reason why I pull up that girl in that clip is because he's lying about Drake being there, and he's lying about how he thought the battle was going to go. In the previous song, he just said, in Port Antonio, he just said, I knew where this was going to go. But now you're saying that you didn't have a crystal ball and you couldn't predict what's going to happen. This is a contradiction, if anything. This is a contradiction, bro. He is contradicting the fuck out of himself in this fucking interview. So he's lying about Drake being there. He's lying about how he felt about the battle. What else is he lying about? And I'm not trying to pick apart J. Cole. I'm just going over the contradictions in these interviews. I'm not trying to make him look worse than he already makes himself look. I'm just trying to make sense of what he's saying, because he says one thing and then he goes and says another. I'm just trying to see exactly where the truth falls.
I actually feel like how I probably thought it would go was a little more regular than even how it went. It outdid anything I could have imagined. You know what I mean? In terms of like how tense that shit got, and how entertaining it got to the world. You know what I mean? It's like I couldn't have foresaw none of that shit. Like I just knew how I felt. So that's all I can speak to.
Got you.
Even me earlier speaking to them, whether they get back together or whatever, where they quit, I can't speak to that. Like,
I mean, yeah, that's fair. I mean, you can't speak about their relationship and what they're going to do in the future, but you're lying or contradicting yourself in saying that you couldn't predict how it happened when you're in a song in Port Antonio saying that I pulled the plug because I've seen where it was about to go. They wanted blood. They wanted clicks to make their pockets grow. When you say shit like that, bro, when you're saying shit like that, you're basically admitting that you knew it was going to get bad and that you backed out of the battle. You're lying in this interview. just like you lied about Drake being there. That I think is a fair assessment, right? That's not saying I'm not trying to bash. Again, I'm not trying to bash J. Cole. I don't want to like say like that he's an ass or whatever the fuck, but he is lying though. Nah, Drake was there, bro. Yeah, this interview is pretty bad. I mean, it's pretty embarrassing at this point. Does it feel like he's jealous that K Dot is more for the culture than both of them? Being that he's more like Drake? I don't know, man. I think to me, he wants to be in that conversation. I think what matters to him is being in that conversation, getting the recognition, people giving him the praise. That's why he brought up the Big Three conversation in the first place. UMG responded to the appeal. Yeah, we're probably going to run into that appeal situation right now. We're going to talk about it. It had just updated while we were watching this, so we're definitely going to check out the appeal. Let me just change the title. Let me reverse the title a little bit, so that way people can know that we're talking about that now. Yeah, nah, man. I think it's a bad look, honestly, that J. Cole is still trying to like say half the truth. They're saying that there's half truths that we're saying, but realistically, he's the one that's saying the half truths. He's the one that's not being honest with himself in this interview. What's so bad about Drake being there when you apologize? Is because like what, you feel bad about that or what? Or did he tell you not to say that? I'm not sure. Hugging and kissing on stage. Cole wants Drake to be his friend because he relates to him more than Kendrick. Cole loyalty has always been for Drake. You know, it's crazy though, because I think like the history goes back, like again, when I brought up Middle Child, he's been cool with Drake since 2019, since Jodeci Freestyle, since all this other shit. He does have relationships with both of them. But I'm going to be honest, bro. I think Drake played on the relationship. I think he played on J. Cole's weaknesses. Is that fair to say? Did Drake play on J. Cole's weaknesses? I think that could be true also. I think Cole can relate to Drake more, maybe in that sense of whatever they got in common, whatever they could relate to. What, both of them like basketball, I guess. But I could see Drake using J. Cole's weaknesses to his advantage, using his perception to his advantage. In this interview, he said he talked to Drake and Drake felt different from him. He's seen where it was about to go because he had the convo with Drake. Exactly. And I think that's why he tries to act like Drake is still a good guy, because he gave me the grace to apologize. It's not that he gave you the grace, bro. He called you a pussy and he didn't see that your heart was in it. I think that's the problem, is that he thinks it's grace, but really he's just looking at him as a coward. I think they both were using each other. That's a fair assessment too. Big shout out to O'Shea, by the way. Big shout out to Naomi King, Holly B for becoming a member. Big shout out to O'Shea. Now, I think it's true, bro. I think two things could be true at once. I think they both were using each other. That's a good statement, Rigo. Yes, I've said this too. And Cole runs along with that shit. They had to have spoken about first person shooter, and he included Dot in the lyrics. That's what I'm saying, bro, because if Drake wanted you on the song and you say yes, the only way that you would know that Kendrick was going to be on the song before you is if Drake had told you that information beforehand. The only way that J. Cole would have known that this was a Kendrick and Drake song is that if Drake told him that. But why would Drake tell him that? Why would Drake tell J. Cole that Kendrick was supposed to be on the song first? Was it to make him feel some type of way? Was he venting to J. Cole? Was he trying to explain his frustration about Kendrick Lamar? Like, are they pillow talking at this point? Like, are they gossiping about Kendrick Lamar? And that's what I hate too. Like in reality, like when we have these friends, right? Me and you could have a friend group, right? And one friend cannot like me, and I don't like that guy, right? But we have mutual friends. How do I know that when you go and hang out with him, y'all aren't saying shit behind my back? It's reality, bro. Like we all had friends in our friend group that don't like us, right? There's some secret animosity. We don't even know it, but there's some secret animosity amongst the friend group. And when we're not around, there's certain people that talk shit about us behind our back. That happens all the time. If Drake has constantly been wanting to get Kendrick on a song, if he's been constantly asking him to get on a verse, and he refuses a numerous amount of times, he refused first person shooter. J. Cole steps on the scene because he said, if I can't get it from him, then I'll just go to J. Cole. Now they're gossiping, bro. Now they're talking shit about Kendrick. Yeah, he didn't want to do the verse. But I always be trying. He think he better than me and shit. He think he better than you. You see, that's the thing. See, that's the thing, bro. Why don't he want to do the verse? And then J. Cole's like, well, I don't know, man. I have him on my album. Oh, he's on your album? Like, yeah, he's on my album. Interesting. You see, and this is exactly where I think that Drake becomes a snake. Oh, so he doesn't want to do a song with me, but he wants to be on your album. You see? That's the part right there where I'm like, yeah. How did J. Cole not see that? That's what I'm saying. And this is exactly why I was talking about this when I went over Whacked Out Murals the first time. If they say it's love, then you've been lied to. A couple rules of engagement, I'ma guide you. That's what Kendrick was saying in Whacked Out Murals. And I was saying that previously. Kendrick was trying to, like, don't be sorry, J. Cole. Be careful. Don't be sorry. Fuck your apology. You better be careful, especially with the people that you want to be around. There's a reason why Kendrick don't want to get on a song with Drake. It has more to do with anything about Drake as a person than it is that Drake as an artist trying to get the number one. I think Kendrick knows the snake activity that Drake is like a part of. Why do you want to work with me so bad? Is it to make yourself look good? Or is it because you genuinely want to do a song with me? Even the way that J. Cole did this song with Drake, he said that he sent him the beat. It's not like they're in the studio together. He said they sent him the beat. Maybe afterwards they clicked up. Maybe afterwards they started hanging out. But he said he sent him the beat by itself, just the instrumental. Apology Man and Iceman is crazy, bro. That is a crazy statement, man. Nah, you're right. Apology Man and Iceman up next. Nah, that's crazy, bro. That is crazy. I just don't understand why J. Cole doesn't want to look at the fact that Drake really backdoored him. He what's it called when you disrupt something? Sabotage. He sabotaged the fuck out of J. Cole's album. He wasn't happy that J. Cole can get a verse from Kendrick and that he couldn't get a verse for his own song. So he did this weird ass shit, this snake ass shit where I'm going to get him on my song. and I'm gonna make him feel some type of way about Kendrick, and I'm gonna sabotage that rollout. I'm gonna sabotage that album by putting him on my song. Damn, bro, nah, that's fucked up. Now, Regal preaching, y'all. I'm not the candidate that you want to vibe with. I'm not with the kumbaya shit. Nah, for real, bro. You're not wrong. It's getting tricky out here, y'all. And I can't believe, and I think J. Cole's too much of a people pleaser to call out any type of bullshit that's happened to him, bro. I think he got hold. I think Drake fucked up his rollout. He fucked up his album. It wasn't just Kendrick fucking up the album. It's how you got there in the first place. You wouldn't have done any of the things that you did if it wasn't Drake being in your corner, bro. I think Drake had a lot to play into the reason why they had to fall out themselves, bro. Cole said Jay-Z didn't help him. Cole said it was like slavery under Jay-Z. What the F, bro? Jay-Z said he offered you some help and you didn't want it. If you don't want it, at least don't blame him. Damn, so he called out Jay-Z too? God damn. I think that's a good way to put it, James. Big shout out to James Thomas. Drake was the serpent to J. Cole's Eve. Woo! The serpent is crazy. The serpent is wild. Nah, I agree, man. I agree. I think he definitely was saying sweet nothings in his ear, bro. I think he definitely was telling some shit. He knew what was coming. He knew exactly what was going to happen. What's this right here? People pulling this shit up right here. Okay, I reset the watch. Time to eat. 24 karat Wagyu. Your boys got some shine off the beef. Fake woke, fake deep. You ain't no fame before me. Gave your ass a little sneak peek. Now you got to take a back seat. The fuck? Drake literally dissed Kendrick a few months before First Person Shooter even came out. This is what Kendrick was referring to when he said, surprised you wanted that feature request. You know we got some shit to address. Constant sneak disses, Kendrick didn't take the bait. Fake woke, fake deep. You ain't no fame before me. Gave your ass a little sneak peek. Now you got to take the back seat. Your boy got the shine off the beef. Your boy got the shine off the beef. The track's title was confirmed on September 29, 2022 through an Instagram story post by photographer Noah Dillon. On April 7, 2023, the song was mostly previewed on Drake's radio station Sound 42 on Sirius XM, cutting off at Lil Uzi Vert's second verse. The song will potentially be featured in the third installment of Drake's Scary Hours EP. This was also a shot. How do I say that? This was also a shot at Dot referring to Mr. Morale. Dot references this on Like That. I think I won't drop the location. I still got PTSD and on Euphoria. Fuck all that pushing P. I'm steady pushing P. You guys pushing PTSD. I'm pushing P. You guys are pushing PTSD. That shit is funny, bro. No. You guys are pushing PTSD is crazy. Like now that I've everything that's coming out the way that it is, yeah, that's a pretty funny line. Also in 2021, Kendrick smoking on top 5. Stop playing. I'm that guy. Number 2, DM in my bitch. That's cool. I don't ask why. Dot has code and ethics. Some of these industry guys would have taken their feature regardless. So because there is some type of morals that people live with. There's some type of integrity that Kendrick walks around with that other rappers probably don't. If Drake doesn't like Kendrick at all, and he's been subbing him the whole time, why does he want him on first person shooter? If they've been dissing each other behind the scenes, subbing each other for so long, why does Drake still want to work with Kendrick? Surprised you wanted that feature request. You know we have some shit to address. Why did Drake want to work with Kendrick? I think that's the biggest answer now, right? Check the temperature of your enemy. But that's crazy, bro. That's like if I was beefing with a guy and then he told me to pull up to his street. That's like if I'm beefing with somebody from my block, bro, and he told me to pull up. What the fuck? You think that I'm going to pull up to you? After all the shit that you said, these are just some lyrics that Drake has said in the past. He's also dissed him in 100 with The Game. He's also said shit in the past before that. We also had Jodeci Freestyle. There was a lot of things that were said on both sides. Drake was subbing Kendrick, and Kendrick was calling out them. When we have the control verse and all this other shit like that, the Heart Part 4, all this other shit like that. Oh, wait. So who is the Heart Part 4 about? Who is the Heart Part 4 about? I was just playing, K. Dot. You know I'm kidding. Shut the fuck up. You sound like the last guy I know. Oh. You think you could diss me? You think you do this shit to me? Oh, no, my bad. I didn't mean to yell. I'm starting to see it now. He's simply delusional and can't take no for an answer. He's like one of those psycho stalkers who thinks friendly gesture is you. I think I saw a video about this. It's not a sociopath. Is it a sociopath? It's like you're a horrible person. You do horrible things, but you act so nonchalant about things that you don't even like acknowledge that your nature is horrible. I forgot what it was called. Is it a sociopath? I forgot what it was. Or like a narcissist. The Heart Part 4 is definitely about Drake and Cole now. Let's pull up the Heart Part 4. Oh, I was just kidding, K. Dot. Shut the fuck up. You sound like the last guy that I know. Yeah. Shit. Hold on. We're gonna get to the appeal right now in a second. Damn, bro. And Drake was still asking for a verse? That is crazy to me, is it not? That is crazy, bro. Yeah, the beat was Fear before the switch up. That's what I always like. He used Fear twice. He used it in Damn right after this. Well, they applied because he was talking to Drake way back then. But Drake doesn't know how to take a fucking hint. Drake can't take no for a fucking answer. I don't want to work with you, bro. And again, bro, I had this theory, and it's kind of like it goes to where J. Cole and Drake and their relationship, their dynamic, and how they set up first person shooter, because J. Cole has always been content with coexisting with his counterparts, you know, with the other people in his circle, whether it's J. Cole or Drake or Kendrick. He was okay with that. He was okay with living like that. Drake, he wants the #1 spot. And he knew that if I work with Kendrick, I'm going to look like the bigger artist. In his mind, he thinks that if I get Kendrick on the song, I'm going to show the world that I'm the better. I don't know how. I don't know why he thinks that, but that's what he wants. And maybe he just wants the #1. Maybe he just wants the attention. Remember, Drake is sloppy and always and will be sloppy. Move sloppy. We see it in the rollouts, lack of merch, how he lost the battle, not been knowing. Yeah, maybe he don't want to fuck with somebody who don't really put their heart into this shit. Hey, Doc, can I get a drop? He's like, hell no. Fuck no. No, that is crazy to me, bro. All right, so we're gonna check out the appeal in a few. Any last final thoughts on this situation? Should I run it back one more time? I want to be friends, bro. I don't want to be friends. I want that #1 spot, and I'm willing to take you out, take him out to fucking get it. I don't give a fuck. I'm not here to be friends. I'm not here to be friends. Oh, okay, Dad. I was just playing. You know, I fuck with you, bro. Imagine Drake saying that. Imagine Drake being the one to say that. And he's like, fuck that. After all the sneak dissing that you say about me, after all the lyrics that we just read, your boy got the shine off the beef. Fake woke, fake deep. You ain't no fame before me. Get your ass a little sneak peek. Now you got to take a back seat. Nah, bro, that was definitely a diss, bro. But you want me to work with you. You want me to work with you. That is fucking crazy. The majority of Drake Grammys were features from popular rappers. And the reason why that song went #1 with him and J. Cole is because he had J. Cole on there. He needed J. Cole to go #1 with first person shooter, regardless. It took both of them to get it. I thought that was for Big Sean. If anything, I think it's for anybody who had those type of sentiments. Big Sean had the similar sentiments also at that time, because of the control verse and all this other shit. I know what you're saying, bro, because I thought so too. I thought so, but now it feels like, I don't know. There's a reason why he doesn't say a name to it. I don't think Big Sean is the only one that felt that way. Or I don't think Big Sean was the only person that Kendrick felt that way towards. Oh, you don't want to clash. I know. You don't want to battle me. That was for Cole. I get it. And Kendrick didn't want to sign off without hearing Drake's verse, because Drake has the habit, if he can't get things his way, then he will still leak it. No, that's true. That's true. He's a dirty guy to work with. It's not a fair guy to work with. If it doesn't go his way, he's going to see an alternative that's going to dissatisfy you. Okay, so now we're gonna go over shit. We got to go over the lawsuit. Now we got to go over the appeal because the appeal has finally updated, y'all. After a long-awaited time, we finally get to the appeal. Now, some people are sharing what the appeal is saying. We're gonna go over the whole thing. So again, I need to get a water, grab your popcorn, grab all this shit because we're about to go over this fucking appeal, man. I think there's some stuff that we could skim over, like if they're going over the battle and over how things were done, then we'll talk about that and just skim through it a little bit. So one of the posts right here, big shout out to Whipping Feet, man. W Whipping Feet in the chat. He said UMG's response to Drake lawsuit appeal with their brief. Rumors about Drake's relationship with minors predate Not Like Us. God damn. God damn. Look, bro, and that's the thing. A lot of people want to talk about smear campaigns. A lot of people want to talk about smear campaigns and the whole nine. Bro, they're not even getting into the rumors or allegations. They're literally pulling up clips that you could find on Twitter without any type of hesitation, without any type of issue or problem. I could type in Drake on stage, and then that shit's going to pull up like nothing. Rumors about Drake's relationship with minors predate Not Like Us and have been widely reported. And you know what's so funny about first-person shooter? You know what's so fucking retarded about fucking Drake talking about shit on first-person shooter? I'll show you, bro. This is how stupid Drake is. Drake's a fucking, like, idiot. Look at this shit. Hold on, I gotta wait for this shit to load and shit. Hold on. Drake's a fucking idiot, bro. Look at this shit. This is when they bring up the Grammys, bro. It's so fucking idiotic. This is first-person shooter, y'all. He says, they know the boy. Hold on. Oh, my God. They know the boy, the one they got to boycott. I told Jimmy Jam I use a Grammy as a doorstop. Jimmy Jam is an American producer and actor who is also the father of Drake's alleged ex-girlfriend, the then 18-year-old Bella Harris, back in 2018. He brings up the 18-year-old that he dated. He brought up her father. Jimmy Jam, I use a Grammy as a doorstep. He's bringing up the time that he was dating this girl and talking to her dad, the 18-year-old, the same girl that, what was her fucking, hold on, this bitch. Bella Harris, what we know about the 18-year-old model reportedly dating Drake. He even brings it up in first-person shooter, bro, when he brings up talking to her dad. And then we're reading these lawsuits, right? People are like, oh, they just came out the wind with these fucking rumors and allegations and these smear campaigns. Bro, he brought it up in first-person shooter with J. Cole. The relationship with minors predate Not Like Us. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Hold on, let me zoom this in. Like, he brought it up himself, bro. I'm not even kidding. Now, her dad is a producer, but it's funny, like, out of all the producers to bring up, you bring up a fucking 18-year-old father, like 18-year-old daughter's father. Listeners would think that the defendant was accusing plaintiff of being a pedophile based on the undisclosed information known only to him. Here, rumors about Drake's relationship with minors predate Not Like Us and have been widely reported. Lamar is indicating Drake for years of rumors and speculations around his misbehavior around minors, finding that Drake's invitation in tailor-made freestyle that Lamar should talk about Drake liking young girls clearly prods Lamar to discuss pre-existing rumors about Drake's interest in minors. Drake confirmed that he understood the track to refer to this history. The Epstein angle was the shit I expected. Only fucking with Whitney's, not Millie Bobby Brown's. Okay. Drake has no meaningful response. He primarily resorts to Albert versus Loxon, a case that nowhere mentions mixed opinion. He otherwise quote lyrics from other songs in the feud. Drake having inappropriate sexual relationships with youngins is a topic Drake has had to debunk in the past. Not Like Us reflects these rumors surrounding Drake's personal life. When Millie Bobby Brown was 13, She met Drake at a concert. He was 30 or 31 at the time. She said that they would text a lot in interviews. Yeah, grown-ass man texting a 13-year-old girl is fucking crazy, bro. Like, I don't care how famous you are. I don't care how fucking rich you are. If you are texting a girl that is 13 years old and you are 31, you're 13 backwards, bro. Like, what the fuck is this, bro? 13 again? Like, you are 31 back. Like, what? There's no reason why you should be texting a girl who's 13 when you're a grown man in his 30s, bro. He's like, I'm just a 30-year-old boy. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? So let's read this shit, bro. Y'all got y'all popcorn and shit? I'm gonna skip through all the shit that we've already read in the past. I'm gonna skip all that other shit, all right? Corporate disclosure statement, UMG recording wholly owned, indirect subsidiary of Universal Music Group, Nevada. Okay, let's see. We're going to have to skim through some of this shit. So this is usually what, okay. I like to look at this because this kind of gives us like, it's like a, tells us where to look at. Let's see. Not Like Us is not mixed opinion. All right, so let's see what they say right here. Not Like Us is not mixed opinion. Drake's fallback position is that even if Not Like Us conveys opinion, it constitutes actionable mixed opinion. He says 2 lyrics leave the impression that Lamar has insider knowledge of Drake's alleged sexual misconduct. They are, rabbit holes is deep. We can go further, I promise. And say, Drake, I hear you like I'm young. The district court rightly rejected this argument. The government legal framework is essentially the same as that above. A reasonable person standard is used to assess as a question of law whether a statement implies undisclosed facts, making it mixed. The rabbit hole is classically fantastic, not home for factual fodder. As the district court noted, it's not all clear that Drake's framing is a natural reading of the lyrics. Regardless, the argument fails as a matter of law for all the reasons otherwise discussed. Basically, they're saying that when Kendrick says the rabbit hole, he is saying that this is alleged. Keep it alleged, y'all. The rabbit hole is deep. I could go further, I promise. It's just a hint of him saying there is allegations, there is rumors. Again, a rabbit hole is a rabbit hole based off of theories and allegations. He is not, and based off of that phrase, he is not saying that this is true. He is saying, I know things. We could go further, but he is not saying that those are factual basis claims. And I think that is fair to say, completely honest with you. I think it is fair to say that if you refer to something as a rabbit hole, you are trying to say it's more so of a conspiracy than it is actual fact. So again, W for the law for them saying like, yeah, nah. He didn't say, he never said it was true. Let's kind of see where we go from here. Factual background. Let's see what factual background says. The parties. UMG is a global music company that contracts with some of the biggest artists in the world. These artists include Drake, Lamar, both world-famous performers. Drake is one of the best-selling music artists of all time. Lamar has sold hundreds of millions of albums and has won a Pulitzer Prize. The rap beef, competition, and verbal sparring have been integral to rap music since the art form's inception in the 1970s. Braggadocio, hyperbole, and competitive wordplay are among rap's most defining artistic practices, where exaggeration and lyric cleverness take precedence over the truth. Indeed, scholars trace rap's roots to the dozens, a verbal game in which participants trade insulting rhymes until one opponent is unable to respond. Rap battles and diss tracks are often vicious, graphic, and hyperbolic, and rap lyrics regularly contain accusations of disruptible conduct, including illegal behavior. Rap's history is rich with these battles, and Drake is prolific combatant it, having traded disses with many tracks of artists before Lamar, like Meek Mill and other people that he got into a rap beef with before Kendrick, Pusha T, and all of these other people. So they're saying that Drake has had a history of battle rapping in the past, so he knows what it is. It's not like this shit is new. It's not like this shit is something that he just found out about yesterday. He been known what this shit was. He been known what this shit was a long time ago. I gotta exit out some of this shit too. All right, so the parties, the rap beef, Not Like Us, was a massive success. Oh my god. Let's see this one. Not Like Us was a massive success. Not Like Us was 2024's best-selling rap track, and Rolling Stone deemed it 2024's biggest moment in music. It won 5 Grammy Awards, Record of the Year, Song of the Year, Best Rap Performance, Best Rap Song, and Best Music Video. Lamar performed a live version at the Super Bowl halftime show in February 2025. Procedural history. Weeks before the Super Bowl performance, Drake filed a suit asserting claims for defamation, second-degree harassment, and under GBL, ECF number 1, the GBL claim was based on false assertion that UMG used bots to stream. Bots are software programs designed to mimic human behavior to appear to be real social media accounts. We know that too fondly over here, bro. When I was watching the J. Cole interview, the bots started flooding the fucking chat, bro. They flood Twitter, they flood everything. Any social media account, the bots are going to take a role and try to act like they're humans. They're going to, and again, going back to Melissa Nathan, going back to all this shit. How does Drake know about bots? Because he uses a PR team that uses bots themselves. That's the crazy part about Drake and talking about bots. To me, this is a lot of projection. And I've talked about this a lot. A lot of this has to do with projection of what Drake thinks because he uses those same tactics. The assertion was directly refuted by the source Drake relied on. After UMG sent a Rule 11 letter, Drake agreed to withdraw and correct the allegation. Drake filed an amended complaint on April 16, 2025, asserting that the same 3 claims the district, Vargas J, granted UMG's motion to dismiss in full, relying heavily on authorities by this court and New York Court of Appeals. On defamation, the court recognized that New York's Constitution provides for absolute protection of opinions. It explained that the courts must therefore determine as a question of law whether challenge statements convey fact or opinion by considering whether the full context of the communication signals to reasonable readers or listeners that it was being read or heard is likely to be opinion, not fact. Applying the framework, the court held that Not Like Us cannot reasonably be understood to convey factual matter. It analyzed the forum in which Not Like Us was published, the surrounding circumstances, the tone and language of the song, and its apparent purpose. The court concluded that the forum of Not Like Us, a rap diss track, would not convey to the reasonable listener that it is a product of a thoughtful, disinterested investigation, conveying fact-checked, verifiable content. So they're saying what Kendrick said and Not Like Us was all just allegations, was all just hyperbolic slurs. It was nothing that was ever fact-checked. It wasn't something that he was trying to spin off as the truth. It was just shit that he was saying in a rap battle that offended Drake to the point where he had to sue about it. Fact-checked, verifiable content. It's not like Kendrick went out his way trying to figure out and try to spin this off as a truth. It'll be one thing if Kendrick had made the song Not Like Us and tried to say, this is 100% fact. This is 100% real. He never said shit like that. He said, the rabbit hole goes deep. I could go further, I promise. Hey, Drake, I heard you like them young. I heard. Certified lover boy, certified pedophiles. Like, he is not actually saying that these are factual bases. Like, he is just giving an opinion based off of the sport that we call hip hop, based off the sport that we call battle rap. The court reasoned that surrounding circumstances, the track was published as a part of a heated public feud, and both participants exchanged progressively caustic, inflammatory insults and accusations, provided precisely the type of context in which an audience may anticipate the use of epithets, fiery rhetoric, and hyperbole rather than factual assertions. And the track's language and tone reinforce that it can only be reasonably understood as opinion because it's a repellent with profanity, trash talking, threats of violence, and figurative and hyperbolic language, all of which are indicia of opinion. The court found upon full consideration of the context in which Not Like Us was published that the reasonable listener could not have concluded that the song was conveying objective fact about Drake. Using the contextual analysis that the court also rejected Drake's contention that Not Like Us constitute actionable mixed opinion. In the context of that rap diss battle, no reasonable person would listen to Not Like Us and assume that Lamar uniquely had access to credible, provable facts that revealed Drake to be a pedophile. Now, again, we're talking about Not Like Us. We're talking about the cover photo of Not Like Us. We're talking about this song in particular. It's funny how we never get to Meet the Grams. It's funny how the argument is to Not Like Us, because obviously it's the bigger song. But if you ask me, the most scathing diss track to me had always been Meet the Grams. The most offensive diss track to me, where you could make an argument about, is he saying something? Is he trying to say he has information? Would have always, to me, been Meet the Grams. And it's not really because of what Kendrick is saying, but it's the cover photo and how it was found. It's the people that worked at the Mark Hotel. It was Ebony Prince that was hinting more towards shit on his own terms versus Kendrick saying shit that he heard. You see what I'm saying, bro? So essentially, Meet the Grams is probably more scathing to this argument. However, they never got to that point. It never, because his main concern was Not Like Us and how this song was such a big deal and how it just took the internet by storm, the people by storm, the hip hop community by storm. In reality, if you really wanted to say a fair argument, I think Meet the Grams has more scathing information than anything. But again, they never even got to that point. It never really reached that limit, in my opinion, bro. In the context of a rap battle, no reasonable person would listen to Not Like Us and assume that Lamar uniquely had access to credible, provable facts that revealed that Drake is a PDF. The court dismissed Drake's harassment claim, holding that NY Penal Law 24263 does not create an implied private right of action. SPA 2933, the court reasoned that the recognizing a private right of action could be inconsistent with legislative intent, and the legislator conferred authority to enforce criminal harassment statute upon local law enforcement. Finally, in dismissing the GBL claim, the court primarily found Drake's information and belief pleading insufficient and plausible alleged. The UMG engaged in a deceptive scheme to inflate the popularity of Not Like Us. It also held the claim failed because Drake did not allege how UMG harmed the consumer. Now, how is this harming Drake? Now, how is this harming the consumer? My apologies. Drake is trying to say that this is a defamation situation and that UMG had to harm the consumer. He couldn't prove that. Drake appealed. Upon docketing, he moved this court to certify the implied right of action question to the Court of Appeals. This court referred that separately briefed motion to the merits panel. The summary of the argument: the district court rightly dismissed this action. The court correctly held that Drake's defamation claim failed because Not Like Us constituted non-actionable opinion. The court followed the court's appeal long line of precedents holding the context is critical to distinguishing between opinion and factual claims. And this court's application to those rules in a Rappaport versus Barstool Sports and Torian versus Liu to reject defamation claims as a matter of laws where the complaint of statements arose, as here in a war of words, the presence a clearer case of affirmance that Rappaport and Terrain, everything about the context, large and small, confirms opinions are at issue. Not Like Us falls within the genre typified by inflammatory put-downs, epithets, fiery rhetoric, vulgarity, and hyperbole. And this particular diss track delivers in spades, bouncing from allusions to crucifixion, to pop culture-infused double entendres, to braggadocio about Lamar's superiority vis-a-vis Drake and Lamar's hometown, to put down about inter alia, Drake's crew relationship, brand authenticity, artistic prowess, a hometown, all the way to the pedophilia related taunt about which Drake complains. Moreover, Not Like Us capped off a high-profile rap battle in which Drake and Lamar traded a string of caustic, inflammatory diss tracks. Drake dissed Lamar regarding, among other things, philandry, domestic abuse, and Lamar's height. Career and authenticity urged Lamar to talk about Drake liking young girls. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, this is crazy. Big shout out to Nate, man. Big shout out to Nate. Have a good weekend, y'all. Stay strong and authentic. Big shout outs to Nate, man. W Nate in the chat, bro. Salutes, bro. I appreciate you. Drake's attempt to rip the words he now dislikes from their immediate and broader context has no support in governing law, nor does Drake's fallback claim that two lyrics and Not Like Us imply undisclosed facts. The same relevant context foreclosed that argument. And Drake's last-ditch effort to identify some threshold, legal or procedural error in the district court approach is equally meritless. The district court's work was carefully methodical and comported fully with controlling law. The district court properly dismissed Drake's supposed implied rights of action for second-degree harassment. The Court of Appeals has specifically limited the availability of implied rights, and nothing about the criminal statute meets those standards. Tellingly, the legislator expressly enacted a civil claim to enforce a neighboring provision of the penal law, but declined to do that same for the part Drake invokes. The appellate division has squarely rejected that there is a right of action. Even if one existed, Drake's claim would fail because he cannot satisfy many of 24026 requirements. Drake's GBL claim fails because his information and belief allegations, resting largely on anonymous online commentary, do not plausibly plead deception. And I guess that's true because when this whole shit was going down, they were using like the amended complaint that Drake had used, and a lot of things that he was getting was from Twitter, was from Instagram. He was just basically pulling a whole bunch of hyperlinks that basically was a big nothing burger. It was like all of this information that you're getting is useless in the court of law. You are pulling up videos of people dancing to Not Like Us and saying that this hurts your feelings. Or you're pulling up information about people saying that you're a pedophile on Twitter. Like that has nothing to do with anything, bro. You are just getting people from Twitter and trying to make a statement with that. In reality, they are just people having discourse on the internet. Like none of it really truly matters because it's not like people are going to believe those things that those people are saying on Twitter. You see what I'm saying? The court properly dismissed Drake's defamation claim. Not Like Us is a non-actionable opinion. Okay, so this is where they go over how Not Like Us won. Okay, let me see. What the courts consider, whether the specific language is an issue, has a precise meaning which is readily understood, whether the statements are capable of being proven true or false, and 3, whether either the full context of the communication in which the statement appears or the broader social context and surrounding circumstances are such as to signal readers or listeners that what is being read or heard is likely to be opinion, not fact. The third context factors is critical. The Court of Appeals of New York has consistently focused its analysis on the overall context in which the complaint of assertions were made. The context inquiry is holistic. Courts are required to take into consideration the larger context in which the statements were published, including the nature of the particular forum, the content of the communication as whole, including the tone and language, the apparent purpose. The rap diss track forum strongly conveys opinion. All right, so we're right here. We're at the argument stage. Okay. So this is kind of stuff that we already talked about. Not like us, it's non-actual opinion. The rap diss track forum strongly conveys opinion. The border context likewise confirms that not like us is non-actual opinion. The tone and language, we just read that. Drake's defamation argument fails. Okay, so let's see. Drake's remaining defamation argument fails. Unable to show error in the court's context-based analysis, Drake fishes for some antecedent legal or procedural error. This fails. Drake mistastes the test of assessing fact or opinion in context. Drake asserts that defamation claim should survive if any reading of the complaint of statements could implicate factual representation. Endorsing Drake's position would turn the law upside down. The Court of Appeals and this court have repeatedly cautioned against interpreting words divorced from their context. Providing examples of when the statement, John is a thief, would be factual and when it would not. Court conduct this contextual analysis through the lens of an average or reasonable person, not what any particular reader might think. So it's not what the person thinks, it's what could actually be taken into consideration as true. Drake's argument is irreconcilable with the approach, and rigorously so, because it primarily relies on roughly 60 cherry-picked anonymous online comments from the handles like random for YouTube 3215. I'm Chicken Little. Oh my God. Hold on. I wasn't even sharing this shit. Oh my God. Drake's argument is irreconcilable with that approach, and rigorously so, because it primarily relies on roughly 60 cherry-picked anonymous online comments from handles like random from YouTube and I'm Chicken Little. I'm Chicken Little is crazy. Bro, I forgot how fucking stupid Drake was for putting that shit in there, bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chicken Little is the mole. Chicken Little is. Oh my God, bro. I forgot how ridiculous this fucking lawsuit was. Oh my. Well, I mean, it was always ridiculous, but 60 cherry pick comment. The cherry picking hella, bro. Oh my God. That got to be embarrassing, dude. Bro said 60 cherry picked comments, bro, is fucking hilarious. So where is UMG's response? I wanna know UMG's response. Let me see. Hold on. They referenced a lot of cases. It's crazy. Not only are the comments irrelevant to the court's context analysis, but Drake fails even to grapple with whether the commenters were making factual statements or whether they were stating opinions, dismissing Twitter-based claims. Moreover, the court was rejected precisely the argument that because someone treated something as fact, the reasonable person test must be met. In Rappaport, plaintiff argued that the district court incorrectly overlooked evidence that Barstool's audience interpreted the alleged defamatory statement as true on the basis that Rappaport's podcast received thousands of negative statements in the aftermath of Barstool's campaign, including comments repeating and expanding on the challenged statements. The court disagreed. Rappaport, 2024 WLAA 360, Drake is effectively seeking to impose something. Additionally, Drake says entertainment industry insiders and media experts also interpreted the recording as a factual statement. Even if these words are proxy for an applicable reasonable person standard, neither supports his assertion, in which participant states, to be clear, at this point, there is no evidence that Drake has committed a crime. Comments by actor Seth Rogen. I don't know if he is a pedophile. I don't know if he is. Seth Rogen is crazy, bro. Oh my God. So what if, okay, so hear me out, bro. Because I feel like all of the bots that come from the smear campaign, that come from Drake, do you think that he amplified all of those bots to go at Kendrick Lamar because he felt like the bot situation that he was trying to hold in court wasn't holding up at all? Basically saying like, all right, well, fine then. I guess so that I'll pay bots to go and attack him. Since nobody wants to do anything about it, maybe I could just send them out there since nobody cares. Is that kind of like, I don't know, bro. Y'all tell me. Chicken Little was Kojo. That shit is funny, bro. Oh my God. The motion to dismiss must be denied if the communication at issue, taking the words in their ordinary meaning and context, is also susceptible to a defamatory connotation, nor anything else side support his attempt to rework the governing standard or allow online comments to carry the day. Davis does not involve reliance on anonymous online comments to resolve the fact or opinion question. More fundamentally, Davis instructs that context is critical. Davis applies in the same fact opinion test enshrined in Steinberg and the progeny, finding there that the statements referencing as university investigation implied that the speaker had undisclosed information because they were not rhetorical hyperbole. Sweeney versus prisoner is it? God damn, bro. So they're basically saying that he's not going to get the appeal. He's not getting an appeal. Drake's remaining authorities for urging the court to take account of subjective views through the guise of reasonable person analysis do not support any such approach. Concerns of the distinct issue of whether the statements are capable of being proven false, not whether their tone and context indicates a reasonable person that the statements are opinion. That's always been their argument. People aren't going to believe what you're saying. And then again, this goes back way before Not Like Us. All these allegations about Drake existed before this song even came out. The district court correctly took judicial notice of the other songs in the feud. Drake also argues that the district court erred by reaching beyond the pleadings to draw factual inferences from judicially noticed lyrics. In Tailor-Made Freestyle, the diss track in which Drake used the AI-generated voice of deceased rapper Tupac to urge Lamar to talk about Drake liking young girls, arguing conversion to summary judgment was necessary. Drake complains that rather than simply acknowledging the lyrics' existence, the court relied on them in assessing the broader context and uses subjective interpretation of the lyrics to contradict Drake's allegation. This argument fails many times over. First, Drake assumes that there is another interpretation of talk about Drake liking young girls. But Drake's counsel could not provide the court with any alternative understanding of this lyric at oral argument. And they're talking about when they only want, because remember, Drake's lawyer only wanted to talk about Not Like Us. Drake's lawyer wanted to tell the judge, let's just focus on this one song. And the judge responded and said, no, we have to look at everything that led up to this song. That was the conversation between the Drake's judge, Michael Gottlieb, and Judge Vargas. Judge Vargas was saying, no, I am not going to just listen to Not Like Us. We have to get some context. I have to figure out how we got to this point. And by doing so, we have to listen to every record from the battle. We can't just go based off of one record and only focus on this one record because you want me to. We have to listen to every single thing that happened and took place, how we got here in the first place. Second, this court reviews the district court determination of whether to take judicial notice of facts for abuse or discretion, and Drake does not attempt to show such an abuse. Third, Drake waived any such challenge below the conceding at oral argument that the court could take judicial notice of the other song lyrics. We don't challenge that the court can take notice of the fact that the lyrics exist in a song out in the world. Party is bound by concession made by his counsel at oral argument. Fourth, courts may take judicial notice of song lyrics because they can be obtained from widely available and reliable sources, the accuracy of which cannot reasonably be questioned. Fifth, Drake's argument that the court erred in drawing inferences against him conflates a question of law with the question of fact. Drake's tortured logic is that the court took notice of tailor-made freestyle for the truth of the matters asserted and drew factual inferences against him by finding that the only inference of a reasonable listener, tailor-made freestyle, and the line in question have also been widely reported on, including in an article Drake cites, such as its accuracy cannot be reasonably questioned. Could make from the artistically projected and AI-generated voice of Tupac was a factual message from Drake designed to goad Lamar into making pedophilia allegations against him. The court obviously did not take notice of tailor-made freestyle for the truth of the matters asserted. Doing that would have required it find that the lyrics were true. It also did not make findings of fact. Rather, it considered as a question of law whether the reasonable listener would have understood Not Like Us to convey fact or opinion, and as a part of that analysis, situated the song in the context of the broader rap feud. As discussed, Supra IA2 extensive precedent, including the court's Terrain decision, shows that district court was right to consider this broader context. Damn, I don't think he should have filed this appeal, bro. They are just going to tell him that he's wrong twice. Like, everything that I'm reading is basically what they told him the first time. And they have to tell him why in the appeal. Like, that's what I'm starting. Like, I'm reading it, bro. Hold on. I got to smoke, bro. I haven't even smoked this whole time I've been on live, bro. That shit fucking with me. But based off of what I'm reading currently, it just seems like they have to tell him why he's wrong twice. They have to explain to him why he fucking lost the first place. He's a dummy. Nah, I agree, man. He is a fucking idiot. Big shout outs to everybody in the chat. Big shout outs to you. Big shout outs to Stephanie Williams. Big shout outs to Ewax. Shout out to Jay Capone. Jay Capone, what up, bro? Big shout outs to you, bro. Big shout outs to T, man. T, I don't know how to say your name. Ramsey. Big shout outs to Ramsey in the building. Big shout out to Regal Love in the building. Everybody in this bitch, bro. Now I'm gonna roll up real quick and then I'll get back to fucking reading. God damn, this shit's a fucking mess, if you ask me. They're basically having to tell bro that he was wrong twice. That shit is crazy to me. Like, you couldn't just accept the fact that you fucked up. You have to make an appeal, and they have to tell you that you fucked up twice. Like, they have to say that you're wrong all over again. Drake does not cite a single defamation case in support of this argument, and for good reason. The focus on context, not merely what words might mean in the abstract, necessitates that courts frequently draw legal conclusions that disfavor defamation plaintiffs' proposed code reading and of a challenge statement. Non-actionable because a reasonable person would understand it was a defendant's subjective perception of plaintiff's persistent request for sex. God damn. Oh, this is Rappaport's case. Damn, they always reference Rappaport's case. That is crazy. His shit will go down in history with this shit. Drake's republication argument is meritless. Drake argues that the court erred by overlooking UMG's purported republications. According to Drake, UMG republished the track by releasing the music video, permitting the record to be played at 2 political rallies and the Grammys, allowing Lamar to perform the song at a Juneteenth pop-out concert and arranging for it to be performed at the Super Bowl. Man, bro, this shit is hilarious. So they're telling him that he's wrong twice. Damn, this is embarrassing. Drake says that the district court erred by holding the context for each of these republications was necessarily the same the entire rap battle, and that it should have performed a separate context assessment for each. The argument is without authority and meritless. The argument is without authority and is meritless. They're fucking telling him that you have no argument. Yo, big shout out to Jesus. Jesus, what up, bro? Nah, this is embarrassing, bro. I gotta roll up, bro. I'm fucking thirsty. I need to get a water too. That is fucking embarrassing, bro. They're basically cooking them all over again. God damn, bro. Hold on. Big shout out to Vince, bro. Big shout out to Vince. Big shout out to Regal. Big shout out to Jesus, bro. Stephanie Williams. Blame it on Des. Blame it on Des. What up? Cool name. What up? Yeah, no, let's smoke, bro. I gotta get a water too. Give me a second. I smell somebody lying. I smell somebody lying. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. That shit crazy, bro. That should be crazy to me, bro. First time chiming in, but been watching you since the beginning. I appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? We got J. Cole and Drake getting embarrassed on the same week. God damn. Ain't it Friday? It's a good Friday, ain't it? I'm confused at what he's trying to accomplish with this. Any theories? It's not really much of a theory. It's more so that he doesn't know how to accept the loss. He doesn't know how to take an L. Just accept that you lost, because this fucking, what I'm reading is basically what I read the first time. I'm not even going to lie to you. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there's I could check on Twitter and see if somebody had shared like another page. But going based off everything that I'm reading, they're basically saying all over again that he has no argument, that the shit that he's trying to charge or trying to sue for is frivolous. Like, I mean, everything that I'm reading, bro, is basically what we went over the first time. It's like I'm getting like a refresher, basically. It's like, first, Drake did not tell the court below that it needed to do a separate context analysis. He barely raised republication, conceding at oral argument that there was a lack of grappling with the, and perhaps due to the emphasized briefing on our part, the nature, the role that republications play in this case. Drake's effort to inject the issue now comes too late. Regardless, the argument is meritless. Republication under New York law occurs upon a separate aggregate publication from the original on different occasion that is intended to and actually reaches a new audience. Drake's republication argument is undone by his admission that Not Like Us immediately became ubiquitous, generating a record-breaking 13 million streams in 24 hours, debuting #1 and reaching 96 million streams in a week. He nowhere explains how later plays of a song already heard on the scale reached a new audience. In subsequent republication, put differently, if the track was non-actionable opinion at the outset, it did not morph into facts as more people heard it and learned about this rap battle. I like that part right here. It did not morph into facts as more people heard it. Just because it gained so much attention doesn't make it what he's saying is fact. It's still a rap battle. It's still opinion. It's still hyperbole. We're still battling. Just because more people hear about it, just because more people heard the song, doesn't make what I'm saying true. It just makes it more hurtful. But that doesn't mean that we have to take it as fact. It did not morph into fact as more people heard it. I think that's a bar right there, honestly. That is a bar right there. Read what that says, bro. To me, they're cooking the fuck out of him again in this appeal. It's like he can't get... How many times do I got to teach you this lesson, old man? How many times do we have to tell you that just because the song did really well and everybody heard it doesn't mean that he said what he said, he's taking it as facts? I'm starting to remember this thing didn't even go into discovery. Like, I think like he got Kendrick's contract, but it was all blurred out or some shit like that. It wasn't like he was able to get anything from their negotiations between UMG and Kendrick Lamar. It did not morph into facts as more people heard it and learned about this rap battle. Like, they are cooking him all over again. Nor does Drake cite authority requiring a separate context analysis for every later airing of the same song. His theory would invite the multiplicity of actions. Firth warned against. The court's Cooper decision confirms the proper approach. Their plaintiff alleged that the statements made by the defendant in May, June, and July of the same year defamed her by accusing her of being racist. The court held that all three statements were non-actionable because the reasonable audience would have understood them as an expression of opinion based on the widely circulated video. To which the statements responded, the court did not separate context assessments for each statement. It assessed them in view of the broader context applicable to all. Instead of just focusing on Not Like Us, we have to focus on the whole battle. We have to focus on everything that was said, not just you wanting to cherry pick what happened. The only even remotely relevant authority that Drake offers, so this is, they're saying the only good argument that Drake possibly could have, conduct applies California law and involved a new statement accusing the plaintiff of committing murder for 4 years after his defendant had made a series of statements accusing plaintiff of the same. Their defendant's initial series of statements had already been the subject of their own action that resulted in a settlement. Drake otherwise cites cases about whether alleged republications are time barred, whether statements were published with actual malice, and cases articulating New York's fact versus opinion test. None support doing separate contextual assessments of alleged publications. Not only is Drake bereft of authority, but the argument would elevate form over substance because separate context assessments would not be different. What is at issue for each purported republication is not like us, either in the form of the recording, the video, or live performance. In every case, the context, the forum language, tone, and broader circumstances that gave rise to the song is the same. It doesn't matter if it's in song form, if it's done on live, if it's done on video, if he performs it at the Super Bowl. It doesn't change what the song says, and it doesn't change what the song is. It's a diss track, and he's supposed to say crazy shit to you. It doesn't matter how successful it gets. It doesn't matter how good it gets. The song is the song. My name is my name. That's it. It doesn't matter if everybody knows my name. It doesn't matter if everybody knows who it is, or what was said. It's not going to change away from what it is to itself. A rap diss. I'm supposed to diss you. I'm supposed to say crazy shit. You want me to change the way that it's perceived because it went viral? That's crazy to me. They have to cook. They're cooking them all over again. That's basically what I'm reading. Drake throwing tantrums, suing. It's the only child vibe who always wants things to go his way. And J. Cole is giving middle child, over explaining himself just to stay cool with the siblings. You're cooking right there, Jesus. Because I just talked about how J. Cole has this middle child syndrome. You know what I'm saying? Like always feeling neglected between the two, the older brother and the little brother. And Drake giving off that only child vibe, I fuck with it, bro. I like that. I want to know how come nobody's asking him the herd questions. They're all just letting him blow smoke up their ass. I want to know what changed it. You went from I don't want to battle. I'm not sure what you meant there at the end, but I do think he is blowing smoke up their ass. Pause. No diddy. Oh, I don't want to, but he doesn't want to battle. But he comes out with the album talking about he'll put your favorite rapper in the news, but you don't want to battle anybody. I like that. I get what you're saying. Drake's argument is just another attempt to divorce Not Like Us from the broader rap feud with Lamar. That's exactly what I'm saying. He wants to separate it because it became successful. That's what the judge was trying to argue. That's what the lawyer was trying to argue with the judge. My apologies. Drake's contention that the district court was wrong because Lamar's mental state is entirely irrelevant misses the point. The court was not concerned with Lamar's mental state, which goes to malice, and only if Drake had sued the real subject of his frustrations. Lamar, God damn. They just said straight up, you should have sued Kendrick, bro. If you feel this way, if you feel so fucked up about this song, then you should have sued the person that mattered. Drake's contention that the district court was wrong because Lamar's mental state is entirely irrelevant misses the point. The court was not concerned with Lamar's mental state, which goes to malice, and only if Drake had sued the real subject of his frustration, Kendrick Lamar. The court meant rightly that Not Like Us, taken in context, conveys opinion, and that analysis does not change because the song, in its same form, was purportedly authorized by UMG to be played in different venues after its initial release. Didn't even know that was up for question. Wow, I'm telling you. They're telling him he has nothing to do with this. Drake's district law was growing because Lamar's mental state is entirely irrelevant. They're like, we know it's irrelevant. The only way that it would be relevant is if you sued him. Like, that's basically what they said. He's like, how he feels is irrelevant about the situation. And the court was like, we know. Yeah, we know it's irrelevant. The only way that it would be relevant is if you sued him in the first place. Basically saying that's what you probably should have done or what you wanted to do. That's crazy, bro. God damn, they are baking the fuck out of him. Again, bro. This is a fucking humiliation ritual. Damn, J. Cole gets embarrassed by these interviews, and then Drake's appeal gets denied. I don't even know if they've denied it yet or not. I know that they are. I know that they will. It looks like they are just pushing back on everything that Drake is saying at this point. Oh my God. The Super Bowl and political rallies could have understood the statement and not like us. The standalone assertions to be taken seriously, emphasizes added. And while the argument misunderstands New York defamation law for all these reasons discussed, it fails even on Drake's terms. Damn. It fails even on Drake's terms. Damn. Yeah, nah. I haven't gone to the end of the story, but I can tell you right now, I know how the story ends. Yeah, nah. I know a lot of it is things that we've probably known about or gone over in the past, but you have to understand that they are cooking them all over again. And they're not making fun, but they are like tearing apart all of his reasons, all of his excuses, all of his arguments. They are ripping through them like paper on a shredder, bro. They are cutting his ass up in these fucking appeals. I saw this as an opening to ultimately get Not Like Us off DSPs. Used to respect the boy for fighting, but this is cornball activity. Now, I agree, man. He should have just not sued at all. It's like, what would you rather have? J. Cole's apology or Drake's lawsuit? I don't know. Both of them sound very horrible at this point. What would you rather have, though? J. Cole's apology or Drake's lawsuit, man? I don't know. I think I'm going with the apology. If I had to choose, because this lawsuit is just horrible. And I don't know why J. Cole does three fucking interviews and doesn't bring up the lawsuit. That's a good point. When people say at least Drake fought at the end, I'm like, bruh, why the fuck should my opinion of Drake improve just because Cole chickened out? That's a good point, Sarah, because at the end of the day, Drake is the one that filed the lawsuit right after losing the battle. That's the crazy part to me. You fucking filed the lawsuit. It don't matter if you fought. I respect the guy backing out more than I do the guy that lost the fight and went and called the cops. Like, that's some hoe ass shit. That's some hoe shit. If we get into a fight and you call the cops, bro, fuck you, bro. For life. The fuck? That's why I don't understand why people still glaze Drake, bro. Like, Drake's a fucking loser. Like, when I was going over all of this stuff, right? Like, because and I always feel weird reading this case for a specific reason, bro. And you guys know it, right? And I appreciate everybody that's rocking with the channel, everybody that's been tapped in this whole time. But you guys know, man, like when I was covering like Not Like Us and when I was covering Meet the Grams, there was a lot of things that I would talk about that a lot of people were afraid to mention. You know, a lot of bigger channels that were rooting for Drake, like Academics and all this other shit, they didn't want to bring up the reason why Kendrick made Meet the Grams. They didn't want to talk about all of these things. And me, as a person that was listening to the battle and had listened to all these guys for years, I just wanted to make sure that I could like explain to the people what Kendrick could have been saying in these songs that other people were refusing to discuss. Like, they were walking over it. And if you know me and AK-47, you know, we were extensively covering these topics. Like, for a numerous amount of time, we spent hours on end talking about these things that Kendrick accused Drake of. So I always think it's funny how like they spin it like, oh yeah, it's hyperbole. Like, you know, we never really got to the deeper part of the conversations. Like when they talk about, you know, Drake on stage kissing a 17-year-old, or when they talk about him being like, you know, weird with Millie Bobby Brown, or like all this other crazy shit, right? Like, to me, that's just surface level. Like to me, right? And but that's all you really need to win this case. You don't need a lot. You need the bare minimum. And I think that says a lot more about Drake and this smear campaign that they say he has on him. Like everybody likes to say, oh, both of these guys have a smear campaign on each other. Both of these guys, like, because again, that's what J. Cole was saying. That's what Jay-Z was saying. Like, if you go for Kendrick, you're trying to bash Drake, right? That's not entirely true, bro. Because if you remember the first videos that I did on this channel, when I was talking about Meet the Grams and I was talking about Ebony Prince, the Mark Hotel, the items from Meet the Grams, the cover photo, and where all the stuff came from, popular jewelry, you know, the MMG glove, like all this other shit, bro. The dogs, the dog mask, like, you know, when I was covering all of that stuff, it was only because I wanted to know what Kendrick was talking about. I wasn't trying to make Drake look like a bad person. He does that to himself. I didn't have to try to make him look like a bad person. I just wanted to know what Kendrick was talking about. And funny enough, as we're going through the song and as we're going through the battle, again, this happened and ended in May 4th or May 5th. On May 10th, Ebony Prince started coming out. It started dropping all this shit and confirmed he was the one that sent the pictures to Kendrick Lamar. It's not really Kendrick alluding to anything. It's him getting information from people that you've been around that you didn't know were looking at you. You didn't know that the security guard from the hotel that you were staying at was watching you, and he was collecting your stuff that you left behind. He has surveillance cameras of you, bro. Like, there was a lot to talk about that nobody wanted to discuss. And I would be here talking about it with y'all because y'all knew exactly what was going on. Like, y'all knew that there was something deeper to the story that other blogs and other channels didn't want to talk about. And I was really sticking my neck out here trying to explain what was going on. It was never no smear campaign, bro. It was really much so like, how can we figure out what they're talking about? Now, I appreciate it, Stephanie. That's what I'm saying. I've never tried to like make anybody look bad. I only just tried to make the story understood. Like, I was trying to figure it out. And big shout out to AK-47. I haven't tapped in for a while, but I got to see AK, man. Big shout outs to AK. Because we were there, bro. Like, if you know, bro, I come from I come from a whole different side of this realm, bro. Like, I know, like, I guess I found my community, and I'm thankful for the community that I share, right? Jalopy, the company, man, everybody, right? Like, but like, I've been like, I guess like I started with AK, bro. I'll always have the utmost respect for AK-47. Like, that's my guy, bro. Like, he's the one that really like gave me the opportunity to talk about this because I was able to just expand on it a little bit more. And that's when everybody started kind of telling me like, just make your own channel. And it was never to like bash on anyone. And that's why I always feel weird reading this fucking lawsuit, because it's not like I was trying to bash on Drake. You know, they always talk about the smear campaign. Ain't no smear campaign, bro. I saw this when I was coming in. Everybody was rooting for Drake. Everybody was defending Drake. Nobody was defending Kendrick at all, bro. And I'm not trying to come out here and defend Kendrick, but I knew that one story was being told and the other story wasn't. I knew that there was one side that was only getting the acknowledgement and the other side was not being able to express itself. So again, man, I'm trying to tell you, like, there has never been no smear campaign. This is why Drake is cherry picking bots on Twitter. This is why he's cherry picking like like post on Twitter to try to bring to this lawsuit because he really has nothing to go off of. Anyways, my whole point is that there was never no smear campaign to Drake. It was really just because you could find shit on the internet that he was already accused of. No one has to make allegations on Drake. You could find him on the internet with ease. There's no smear campaign on Drake, bro. What's the smear campaign? That people could pull up a video on Twitter within seconds of him kissing a girl on stage that he's not supposed to be fondling, that he's not supposed to be kissing, bro? How is that a smear campaign when anybody could pull it up, when he himself is the one that did it? He himself is the one that got recorded and said the things that he said. Even in the matter of regretting what he did, he still continued to say fucking devious things right afterwards. Again, the lawsuit doesn't even go into depth of the theories that he wants to talk about. You know what's funny about this whole situation is that if Drake really wanted to talk about the agendas or all this other shit, why doesn't he bring up my channel? Why doesn't he bring up the shit that other people have talked about? How come he doesn't bring up Ebony Prince? Why do you think that Drake doesn't bring up Ebony Prince in this lawsuit? Why do you think that he doesn't bring up the Meet the Grams cover? Every time that I read this lawsuit, he wants to bring up Not Like Us, the Not Like Us cover, UMG, bots. He don't want to bring up Meet the Grams and the cover photo for Meet the Grams. He don't want to bring up where that shit comes from. Why? Because you're talking to kick streamers who talk to minors on the internet. We talk about Snow. We talk about all of these other people. Oh no, man. It should be wild. For example, these Republication Grammys and Kamala Harris rally, the Democratic National Convention, involve playing the recording at new venues. Again, it is illogical and wrong on the law to suggest that playing the exact format of the track would be Republication as discussed. Moreover, the reasonable viewer of the Grammy Awards is someone more likely to know about the rap beef between Drake and Lamar, especially as the few have been in the media for 9 months. And Drake's resort to the domestic national convention is even worse. While noting that the recording was playing during the roll call, Drake fails to mention that the experted so the audience merely heard the lyrics. They Not Like Us on repeat, but not the lyrics Drake claims are defamatory. So when they play it at the rally, at the Democratic National Convention, damn, so he getting at the Democrats? Nah, you know Drake MAGA now. He mad that they played it at the Democratic National Convention. Were they playing it at the Republican convention? I don't think so, right? I don't think they like black artists, right? I don't think MAGA likes black artists. But he getting at the Democratic Party just for playing the Not Like Us part. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They didn't say a minor. They didn't say certified lover boys, certified pedophiles. They just repeated they not like us. They not like us. They not like us. That was it, bro. But he want to get at the Grammys. He want to get at Democratic National Conventions. That shit is crazy to me, bro. Even if the audience had heard these lyrics, Drake's contention that the political junkies who tuned into a political convention in summer 2024 would not have been familiar with the feud between Drake and Lamar is nonsense. Drake pleads that the convention was reportedly viewed by approximately 20 million people across 12 television networks. Surely he cannot contend that 20 million people had no knowledge of the feud and had gained cultural ubiquity simply because they have some interest in politics. The same is true of Kamala Harris rally video that went viral on social media. Lamar's live performance of Not Like Us and Kenneth. Okay, so real quick. So he was getting mad at political rallies playing the song in front of 12 television networks. Like that, bro, there's something wrong with you to think that, because I don't even think half of the people watching this politically rally know exactly what's going on in this situation, bro. They're more worried about politics. They're not worried about what song is playing. That's what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense? In a political situation, nobody's going to give a fuck about hip hop if they're playing that in the background. They're just going to care about, the situation at hand. Not Like Us is literally a competitive chant in any aspect. That's why they were playing it at the Dodger game. That's why they were playing it at the hockey game. They play that at the conventions, at the rallies. It doesn't matter. It's just a competitive song. Any competitor is going to play it. We've heard it in basketball. We heard it in hockey at the fucking Olympics. We heard it everywhere. I don't know. I think it's weird for him to go at the political party of the Democrats just because they played it at a convention. It's just strange to me, bro. Seems very MAGA-like, if you ask me, but I'm just going to keep it alleged right there. Lamar's live performance of Not Like Us and Ken and Friends Pop Out Juneteenth concert was the name, as the name indicates, performed at Lamar's concert, which would attract an audience familiar with his work and the feud. So this is definitely people who are tapped in. Not much so a political broadcast where people are only interested in the political parties and the views of that, not Kendrick Lamar being played in the background. Similarly, the context of the Super Bowl performance undoubtedly put a reasonable viewer on even greater notice of the feud than the original. Non-actionable track itself reporting about the feud and whether Lamar would play Not Like Us was rampant. Pre-performance, Lamar also made references to this lawsuit in that Not Like a Super Bowl halftime show. This is the link. All right, let's see. Fox Sports. Damn, they took it off. They took it off. How convenient that the port. Okay. Anyways, wonder who took it off. Performance. I want to play their favorite song, but they love to sue. God damn. They quoted that as crazy, but they love to sue. This expressly contextualized the rap beef for the Alliance. See Rappaport 2021 W. Drake also fails to plead that UMG had any responsibility for publishing, even indirectly. Not Like Us at the Super Bowl, he says, only on information and belief that UMG conferred financial benefits on the parties in charge of the Super Bowl performance and leveraged existing business relationship to secure Lamar's headliner spot. Damn, so is this a shot at Jay-Z for picking Kendrick Lamar? Because why didn't Jay-Z bring this up in the fucking interview? Finally, the music video was released after the song had already become a hit and the subject of substantial media attention related to the feud, and its imagery seizes on the feud for the audience, including inter alia. Lamar beating the owl piñata, staring down on the owl in a cage. It is not reasonable to suggest that the average viewer would see it as making a standalone factual assertion. The court properly dismissed Drake's harassment claim. Drake contends that Not Like Us violates the Penal Law BR 4751. The claim fails because the district court held this state criminal statute does not provide a private right of action. SPA 30 and other reasons not reached. Penal Law 242.6 does not create an implied private right of action. The second degree harassment statute Drake invokes has no express right of action, let alone any facial applicability. In the civil context, a person is guilty of harassment in the second degree when the intent to harass, annoy, or alarm another person, he or she engages in a course of conduct or repeatedly commits acts which alarm or seriously annoy such other person and which serve no legitimate purpose. He or engages in the course of conduct repeatedly commits acts which alarm or seriously annoy such other person in which they serve no legitimate purpose. So there's no harassment. Where a penal statute does not expressly confer the private right of action of individuals pursuing civil relief. Recovery under such a statute may be had only if a private right of action may fairly be implied. The existence of an implied right of action hinges on whether the plaintiff is one of the class for those particular benefit that statute was enacted, whether recognition of a private right of action would promote the legislative purpose, and whether the creation of such right would be consistent with the legislative scheme. All three factors must be satisfied before an implied private right of action will be recognized. The third factor is dispositive here. A private right of action is inconsistent with the legislative scheme. A private right of action is inconsistent with. In evaluating the third factor, the Court of Appeals holds that where a statutory scheme contains private or public enforcement mechanisms, this demonstrates that the legislator considered and decided what avenues or relief were appropriate. This statute both specifies its public enforcement mechanisms, and unlike neighboring provisions, lacks the mechanism Drake seeks. First, the legislator specifically considered and expressly provided for enforcement mechanisms in the statutes itself. It makes second-degree harassment a violation, thereby incorporating the public enforcement mechanism for violation, an offense for which a sentence to a term imprisonment in excess of 15 days cannot be imposed. Such a law providing for criminal penalties demonstrates intent not to impose a private right of action. Holding a private right of action would be incompatible with the legislative design, where the statute specified that would constitute an E-class felony versus a misdemeanor. Oh my God. Second, the legislator expressively enacted private rights of action for the adjacent penal law harassment provision. It created a civil remedy for conduct that would constitute harassment under Section 240.25 of the Penal Law, New York City Civil Rights Law. In briefing his motion to certify this issue, the Court of Appeals Drake makes failed attempts to distinguish Metz and Schlesinger, whereas Drake claims that Metz did not involve an implied right. Reply 8 to the opinion holds to recognize a private right of action would be incompatible with the legislative design. Drake notes that the statute of Schlesinger involves civil penalties. Reply 9, but cannot explain how the statute creating only criminal penalties would be more consistent with the private right of action. Language in one section of a statute but omission in another section of the same act means that legislator presumptively acted intentionally and purposely in the desperate inclusion of exclusion, rejecting right of action where the legislator affirmatively provided mechanisms for enforcing other related provisions of the public health but did not hear. God damn, bro. All that just to say that he sued for the wrong reasons and he sued the wrong person. He should have sued Kendrick Lamar. Finally, as the court below recognized the weight of authority, including uniform New York appellate precedent, rejects a private right of action. Affirming dismissal of claims premised on inter alia because the subject penal law provisions do not create a private right of action. New York does not recognize a cause of action to recover damages for harassment. Even if the Court of Appeals had not spoken as loudly against implying private rights of action under penal law, these precedents would resolve this issue. Does not save his claim. Drake's reliance on Gallia does not save his claim. Drake does not undermine these showings. He first turns an ambiguous footnote to Gallia. Hold on. As UMG's opposition to Drake certification motion details, Gallia did not present any question whether a private right of action existed. In rejecting a First Amendment defense to tortious conduct for which defendant found liable 48F2 and 994, this court stated in footnote that another harassment statement or statute, Penal Law 24025, makes harassment a criminal violation, and that conduct sufficient to invoke criminal liability for harassment may be the basis of private action. Drake largely ignores New York standard, arguing that comprehensive enforcement schemes foreclose a right of action and that a non-comprehensive scheme indicates legislator intent for one. Drake never explains what comprehensiveness means here or why exactly Section 240 fails this test. Regardless, nothing Drake cites adopt his comprehensiveness test, and his case predate Hammer, Metzger, Schlager, Cruz, and Ortiz. That the Court of Appeals has called some enforcement mechanisms comprehensive self-sufficiency, not necessity at most. Okay, so they're saying he's full of shit. Big shout out to Didi for becoming a member. Welcome to the Ville. Big shout out to Didi for the sticker too. Let's go, man. WDD in the chat, y'all. Where's the info at? How can I read it? It's on Twitter. I found it on Twitter. You could just type in Drake appeal and it'll come out. Big shout out to Didi, man. WDD in the chat, y'all. What's even more pathetic about the harassment claim is that he tried to say when Drake said "wop wop wop," Kendrick was threatening to physically harm it. Oh my god, bro! I know the harassment one was bullshit. To me, the harassment shit doesn't make sense. I mean, obviously, it's not like he got hurt at all. I think he brought up the fact that his house got shot up and he had to take his son out of school. He had to take his son out of the house, the embassy, wherever the fuck. Oh man, it was just a bad fucking thing to do. Big shout outs to Didi again, man. WDD in the chat. He's still dragging this. Yeah, I mean, they're fucking they're mollywopping him in here, bro. They're beating the fuck out of him here without a doubt. Like, I could see right now that they are just dismantling every single argument that he did. The harassment one was bullshit. We all know that one was bullshit. I don't know why I read all that shit. That shit was just ass just to read. It's like they have to explain to him all over again why his lawsuit was horrible. But we're almost to the end. Goddamn, thank God, bro. I'm not gonna lie. This allegation is speculative and illogical. Nothing supports the notion of the UMG contract with Drake would be more profitable for UMG if Drake was devalued. Because how am I going to make money off of you if I end up trying to devalue? Again, they're just going every single thing, every single excuse that Drake tried to make. They are telling him that he's a fucking idiot for doing so. Second, Drake fails to allege that UMG acted with no legitimate purpose in publishing and promoting Not Like Us. No legitimate purpose means the absence of a reason or justification to engage someone other than to hound, frighten, intimidate, or threaten. As Drake admits, UMG's motive was financial, not smear campaign, not because of his character, but because of his financial incentives. Let's for the people who always talk about Drake facing backlash, Drake facing all of this shit that people are talking about him, he does not give a fuck about any of that. The only thing that Drake cares about and that motivated him in this lawsuit was to make money off of UMG. Drake could care less what people are saying about him. This is why when he sues for harassment, it doesn't really make any sense. As Drake admits, UMG's motive was financial. Third, Drake cannot satisfy the requirement that UMG engage in a course of conduct or repeatedly committed qualifying acts. Course of conduct statutes are constitutional only because they criminalize conduct without regard to the content of any communication. Section 240 cannot support a claim based on the pure speech of publishing Not Like Us. So again, his main concern was money. It wasn't really defamation. All of his reasons were about money and UMG trying to devalue him, but there's no proof of that. The court properly dismissed Drake's GBL claim. The district court properly dismissed the GBL claim because Drake fails to plausibly allege that UMG engaged in a deceptive scheme to inflate the popularity of Not Like Us, or that any conduct at issue was consumer-oriented. Plaintiff must allege that, one, the defendant conduct was consumer-oriented, meaning that this is affecting the consumer, not the person that it's about. The defendant act or practice was deceptive or misleading in a material way. And three, the plaintiff suffered an injury as a result of deception. Drake still has his life. Drake still has his money. He's still intact and he's still signed to UMG. However, Drake claims on information and belief that UMG engaged in a deceptive act and practices by covertly financially incentivizing third parties to play, stream, and promote the recording, and making materially false and misleading representation about recordings' popularity to consumers. And this is where he starts bringing up the bots, how they're using bots and payola and all this other shit. Drake does not allege deceptive conduct. Drake's baseless allegation of covert scheme by UMG to drive streams are made on information and belief predicted on a handful of largely anonymized online posts. He is getting his shit from Twitter. A small sample of users' possible experience communicated through tweets and other anonymized commentary fails to establish a plausible inference that UMG manipulated listeners into streaming Not Like Us. Quoting this court's president and intern, the court recognized that even when information supposedly is peculiar within the position of control of, the defendant and plaintiff must still allege facts creating a reasonable expectation that discovery will reveal evidence of illegality. Drake's allegation based on what boils down to unreliable online commentary. Drake's allegations based on what boils down to unreliable online commentary. Fail that test. God damn, bro. I'm telling you, they're just fucking giving them this fuck. You're hearing people say that Drake won, but if he won, why is he suing? That's a good point, Didi. That's what we've been saying for a long time now. WDD, y'all. WDD. Shout outs to Didi, man. He paid sources during the battle to persuade the audience to talk about the deceptive schemes. Yeah, nah. I'm telling you. To me, if you ask me, we know where all the bots are coming from. I'm just gonna say it like that. We know where the bots are coming from. And all of these bot allegations that Drake is trying to put on Kendrick Lamar, he got it on Twitter. Well, I wonder who put him on Twitter. Is it Melissa Nathan that is spitting the narrative, and then Drake is getting that narrative from the internet and trying to make an argument in the lawsuit? Could be, bro. Could be, because we know that when we see these bots talk about Kendrick, or when we see all of these weird ass narratives get created online, it's his fans running with it. But it's not just his fans. It's also him in the lawsuit. He's the one running with it. He's running with the bullshit that he has to make online, and then he looks like an ass in the court of law. Drake's allegations based on what boils down to unreliable online commentary failed that test. The district court had ample support in the court's precedents. Even when facts peculiarly within the defendant's possession and control, plaintiffs still must marshal more than substantiated suspicious state of claim. Amigo shuttle, it sounds like a term. I get down these terms. Drake labels these ordinary rules a heightened pleading standard, but the district court quoted Arista and Twombly, the very authority Drake invokes. What Drake really seeks is exemption from any meaningful pleading burden. The inquiry should have stopped once he said information was peculiarly within the possession and control of UMG. This is not the law. Drake largely disregards the above authorities and instead primarily relies on Bacon versus Key Corp, 2D R 2008. Boykin, however, heavily relied on this court subsequently. God damn, shit's killing me right now. Reverse decision in Equiball. And the court has explained that Boykin cannot be read to conflict with Equiball's requirements, and that even where information is particularly within defendant's knowledge and control, such pleading must be grounded in good faith basis in fact. Drake does not seriously contend that his few allegations are sufficient under governing law, only briefly addressing them. Drake has only two fact allegations about any activity by UMG in connection with Not Like Us. The first internet post, which Drake says was deleted and he did not preserve, supposedly linked UMG to a slow-ass digital marketer paying to the clouds. What the fuck is this? The first internet post, which Drake says was deleted and he did not preserve, supposedly linked UMG to a slow-ass digital marketer paying to clown the suit. Paying to clown the suit? What the fuck is he talking about? The second anonymous post says that UMG and Lamar use bot streaming. Given Drake's absence of basis for information and belief allegation, he resorts to the kind of distortion that necessitated the withdrawal of his original allegation under threat of sanction. He assertedly pled comments from a rapper with industry knowledge that UMG used artificial streaming to spread the recording. To claim that Drake pleaded any such thing is false, he actually alleged that the podcast host claimed that Kendrick used bots. Is this Joe Budden or academics? So Drake would have more dislikes than likes without referencing UMG. Drake remaining allegations are more speculative. 2 X posts from July 2024 showing Not Like Us being recommended to Spotify users who search for rap artists. This is when they use the Siri and saying to play Not Like Us or Certified Lover Boy. Permitting plaintiff to proceed the conjecture source to anonymous social media would defang Toombly Ekbal and flood the courts with the baseless claims of conspiracy theories the court correctly dismissed. Drake fails to allege, God damn, they're just killing this man. He used Joe Budden and he said July. I know what he's talking about. I know exactly what he's referring to. Hold on, what page are we on? God damn. Drake fails to allege oriented conduct. The court also held that Drake failed to allege actionable consumer-oriented conduct, wrongs against the consuming public. The court found that Drake did not plead facts indicating how many of the deceptive practices allegedly employed by UMG harm consumers, let alone allege how any consumer decision could be affected by supposed deception. Yeah, because the fan or the listener isn't going to be hurt by what was said. Let me see if I could get the I know the academic, so I know the Joe Budden one too. I think Joe Budden bots. I think type that shit in. Proof. Why couldn't he get proof? We just read, I horribly read it, but I've been on straight for like 3 hours. But how come the judge was saying that there was never any proof? In this appeal that we're reading right now, there's still no proof of any of these bot allegations coming to light. They weren't able to come out here and say that Not Like Us was being botted. They weren't able to ever get that point across because they had no proof of it. So if he's saying that he could be responsible, yes, Drake could be responsible for botting if they were to look into what's going on with him. How can he prove what's going on over here with Kendrick's record? You think he would have done it by now, right?
Yeah.
Again, this is when the RBX thing happened. There's still the time where Joe Budden had said it too. Let me see. This is the clip that Drake was talking about in the lawsuit.
Not only do I not care that he used bots, but I knew he did.
Okay. Cool.
What else is there y'all didn't know that Kendrick used bots?
No, and I
You
didn't
thought
care.
that this was just the first time miraculously that a Drake record ever had more dislikes than likes, or you didn't know that was bots?
More dislikes than likes. That's the part where they got it for the lawsuit. But then in the same lawsuit, they say that they never got proof. Drake was never able to bring proof besides what was said on commentary and what was found on the internet, which was basically like people just talking shit on Twitter. There was never no actual proof of Kendrick Lamar using bots.
Bots, to me,
this day.
was a part of how you win the war versus Drake.
Yeah, this new age war.
Hey,
Yeah.
if you didn't do it, Drake was going to do it.
He probably did.
did.
No, he
Probably
did.
He did.
Yeah.
But because he lost in the fashion that he lost in, it seems to be a select crowd out there that continues to not lose gracefully.
So why the fuck why the fuck couldn't Drake prove it? Why can't he prove it? The court found that Drake did not plead facts indicating how any of the deceptive practices allegedly employed by UMG harmed the consumer. Hold on, but before that, let's go back to here. Comments from a rapper with industry knowledge that UMG used artificial streaming to spread the recording. To claim that Drake pleaded any such thing is false. He actually alleged that a podcast host claimed that Kendrick used bots so Drake would have more dislikes than likes. That's the Joe Budden clip that we just saw. Without referencing UMG, Drake's remaining allegations are more speculative. 2 posts from July 24th, Not Like Us, being recommended to Spotify users who search for the rap artist. So again, that's when they say play Certified Lover Boy, and then they play Not Like Us instead. That was a whole thing that Jeremy Heck broke down. Shout out to Jeremy. They're talking about Joe Budden right here. And they're saying that Drake had to use a Joe Budden clip to prove his point. And they're saying that's not enough proof for us to believe that is happening. Can you give us more proof of something like that happening? If Kendrick is using bots, can you give us more proof than a Joe Budden clip? Was it dismissed? Yeah, it's been dismissed. This is his appeal. But they're basically going over every single thing all over again. It's a whole bunch of regurgitated statements. It's everything that they've denied him the first time. They just have to come back and deny him again because it's an appeal. Drake fails to allege an injury caused by UMG. Again, never got hurt. There was never no ill will towards Drake on the side of UMG. That's their artist. They're going to care for their artist no matter what. But if he's going to sue us and try to say that we try to hurt him or his reputation, that shit is false. Injury as a result of the deception. Did Drake face any type of harm or injury? I don't think so. I mean, not really. He's still alive to this day. He's okay. He's breathing. He's gambling. I mean, he's doing what he wants, right? Injury cannot be indirect or derivative, as when the loss arises solely as a result of injury sustained by another party. But Drake's theory is each time the recording was artificially streamed, Drake's song received disproportionate share from the pool of royalties collected based on the streaming data. Does that sound like RBX? Right here, Drake is sounding a lot like RBX. RBX was complaining in his lawsuit that every time that they put bot streams into Drake songs, that the pool of royalties becomes less for the other artists. Here, Drake is expressing the same thing that RBX was expressing in his lawsuit towards Drake. Drake's song received a disproportionate share from the pool of royalties collected based on the streaming data. So he is basically saying the same thing that RBX was saying. Instead, he's trying to put it on Not Like Us. However, he has no proof of that. Now, there is potentially proof of Drake botting. There is a way to find out if Drake is botting or not by looking at the numbers, by looking at certain analytics. There is a way to see if he is botting. Now, RBX's case is still ongoing. I believe it changed the course of its direction, but right now, it sounds like he is saying what RBX is saying. But people want to call RBX crazy. In reality, Drake is making the same argument in this lawsuit. Drake's song received a disproportionate share from the pool of royalties collected based on the streaming data. So, and again, his problem is only with money. It's not with harm. It's not with people making fun of him. It's not him actually facing any type of pain or injury. It's him just not getting paid a certain amount of money. And then Joe Budden came out and said that he was lying. That's crazy. Recording was played on the radio. Drake lost the opportunity for one of his songs to be played. At best, this is a derivative at indirect injury theory because it is contingent on harm to third parties. The purported harm to streaming platforms and consumers that Drake loosely claims were deceived by UMG's supposed scheme to inflate the popularity of Not Like Us. Regardless, it is pure speculation that a Drake song would necessarily have been played instead of Not Like Us. How are we going to control what everything is being played on the radio when radio hosts play things at different times? There's no way. So, conclusion. Certificate of compliances. Pursuant a federal rule of appellate procedure, I certify the following. The brief complies that the type volume limitation of local rule 32.184 and federal rule appellate procedure 32, because it contains 13,000 words, excluding the items exempted by federal rule of appellate procedure rule 32. This brief compiles that the typeface requirement of federal rule appellate procedure blank and the type rule requirements of rule 32A6, because it's been prepared and proportionately spaced typeface using Microsoft Word at 4-point century school book font. That's just crazy. Okay. I hereby certify that March 27, 2026, I caused the foregoing brief to be served on all registered counsel through the court's CM ECF system. All right, man. That was a crazy read, bro. That was a fucking insane read. I'm not even going to hold you, bro. God damn, bro. My bad if I butchered some of the words, bro. I've been on live for like 4 hours, bro. And honestly, I was not disappointed. I was not disappointed at all. Now, I guess he responds next. I'm assuming. I hereby certify the cause of foregoing brief to be served on all registered counsel, the court CM ECF system. Okay. So what's next? Drake responds to his appeal. He already submitted the appeal. Yeah, that doesn't work out. Drake's favorite anyways, so no Iceman album. So you really think that he was going to drop Iceman if he won the appeal? I don't think he was waiting for that. There's no way he was thinking that he was going to win. There's no way that he thought he was going to win the appeal. If he thought that he was going to win the appeal, he has to be delusional. There's no way. There is no way. So, okay. So let's see what y'all think, bro. You think that Drake has a chance in this lawsuit? I don't think he has a chance. in my honest opinion, I mean, they're cooking the fuck out of him in this appeal. There is no way that he is going to win this. If he has to respond to this, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure he does. I don't know what his lawyers are going to say, but they can't bring anything reliable to the table unless they could try to prove what they're saying is true, which is talking about the bots and talking about how UMG tried to harm them, or that he really was abused or hurt during the time of this song coming out. I don't see him winning this case at all. All the things that he is suing for don't make sense, and he can't prove them at all. All of the shit that he gets is from Twitter. He might as well just be a YouTuber too, bro. The fuck? Nah, this shit is crazy, bro. We're pulling this out. Let me see what this is. Drake's contention of the district court was wrong because Lamar's mental state is entirely irrelevant. If Drake had sued the real subject of his frustration, Lamar, I'm telling you, man, I think this was all in avoidance to sue the real person that he was mad at. He didn't want to look weaker than he already did, so he decided to sue UMG. This should be crazy, dog. Drake offers no authority to support this move. There is simply no special rule of law making criminal slurs actionable regardless of whether they are asserted as opinion or fact. And the factual underpinnings of Drake's argument put him on a limb. He contends that societal attitudes to sexual improprieties have evolved in the context of the downfall of rappers like R. Kelly and Sean Diddy Combs. Neither R. Kelly nor Combs were brought down by diss tracks. They were indicated by federal prosecutors and convicted by juries. God damn, bro. Oh my God, bro. That shit is hilarious. Neither R. Kelly nor Combs was brought down by a diss track. They were indicted by federal prosecutors and convicted by juries. Don't call me young. What are you trying to say, bro? Yeah, folks, because not talking complete story. They stay the beef, never be subjective. Oh, so what's subjective, bro? What are you trying to get off? Just say what you want to say, bro. What are you trying to say, bro? Because folks not talking complete story. Then what's the complete story? You got the floor, bro. You let me know how you feel. What is not being said? Talk about them talk about me liking young girls. It's a gift for me. Drake said, I heard you like them young, bro. I'm telling you. Bro, just be saying bullshit, bro. Let's see. You got to be a bot, man, laughing at black on black violence when both are puppets. So you're calling Kendrick and Drake puppets. So then why the fuck are you here? So you think you're bigger than the program, huh? Are you fucking retarded? We wouldn't even be here if Drake didn't sue. Bro said, folks. Who's folks? Us or the courts, bro? Last time I checked, Drake is the one that sued, bro. None of us would be reading the shit if Drake didn't put himself in the lawsuit, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. He been say, I know he said he was gonna leave, but he's still here. He's fucking retarded. Don't call me Unk. Shut the fuck up, bitch. I'll fucking slap the fuck out of you. I swear to God, bro. And then you call us bots, bro. What the fuck? That's that shit I be talking about. Retarded ass shit, bro. I'm not arguing. You're arguing. All right. I'm arguing. I'm just here to see what information was said, but not nonsense. What nonsense, bro? We just fucking read the whole thing. What is nonsense to you, bro? What is nonsense, bro? I like to know. What is nonsense? To you, what is the nonsense? Tell me, bro. I would really like to know what the fuck you think is nonsense. What do you think is so ridiculous? What do you think is so nonsensical, bro? You fucking tell me. To me, it just sounds like bullshit, bro. It sounds like you don't like what you're hearing, so you just don't want to accept what you heard. That's what it sounds like to me. I'm gonna call him auntie. Don't call him Unk. Call him auntie. He got his panties in a bunch. He's a bitch, bro. So you gotta stop being pussy, bro. Shout out to Just Dante, man. Love you, bro. Respectfully, Unk, you need to shut the fuck up. You're a bitch, bro. If I ever see you in real life, bro, I'll slap the shit out of you, bro. Oh, God. You don't want to fuck with me. I'll beat the shit out of you. Get out of here. Well, this should be hilarious to me, bro. You try to ask them, right? Like, well, what do you think is subjective? What do you think is subjective? And all they say is, oh, you guys are bots. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, say something that at least say something reasonable, bro. Where I could be like, all right, I hear what you're saying. He's like, no, I just want to listen to you. I just want to hear you tell it. Well, if you want to hear me tell it, then what the fuck you want me to say, bro? You want me to say something that you want to hear? You want me to whisper sweet nothings in your ear, bro? The fuck are you talking about? Then you get mad because what? I didn't say what you like, bro. If you're a Drake fan, just say it, bro. I mean, this shit, whatever to me. This shit funny, bro. They be saying the most dumbest shit on the planet, bro. We'll do final thoughts, man. My final thoughts, bro. This shit is gonna get dismissed again. Am I being biased for saying that? No. I'm just going based off what I fucking read, bro. I read 80 fucking pages of it. I could tell you right now, this shit is getting dismissed. There was no point of him trying to appeal this shit. He should have just shut the fuck up. Exactly, bro. I think I just saw that right now. All he had to do was just shut the fuck up and not mention Dot, family, too bad, so sad. That's what I'm saying, bro. He didn't have to go that far. He didn't have to say anything crazy. Now he's in the lawsuit comparing his situation to Diddy and R. Kelly. What the fuck are we talking about? Keyboard words out of hand. Man, fuck that guy, bro. That should be crazy to me. It's like you want me to sit here and try to pander to Drake, bro. I'm not going to pander to shit. I'm reading what I'm reading, and I'm going to tell you right now, that shit don't sound good, bro. He's not going to win this case. He should have never appealed it in the first place. He should have never tried to take anybody to court. Trying to take your own label to court is fucking crazy. Can we just admit that that is true? So, okay, let's just be non-biased for a second, since people want to call me biased, right? Let's be non-biased right here. Is taking your label to court crazy? Yes or no? Let's make it simple for people who don't understand that, right? If I work for a company, if I work for a label, is taking them to court the best idea in this case scenario? They pay me money. They know everything about me. Is it the smartest idea to take them to court? That's exactly what I'm saying, bro. Especially when they invested $400 million. And then in the lawsuit, you're going to go and say that we tried to devalue you. Why the fuck would we pay you $400 million just so that way we could devalue who you are as an artist? Why the fuck would I do that? Okay, so let's change the perspective, right? Let's say you ran the company. Let's say that you run UMG. I just gave you $400 million. I need to make that money back. I cannot make that back if you battle Kendrick Lamar. That's what you're saying? Or that's what happened? Because what happened is what happened versus what I want. Suing for a rap battle? No. You think I want you to battle Kendrick Lamar? I'm supposed to make that money back. If anything, you fucked me, bro. You jeopardized my ability to make money off of you. I didn't jeopardize shit. I'm not trying to make you look bad. How am I trying to make you look bad? I gave you $400 million. Again, in the eyes of UMG. To me, I think they regret him battling Drake and I think they regret him battling Kendrick in the first place. Big shout out to Leonardo Thomas, bro. Suing for a rap battle, no. W Leo, man. If you really want to know, bro. Shout out to K. From a business perspective, it makes sense. Maybe he wants more money than $400 million. The only way that he could get it is to sue. At this point, especially if the rumors are going to Sony after. That's another speculation, right? Is he going to go to another company? Well, how much money does he owe to UMG? What stipulations does he have with UMG? Can he fulfill before he leaves? That's another thing too. Look, Drake's contract. I think that's the biggest conversation about Drake and his concern. Every time I read this lawsuit, when we get to what is his biggest argument, It's about financial incentives. It's about money. It's never about actually him facing any type of harm or harassment. He fails to mention what type of harassment he faces. When they say what type of shit that he's faced, he says, I'm not making the same money I used to. They want to devalue me. They want to devalue my brand. So that way they don't pay me any type of money. So this is about money. This isn't about defamation. Even if they didn't know how the battle was going to go, why would they take that big of a risk to damage their own goods in the long run? It doesn't make logical or financial sense regardless. That's what I'm saying, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know why people think that, oh, like you're being biased just because you say that Drake is going to lose the lawsuit. I don't know what they're trying to say, bro. Honestly, I really don't. What do you want me to say, bro? What do you want me to say? That he's going to win the appeal? Like, what the fuck do you think that, like, you think that's going to happen? You think Drake's going to win the appeal? Like, what the fuck are you talking about you got to be subjective. Subjective about what? What do you want me to be subjective about? And then he tells Kendrick to talk about young girls. That's another thing, right? He tries to isolate the situation. He only wants us to talk about Not Like Us. I remember in the transcript with the judge and his lawyer, the judge said, we got to talk about all the songs in context. And the lawyer was like, no, we only have to focus on Not Like Us because Not Like Us is the only thing that blew up. And then you go to the other things that were said in the battle. And then you hear that he was the one to say to bring it up. He was the one to say, talk about the young girls. Drake was the one that did that. He told Kendrick to do it. So now that the judge and the courts are looking at this battle through every lens possible, they realize Drake is at fault here. He's the one that wanted to battle. He's the one that started it. And he told them what material to use when to go against them. You can't get mad at him for telling him what you told him to do. He thought he was going to 8 Mile him. He thought he was going to hit him with an 8 Mile. Big shout out to Keto. Nice to see you, Doug. He thought that was going to be a victory, easy, and UMG was going to help with that. He would win. If he would win, he would use that as a negotiation tool. But UMG didn't help, so he feel like that was on his side. That they was on Dot's side. So he thought it was going to be an easy win. I think that was his first mistake, no? Was that he had it in the bag? And he thought that UMG was going to help him? If he would win. But that's the thing. If they could have just gave Drake the same treatment, right? Let's say if UMG used bots in Drake's career and he thought, well, maybe they could use bots during this battle. Why didn't they give him the bots? Well, why didn't Drake ever receive any bot treatment? So that way he could win officially. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Sometimes I just don't understand it. I think that's the case. Like, why didn't UMG use bots at the time? Why didn't they use bots in Drake's favor? If they already have 400 million behind him, wouldn't it make more sense to give bots to him than to Kendrick Lamar? If that was the case, again, that's assuming that like all of the shit about the UMG and the bot shit, right? Why didn't they just give Drake the bots? Regardless of the numbers, we know what was more potent. we knew what it was. I mean, everybody would have known what it was. I just feel like there's no way that UMG was going to try to damage Drake when they need to make money off of him. There's just no way that I would believe that somebody, just because what, he's going to get 300 million instead of 400 million? Like, those arguments sound very minuscule, bro. Like, they sound very small, like compared to the grander scale. Like, let's say that Drake can't get the 400 million contract that he wanted. Okay, so this time around we give you 300 million. What's the big deal? You want $1 billion? You really think a company is going to give you $1 billion just because you're a rapper? We're going to sign you a deal. Like, at least when Jay-Z was a billionaire, he did it through other means. He didn't do it just to get a fucking label to give him $1 billion. That sounds very Jew-like, you know what I mean? No offense. But it sounds very Jewish. Like, give me $1 million. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, bro. I don't even want to say it like that, but that shit sound crazy to me, bro. Like, you just want me to give you $1 billion. Like that. You just want me to give you $1 billion, bro. That's what you want. You just want money. You're willing to go through this lawsuit. The main person that you should have been suing the whole time is Kendrick Lamar. I mean, let's just be honest. Like, if you really felt some type of way about making the song, you should have just sued Kendrick. But you want to sue us because you want money. That's a very Jewish thing to do. I'm not gonna lie. That's very Aiden Ross like. I'm not gonna try to say it like that too either, bro. Shit, we keep it alleged either way, but I mean, somebody got to say it, right? Like, what the fuck? Like, if you're suing the company that you work for, that, I mean, like, that goes without explanation, right? Like, my bad, bro. I don't mean to say it like that. Jew, like, nah, for real. Nah. No disrespect. Shout out to the Jews, man. Oh, bro, I got the yarmulke right there, bro. Fuck it. Drake value was dwindling way before the rap battle, and I believe that's why he tried to utilize the rap battle to raise it to get a better deal, banking on him winning. Because imagine if he wasn't really living up to the contract in the first place. Is that why he wanted to do a song with Kendrick Lamar? I think now we're starting to think outside the box. Why did he want to work with Kendrick so bad? Did he want to live up to the 400 million that he was given by UMG? Now we could have these conversations. Now that we read the lawsuit and saw the J. Cole situation, I think they intertwine with each other because, again, we're still dealing with the same people. If Drake wanted Kendrick Lamar on a first-person shooter song, it's probably only because he knew that he could recoup some of the money that he owes UMG. Now I'm just trying to think logically with all the information we've been given this week. He owes UMG $400 million. He probably felt that if I get Kendrick Lamar on first-person shooter, I could recoup that money. I'm starting to think, y'all, that Drake was trying to find a way to look like he could make up the money for UMG to get a better deal. This whole lawsuit, yes, there is the harassment claim, there is the defamation claim, but he only gives explanation to the money. He only gives an explanation to the financial losses, to the financial gain that he wants, the contracts, the devaluation. He talks about these topics, but he refuses to give a reason for harassment. He refuses to give a reason for defamation. When it comes to those points, he is failing to be able to do so. He is more able to articulate why he wants money or financial incentives more than he's able to break down the harassment. So, in my mind, when we hear the J. Cole interview and we see J. Cole talk and say that Kendrick was supposed to be on first person shooter, I think the following question, now that we know this information, is why? Why did Drake want Kendrick on first person shooter? Why does Kendrick, why is he getting reached out by Drake? And he keeps telling him no. Again, there was the rumor by Stat Quo where he had said that Drake has been trying to get him on every project. That is very important to following J. Cole confirming this shit. Hold on. So you mean to tell me? So you mean to tell me, is this another reason why he wanted to see Kendrick's contract? Did he want to see the contract to see what Kendrick's obligations were to UMG? Did he want to see if he was obligated to work with Drake under contract or not? Now I'm starting to think why he wanted to look at the contract so bad. Did he think that UMG was trying to stop him from working with Kendrick? Is that why he wanted to look at the contract? Because why would he care? Again, the other reason too, he wanted to see how much Kendrick was getting paid versus how much he was getting paid. To see what type of connection they truly had, that he wouldn't censor his record. And because Kendrick refused to be on first person shooter, he decided to battle against him in order to gain financially from it. I see what you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying. Since he doesn't want to join me, then I might as well be against him. So what if Drake used J. Cole as a whole fucking, again, this is why I don't know why J. Cole doesn't see it that way. He's able to admit all his wrongs except that one. So then Drake uses J. Cole as a way to get to Kendrick Lamar. Is that what you're telling me? Or in a possibility, I guess. No, he was jealous because he knew his re-up time was coming up, but also that Kendrick was coming back out. He wanted to see how much they were giving him. That's a good, look at his contract to see how much he was getting paid. Bro thought he got backdoored. Oh my god. Are you paying him more than me? Oh shit, man. At the end of the day, to me, and this is just my personal opinion, it's always been about money for Drake. If you want to go on a limb here and say that he felt harassed, he felt defamed, I got to tell you, man, they didn't really have to dig deep to prove why Kendrick said what he said in hyperbolic opinion, I guess. You could just go on the internet and see that shit for yourself, bro. Doing cold foul. I don't know why you still pretend. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Because imagine how that would look, though, right? Like now that we're just chilling, right? Imagine how that would look. You don't want to do a song with me. You don't want to do a song with me. You never want to. I keep asking you for every project and you keep denying me. Well, fuck it. I'm going to go do a song with J. Cole. Ah, man. I could see where that is definitely a problem. Because imagine always asking him and asking him and asking him, and he keeps telling me, no, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. First person shooter comes out. No, I'm not going to do it. All right, then. I'll go get your homeboy. I'll go get your friend. I'll go get J. Cole. I'm trying to pay UMG this money back. I'm trying to give UMG the money that I owe them, the $400 million. And I need you on the record to fucking sell this shit out. I need you to recoup. And also, I need this to benefit me so that way when I renegotiate my contract, I could get a bigger deal. This is the make or break for me. I see what you're trying to say. This is the make or break for me. And since you don't want to do it, I'll just go get J. Cole. And this is where the theory starts coming into place, bro. I guess like a fucking put your tinfoil hat on. But what if Drake knew if I go get J. Cole and we talk about the big three and talk about the GOAT conversation, how is Kendrick going to take that? Better yet, is there a possibility that Drake knew how Kendrick was going to take that? J. Cole also is a person that plays a role in this. What are his thoughts behind this, right? Because he's already explained himself somewhat, as he likes to say, half-truths. I like to think that J. Cole had his own mixed emotions. Drake knew of those mixed emotions and used him to his benefit because Kendrick didn't want to do the song. You don't want to help me recoup the money I owe to UMG? Bet. Let me set up the play. J. Cole, come over here. Hey, dog, he been saying he don't want to work with me. I wanted to work with him on the song. He don't want to do it. Maybe he thinks he's better than us. Oh, yeah. Nah, shit. Again, I have the board. And if y'all listening, fucking bored over here. Look, man, I'm not trying to come out here and try to paint a narrative. I've just been trying to get an understanding of the story. I've been trying to get look, bro. You see it right here, man. You see it? You see it? Like, I've been trying to make sense of this whole fucking thing. And knowing that this, and you forget about the lawsuit, right? And the money that Drake works for and the money that he has to make. You fail to realize, they make all of this money to recoup what they owe to their label. Well, in the matter of talking about Drake, bro, I think in reality, I think Drake is just worried about making the money back so he could get more. Now that I'm reading this lawsuit over again, it's like a refresher to realize this is the reason why he wanted first-person shooter in the first place. He wanted first-person shooter with Kendrick Lamar on it so bad so he could pay the money back so he could get a better deal. Once he realized that Kendrick wasn't going to give him what he wanted, he went to J. Cole, tried to spin a narrative on J. Cole to go against Kendrick Lamar, and this is his opportunity to win the battle so that way he could recoup the money with his label. I think that's kind of what it ended up being, bro. I think that's kind of what it ended up being, bro. At the end of the day, that's just me. Now that I'm trying, because again, the main question is, and I gotta write this down. Where are my sticky notes at? Why does he want to work with Kendrick? Remember what Kendrick said all of these years. Why would you want to work with Kendrick? You dissed him. You dissed him in 100 with the game. He dissed you in the Hard Part 4. There was multiple things said about each other for years, bro. Why he said that shit about you in Control, and you said you didn't like that shit. Why would you want to work with a guy like that? Unless it's about money. It's so obvious. The evil dollar. You wanted to make money off of this man. That's very Jew-like, very Jewish, very Jewish. I'm just gonna say that. You're a colonizer. He's a fucking colonizer, bro. He's a colonizer. Oh my God. Oh my. You try to colonize me. Mr. Recoup, right? From 21 Savage's album, Mr. Recoup, right? Oh my God. Okay, bro. Okay. So it's about money then. Oh shit. So it was never about you being hurt, bro. It was the fact that you didn't like the fact that you couldn't colonize on Kendrick Lamar. You couldn't colonize on a song with Kendrick Lamar. He wasn't going to let you make money off of his name, bro. Drake went to the Big Stepper and he got stepped on. No, we remember. No, we know. We know 100%. Yeah, there's jealousy involved. 100%. We know that. Yes. 10th year anniversary, all that, bro. We know. But I think that Drake played off that jealousy to get J. Cole to do what he did. He knew what he did. Just like, and again, another part of the theory. I felt weird adding Future on the board. I felt weird adding Future. Hold on, I gotta get these bots out of here. Gotta get the bot out of here, bro. Like, cause they're gonna start spamming shit. Look at this, Israel, bro. Izzy, you know what to do, bro. Watch the bots, bro. I gotta show them this shit. I felt weird adding Future on the board. Damn, I wish I could. Okay, so let me see if I could do it this way. All right, so you probably can't see what's written unless I fucking like that way. So look, so I'm gonna break it down to you like this, bro. There's a so I have Kendrick right here. I have the Fall Off right here. And I have Future right here. I have Like That right here. So hear me out. Kendrick is doing Like That with Future. Now, why is that? Now, why Future out of all people? Why would he use Future out of everyone? And then you find out that Kendrick is on the Fall Off. The Fall Off is J. Cole's album. J. Cole and Kendrick have a relationship with each other. It's already established if he has 2 songs on his fucking album. So at that point, Drake, like I said, wants to use J. Cole to get at Kendrick Lamar. This is the reason why Kendrick goes to Future and makes the record Like That. Has it ever occurred to us, or has it ever occurred to you, that Future right here got added to the equation? Isn't it strange that when K-Dot wanted to give a response, he goes with Future and makes Like That? It's almost as if he's saying, again, Kendrick's on the Fall Off. You want to go to my homeboy? Well, let me go to your homeboy and let me cater the response. You want to go and do a response with him? Then let me give a response to you with your biggest collaborator. it was to really, in a way, it's kind of to undermine the situation. He knew what he was doing when he was using J. Cole. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew, bro. He knew. You're going to use J. Cole against me. All right, well, I'm going to use your biggest collaborator. People have been waiting for J. Cole and Kendrick to collab for years. People have been waiting for this feature for fucking years, bro. That's why it was so upsetting to find out that J. Cole had Kendrick on the album. It was so upsetting to know that that could have been a possibility, and it got ruined because of Drake. So what? And again, bro, I can't even. If for people who know, bro, people have been waiting for this album from Drake and Kendrick for a crazy amount of time, since Black Friday. Like, people have been waiting for them to do a collaboration in general. Fuck an album. If they came out in 2 songs together, the internet would explode. And I think that Drake knew that. Of course he would. He was on the album also. And again, so Kendrick gets wind of this. All right, you want to use J. Cole against me? Well, let me go and use your homeboy against you. There's a reason why Kendrick chose Future to respond. He could have just responded by himself. He didn't have to use anybody. But let me go and get Metro. Let me go and get Future. The one guy that you have a collaboration album with, right? Because remember, that has always been the conversation. Oh, Drake and Future collaboration. What a time to be alive. One of the best 2 collaborators of all time. And then people bring up J. Cole and Kendrick. People bring up J. Cole and Kendrick. J. Cole and Kendrick. They got the craziest fucking thing going on right now. If they dropped it, Black Friday went crazy. If they get together and do a fucking song, everybody, this was around the same time, bro. I remember this shit. I remember when What a Time to Be Alive came out. I remember when that shit came out, and I remember Black Friday came out, and people started talking about their collaborative efforts. That was a fucking thing. That was a thing. So I don't think that it's no doubt that Kendrick went and got Future because Drake went and got Cole. Again, I've said it so many times. Not in a million years would I ever thought that Cole would be on the side of Drake and that Kendrick would be over here with Future. That is crazy to me, is it not? Never would I ever thought that that would be the outcome of them getting against each other. But it's because Drake had maneuvered it in the way because Kendrick didn't want to do the song. So look, hold on. So now that we know this, right? Now that we know, because again, this doesn't occur to my mind until I saw the lawsuit again. And yeah, it's a lot of reading, but basically it's just reminded me why Drake was suing in the first place. It was always about money. It was always about money. He don't give a fuck, bro. He probably thinks it's fucked up that people are calling him a pedophile and all this other shit. Of course. Why? Who wouldn't, right? Who wouldn't like that? Who wouldn't like those fucking allegations thrown at them? I get that. But when you try to explain how you were harassed and you failed to give a proper explanation, 2nd-degree harassment, and you failed to give them a reason why. But when you talk about the bots and payola, and when you talk about UMG trying to use bots, you are very active in breaking down this explanation because they don't want to pay you a lump sum of money the next time they got to give you a deal. Why is it so convenient for you to explain one thing, but you fail to explain the defamation thing properly? Like every time I read into shit, I'm like, okay, no, okay, they cooked them right there. There's so many references to the shit that is just so much to read. It's hard to comprehend that Drake is hurt about the song because it hurt him emotionally, physically, harassment wise. It's hard to prove that when you don't want to give a proper explanation. And I think, and again, going back to what J. Cole was saying, right? going back to what J. Cole was saying about this, right? He said that Kendrick was supposed to be on the song, right? That Kendrick was supposed to be on the song with him. He said he dissed Kendrick and honestly never mind and dropped it on his birthday. So now that we know from J. Cole that Kendrick was supposed to be on Drake's record, First Person Shooter, that had to have been a lot of pride that Drake had to put down. And I'm just trying to speak from this perspective, right? I'm trying to be subjective. They say subjective. All right. So let's think about it like that. Do you think that if these guys were dissing each other subliminally for fucking years, and Drake was the one to have to reach out to the guy that he dissed on his birthday, like, do you really see what I'm trying to say? Like, he had to really put his pride to the side to ask for that favor from Kendrick, and Kendrick had to stand his ground and say, fuck no. Why the fuck would I? You think that this is just about money? You think that this is just about making money off of my name? Now you wonder why Kendrick called him a colonizer, bro. Now we know why he called him a colonizer. Because you don't give a fuck if you like me or not. You know if we could make money together, you put everything I said to the side. Nothing matters to you. Nothing matters to you unless we're making money. Mr. Recoup, right? That was his name on 21 Savage's album, right? Mr. Recoup, huh? Iceman, huh? That shit is ridiculous to me, bro. You only give a fuck about the money. You only care about how am I going to get this money back for UMG so I can make a better deal. If he don't want to work with me, well, fuck it. I'll turn on him officially and get J. Cole over here to make it a problem. Drake didn't need J. Cole to get on the offensive end. He just needed J. Cole to start it. What J. Cole did after, it didn't mean anything to Drake. Because Drake wouldn't have doubled down. He wouldn't have responded. If he just wanted it to be Cole and Kendrick to go at it, he would have never entered afterwards. All he needed was someone to initiate the fight. He needed someone to throw the first punch. And here he comes, third party. Okay. So yeah, bro. I think there's a lot more to the story. I think J. Cole did tell us a lot of reasonable information that honestly really was helpful at the end. I mean, he did really expose himself to be a fraud, to be a fake. But at the same time, I'm not going to lie, bro. That piece of information was all I really needed to know. If I know that Kendrick was supposed to be on First Person Shooter, that makes me question Drake even more. Because why the fuck would you want to work with a guy that you've been dissing all these years? First Person Shooter would have been great with that. No, you're not wrong. I mean, that would have been a crazy song regardless. I mean, anything with Kendrick on it was going to sell, right? I mean, that's the reason why he was reaching out to him in the first place. Anything with Kendrick was going to sell very well. That's why Drake, man, and this is the thing, bro. Everybody's going to clip up, and you're going to see it, bro. Everybody's going to talk about how J. Cole is being fake, but nobody's going to talk about how Drake wanted him on First Person Shooter first. He wanted Kendrick on First Person Shooter first. That's the biggest takeaway from this conversation now that this appeal has came out and resurfaced all over again. Drake was in attendance at the Big Stepper tour in Toronto. Do you think he was trying to get that feature? Let's pull up the clip. Because this is going back years. I mean, we've known that they've been throwing subliminals. Big shout outs to bro. I think he even put them here. There was 3 Jodeci Freestyle, First Person Shooter, and Evil Ways, which go back years to what you're saying, Israel. Like they've been talking, they've been taking subs at each other for years. Again, bro, I don't know why he would think it was a good idea to ask him. And I know how fucked up Drake might be to feel like I had to ask and he denied me. I know he felt some type of way about that shit. The fact that these guys' egos are so huge, bro. Like all of these rappers, they have like big ass egos. The fact that Drake probably has the biggest ego out there and he asked a favor from Kendrick and he said no, that right there, disruptive, very disruptive. Destruction. Hold on. Hold on.
August 12th. Despite any of their rumored beef, there was video of Drake watching from a skybox at the Scotiabank Arena, and it started making its rounds over the weekend.
Damn, this is him at the GNX shit. Hold on. Damn, so he was at the GNX shit too? Hold on.
After the Big Steppers tour.
No, this is the Big Steppers tour. Kendrick Lamar popped out at Kendrick's last tour in Canada at the Mr. Morale and Big Steppers tour in 2022.
Made its Canadian.
Oh, okay.
Drake was spotted at Kendrick Lamar's Toronto tour stop on Friday, August 12th. Despite any of their rumored beef, there was video of Drake watching from a skybox at the.
Yeah, that's Canada flag right there. I don't see any bots here. So what was the question again? Okay, so Drake was in attendance at the Big Steppers tour in Toronto. Do you think he was trying to get that feature? Yeah, I think he was, bro. I think he was. Why else would he be over there? After all, this is 2022. After all the things that you said about him, after all the things that y'all said about each other in subliminals, remember the Heart Part 4, 100, all these other songs, right? You name them and you pick them. Jodeci Freestyle, whatever. All of these songs existed. And yet you found it in your body to go to a fucking Mr. Steppers tour, whatever, Big Steppers tour, Mr. Morale, the Big Steppers tour. You decide to go over there and ask for a verse, bro?
Scotiabank Arena, and it started making its rounds over the weekend.
I think that he did go over there to probably ask, or probably maybe not ask, but maybe talk to him. Yeah. I could see that being a possibility. He a fan is crazy, bro. Nah, y'all got y'all through well, bro. Bro said he a fan. He at the Kendrick concert, bro. On the skybox. The skybox is crazy, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, he did. I think he was trying to ask, bro. It could be possible. Maybe if he didn't ask him for a feature right here, if he's going to his show publicly and wants to be publicly seen, because you got to see how it is. It's objective, not subjective. My bad. So if you see, okay, but look at how it looks though. If you see Drake at a Kendrick Lamar concert, he wants this optic. He wants people to see him. He wants people to record him being there to show that he's in support of Kendrick Lamar. If this is in 2022 and he is continuously asking for a feature from Kendrick Lamar, it's only to just show that I have some type of respect for you to ask for your help and to go to your concert. Even if it's some snake egg. Again, this is why people can't say the word friends so loosely in the industry, because we know at the end of the day, he is just trying to like fake love. Let's show fake love to each other. Let me act like I'm your friend. I'm not really your friend, but if I go to your concert, you might think that we're cool. Partially right. I mean, you get what I'm trying to say though, right? Yeah, basically is what I'm saying. I'm supporting you by showing up at your show, so now I could get the feature, right? It's fake. Yeah, it's definitely fake. Definitely, I don't think he was being genuine when he was coming out here. I know it's just for his own gain. Again, another reason why Kendrick called him a colonizer. Did I miss anything from here?
After the Big Steppers tour made its Canadian debut.
That is crazy to see Drake at a Kendrick concert. Nobody would have ever thought that was the thing. Even when they're covering the story, they said that they could have had a beef at that time. So going back to the original interview, right?
Did Cole foul? I don't know why you pretending. And I never really understood. Did Cole foul? I don't know why you pretending. And I never really understood what that meant.
I honestly don't know either. Like,
Okay.
I can't tell you.
Okay.
It's like he fails to realize that he got used, bro. It's like he's failing to realize that Drake set him up in the situation. He wanted him to start the battle so he could come in and try to stomp all over it. And J. Cole backed out, and Drake had no choice but to go with the plan.
I don't know. You know what I mean? But you know, shit. I couldn't tell you. If I could tell you, I would tell you.
The relationship has definitely had those ship.
Big shout out to Leonardo Thomas. He said, hot take, if taken seriously, Drake has potential to sound really good on Father Time track for Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. You think so? I don't really see Drake being on Father Time, to be honest with you. I kind of more so, I mean, I would see him more so on like a turn up record, like more of like trying to like go for like a probably like a lot of 808 driven, probably like turn up driven, something like that. Like not like that, but something around like that. Like just a turn up record. Shout outs to Leo, man. Shout outs to Leo. I could see more of a turn up record, I guess is what I'm saying. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that, bro.
Be different than it was, 10 years ago, a couple years ago now.
Talking about the relationship?
Yeah, with
on
Drake
my side,
and
no,
Kendrick.
I actually don't.
Did Cole foul? I don't know why you pretending.
Did Cole foul? I don't know why you still pretending. Let's see if people posted that shit right here. Cole losing sleep for this. It ain't me. I don't care what Cole think. That dot shit was weak as fuck. I don't care what Cole think. That dot shit was weak as fuck. Remember when J. Cole got his phone stolen out of his pocket by a fan and they called Jay-Z from it, but he wasn't answering, so they called from their own phone and he picked up. All right. So this was Drake's burner account. So he didn't really give a fuck about J. Cole. That's what I'm saying, bro. He don't give a fuck about these guys. He is just going to use these guys. I don't care what Cole think. That dot shit was weak as fuck. Let's pull up push-ups and see. He said, and that fucking song y'all did not start the beef with us. And that fucking song y'all did not. So what is he talking about right here? All that little heartbroken Twitter shit for bitches. That's all for Top Dogs. Drop and give me 50. Hold on. And that fucking song y'all did not start this beef with us like that. He's talking about like that. This shit been brewing in the pot. Now I'm heating up. So he's admitting that they've been fighting about this for years. I don't care what Cole think. That dot shit was weak as fuck. So this right here is Drake confirming that he had a conversation with Cole. This is him confirming that he had a conversation with Cole. Big shout out to Leo Thomas, man. That's why I said, if taken seriously for good or bad, Drake has the gift of tapping into emotional aspect on the songs. But that's my opinion. Big shout out to Leo, man. Big shout out to Leo. W Leo in the chat, bro. Salute. W Leo, y'all. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just the music that you listen to, right? And what's your preference. But right here, hold on. I don't even think y'all can see this. Can y'all see this? Let me zoom into this. Oh no, I have the other picture. I don't care what Cole think. That dot shit is weak as fuck. So he's saying that Cole and him had a conversation. We talked about that, like that record together. Drake is confirming that conversation did take place. He has to be talking about the conversation he had with Cole when he heard the song like that. That dot shit is weak because the line before that he's talking about like that also. Let me see. And he calls Future's song weak as fuck. Would Future really still do a song with a guy that called his song weak as fuck? And that fucking song y'all did, not starting beef with us. This shit been brewing in the pot. Now I'm heating up. So he's talking about like that. I don't care what Cole think. That dot shit was weak as fuck. Champagne tripping. He is not fucking easing up. Oh my God. No. Unfortunately, that wasn't gonna do it, Drake. That wasn't gonna do it, buddy. I don't care what Cole think. That dot shit was weak as fuck. So let's think about the conversation that they could have had, right? Because J. Cole isn't going to tell us what happened. He's not going to tell us the details. He's not going to want to say that him and Drake spoke about like that and aired out each other's grievances about how they felt when they first heard the record. That is the biggest problem about this whole back and forth that J. Cole has been doing with these interviews. He is only saying what he likes to say, half-truths. He is saying things that he wants us to feel like are reasonable to hear when we listen to them. But then once you actually break down the information, he is being very, very contradicting. He is not telling us the full entire story. The perfect example is when they say that Drake was there. Some woman that was at the place said that Drake and his entourage were there. But J. Cole is going to flip it and say, no, he was supposed to be there, but he didn't show up. Well, which one is it? Because there's people that were there that are saying that they had saw. Again, these are just examples of how J. Cole refuses to actually give like a legitimate answer to what really happened. But but I digress. Let me just get back to this. I don't care what Cole think. That dot shit was weak as fuck. So you talk to J. Cole about the like that verse. There was a conversation to be had. When Cole has an interview with other people, he talks about how his friends peer pressured him into giving a response. But he never talks about how Drake pressured him into giving a response. He never talks about Drake talking to him about the song at all. Every time he mentioned the song and how he felt, he says that people pressured him, but he doesn't say who. I think that Drake was trying to use Kendrick so that way he could pay back UMG. Once it didn't work out the way that he wanted it, he got J. Cole and tried to set up Kendrick, tried to set up this battle so that way he can make money off of that after trying to win the battle. Again, we'll keep it alleged, bro. But I'll do a video about it because I really think that's a good point to make. After this appeal had come out and after what J. Cole had said, I'm starting to think, why was Drake wanting to work with Kendrick so bad? My apologies. I'm getting thirsty. Why did he want to work with him so bad, bro? Why, bro? I don't know, man. I guess we'll just tuna bagel drizzy is crazy. Oh my god. If he had no involvement, then why lie? No, that's a good point. Because if you have nothing to hide, then why are you lying? Let me make sure I'm not missing nothing here when I go back. All right. So you talked to, okay, so let me get this straight. So you talk to J. Cole. You speak with him. But J. Cole doesn't bring up that conversation. I wonder what conversation was had. I really do. I really do think that Drake was telling J. Cole that you're going to let him fucking diss us, bro. You're going to let him talk shit about us. You're going to let him say all that shit about us. I know it had to have been some snake shit like that, bro. I almost feel it in my veins. Again, that's the reason why I think that Kendrick used Future on like that. I think he really could have just done a response by himself. There's a reason that he did it with Future, though. Hold on. Oh shit, bro. Nah, I think that'd be good, right? I'll talk about the video later, man. But I do think that Drake was trying to use Kendrick to pay back UMG. We'll cover it in a later video. Y'all make sure y'all tap in, bro. I appreciate everybody that's in here. Fucking 5 hours and shit. God damn, bro. I didn't think it was gonna be that long of a fucking sitting, but at least we got that shit out the way. Big shout outs to y'all, man. I love y'all, bro. Everybody that was in here, Alonzo, Israel, the moderators, Rated R, Stephanie Williams. I appreciate you, Stephanie. Thank you for being here. Big shout outs to Mysterious Mermaid. It's nice to see you. God damn, it's been a while. Good to see you. Good to see you. EC, what up, bro? EC, what up? Big shout outs to y'all, man. Big shout outs to y'all. Big shout outs to Izzy. Big shout outs to 88842. Oh, no, of course, bro. Of course. Big shout outs to Treble, bro. Big shout outs to Treble, bro. W Treble, W Life. Nice chilling with everyone and kicking my feet up. Been a rough week. Probably rougher for J. Cole after these interviews. Oh, my God. W Treble in the chat, y'all. We're going to run it for Treble. We're going to play this one for Treble, bro. I'm trying to I got to make some space so I could put these lives on the Patreon. I have the live saved, but they're going to be free, though. You don't have to pay for the Patreon. I just put them on there because, like, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of shit that I say on here that I don't think YouTube will allow. But we're going to play this one for Treble, bro. We're going to play this one we're going to play two for Treble, actually. I think it's only right. W Treble. There speaks so much volume. I didn't want to pretend. I didn't want to put on a front that I actually fucking like this guy. Never fucking liked him. Talking about Drake, right? But then Cole too. Stop pandering to both sides, bro. Stop pandering. J. Cole made a song called Boom Boom Boom. I wouldn't be mad though. Boom Boom Boom. Big shout out to Treble, man. W Treble. I appreciate you, Treble. Thank you so much. Nah, bro. Oh my God. W, y'all. I love y'all, man. I appreciate everybody that was supporting the stream. It was more of a spontaneous one, but it was a good one. Nonetheless, I appreciate everybody that's been out here. Big shout outs to Treble, W Treble, Radically Retro, Stephanie Williams, Various Growth, Keto, Victor, Emmanuel. What up, bro? GMT Supreme, everybody, Vince Cortez, what up, bro? Cortez, Keto, what up, bro? Israel, what up, bro? Shout out all the moderators in the chat. Big shout out to EC in the chat. Big shout out to Stephanie Williams in the chat. Jay Fortune, everybody in this bitch. Alonzo, Leonardo Thomas. Big shout out to Nate. Everybody that's been active, bro. Everybody that's been typing, showing love, showing support. Big shout outs to Leo, DD for becoming a member. And for the super sticker, big shout outs to Nate for always holding it down. O'Shea in the building, O'Shea 248. Big shout outs to Naomi King. Big shout outs to Holly B for becoming a member. Eyes on the Sky, what up? Big shout outs to Matthew for being a member for 5 months. Big shout outs to Damon West for kicking it off, bro. For always showing love. Naomi King for always showing love. All of y'all, bro, for always showing support, bro. I wouldn't be here without you guys, and I'm always thankful that I could find a circle of people on the internet that are willing to just, cool out and listen to it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much. Shout outs to y'all, bro. Like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see y'all next video, man. Peace. Keep it a legend.